Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku's quirk turned him into a rabbit girl. Here is short summary. During the entrance exam, Izuku discovers that he does have a quirk. One that turns him into a rabbit girl. How will this affect his hero career? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The most powerful and incredible people did not come from anywhere. Many had been forged within the walls of UA, the high school that had made some of the most prominent pro-heroes in Japan. All Might, the most famous of heroes, actually came from there. It was for that reason that Izuku Midoriya felt the need to be a student of UA. After all, Izuku didn't want to just be a hero, he wanted to be like All Might himself. True, it had been a very rocky dream, considering he had been quirkless. As in, he was absolutely powerless differently from nearly 80% of the human population. That had changed, however, that very morning in fact, and thus, Izuku managed to be somewhat confident as he walked into the premises of the school. Of course, his mind was elsewhere. Oh God, I have All Might's quirk, I have All Might's quirk, his mind repeated with disbelief. Even though such a thing had transpired a couple of hours before, Izuku remained near catatonic. The weight of the responsibility handed to him was as crushing as his nerves regarding the entrance exam itself. Still, he was also very excited. He had been quirkless, and the idea of finally being amidst the 80% with a power left him humming with anticipation. Izuku ignored the other students from all across the country, who in turn ignored him. With all sorts of uniforms, if they had any, they were all prospective students with powers of their own. Some looked intimidating while others were no different from your average teenager, well, as average as you could be in the crazy world of quirks. I can feel it, All Might's quirk, Izuku thought. A thrill of excitement bubbled inside of him as he felt the warmth that was All Might's former power. I wonder if I will transform into a buffed man, like All Might. A vision of a very muscular version of himself popped into his mind. For some reason, he imagined himself with an identical smile and face to All Might. Izuku chuckled at that. There was, however, one problem he had to deal with beforehand: how to actually use that new power of his. The warmth and power were clearly within him, so he didn't have to panic about not having absorbed All Might's quirk. Other than that, Izuku didn't have much success. With the massive gates of UA behind him and only the way to the school proper ahead of him, Izuku concentrated on his gut feeling, on what he knew was one for all. He tried to reach to it with his mind, grasping desperately for at least a hint of the power, and then he felt it. It was an electrifying sensation, one that made Izuku grin. Unfortunately, he was so lost in his inner musings, he wasn't checking where he was going and, all of a sudden, he tripped over. Izuku's eyes shot wide open, horrified, as the ground grew rather close to his face. Izuku remained paralyzed, unable to believe his bad luck, when he just stopped. Huh, Izuku managed to say as he remained suspended in the air, floating as if weightless. Sorry about that. Izuku snapped his head to a side and a blush immediately spread across his face. There, talking to him, was a girl. Oh, not just a girl, it was cute girl, with medium-length brown hair, bright chocolate eyes and pink cheeks. She was petite, but in Izuku's eyes that didn't matter. The girl was pretty, as in way out of your league kind of pretty. It was after a few seconds that Izuku realized she was still speaking. Luck on the first day, am I right? Chuckled the girl. Izuku blinked repeatedly. This wasn't a hallucination, was it? By the way, she said, staring straight at him. I've never seen such violet eyes before. Izuku, having been rendered speechless, was pondering if he hadn't, indeed, started hallucinating. That strand of All Might's hair he had to swallow, after all, had been disgusting and could have affected him somehow. All right then, better hurry, she said, walking away and waving apologetically at him. Izuku felt like a moron at the moment, watching her go. Had that been real? Had a cute girl actually talked to him? Hell, had she complimented him? It suddenly occurred to him that now that he had his idol's power he should be getting used to the idea of talking to cute girls. The idea of having to address the fairer made his face burn in embarrassment. If I actually make it as the next symbol of peace, I might actually be popular with girls, he realized. Izuku was so happy about that little encounter, it took him well over 10 seconds to recall something and freeze. He stood there, like a statue, halfway up the stairs to the school's building. Wait, violet eyes, he thought. My eyes are green, a shade lighter than my hair, right? He dismissed the thought. He must have heard wrong. Yes, that must have been it. Hell, he probably had imagined the whole encounter. Out of my way, Deku. Izuku squealed and did as told, quivering. Hello, Kachan, it is good to, spluttered Izuku, averting his eyes. Right next to him passed an angry-looking blonde. With furious red eyes and spiky hair, he looked ready to beat someone up. Of course, Izuku knew that was the boy's face, not that he wasn't always eager to kick someone if he so felt like it. Don't talk to me, nerd, scoffed the blonde. Izuku stood there, watching the back of someone who had been his childhood friend, long ago. Katsuki Bakugo, who Izuku still called Kachan for one reason or another, had been close to Izuku at some point, or at least Izuku liked to believe that. Of course they had strayed apart when Katsuki got his super quirk, which allowed him to create explosions. After Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless, an irreparable wedge formed between them, or at least, that was how Izuku thought that had happened. But that is going to change, Kachan, Izuku thought with a smile, marching towards UA. He clenched a fist of determination. I have a quirk now, one of the best. I will join the hero course and catch up to you and then maybe we will be friends once again, maybe even rivals, fantasized Izuku. Side by side, with Bakugo's explosions and his super all-might buffed body, they could be the finest pro-hero duo in all of Japan. Izuku felt almost tears at such an image. Even if he wanted to be next to his former friend, Izuku kept a fair distance. You never knew when Bakugo was in the mood of exploding or punching you. Most of the time was thankfully punching, but Izuku preferred not to antagonize the blonde if he could avoid it. It was with thoughts of rekindling old friendships that Izuku found his seat inside UA Auditorium and ready for the written portion of the entrance exam. He was somewhat intimidated by the number of students there. From all across Japan, from the most expensive of schools to poor ones out in rural communities, many people were trying their luck that day. There were even a number from outside the country. The written exam began with Ernest and Izuku found able to answer all questions. He panicked regardless, worrying about this or that question, if he had been clear enough here and there, or if his words were legible. As time passed, Izuku's focus started to wander to All Might's quirk, worried about his lack of success in drawing it out. It was in those moments of combined nervousness and feeling that weird warmth within that was one for all that Izuku felt something. It was electrifying, and confusing. Had he finally done it? Izuku decided to stop poking at his newly attained quirk until after the exam. However, All Might's quirk had ideas of its own. The exam was close to end and Izuku's adrenaline kept the boy desperately writing and checking answers when he felt it again. Izuku ignored the sensation, confusing it for constipation, when a few minutes later it shook his body again. This time, it was stronger. As pulsing of electric shock, they were getting stronger. Izuku pushed all thought about All Might's quirk and kept working on his answers. He was finished but somehow felt he hadn't written enough. Ouch! Izuku winced. The sensation in his gut was getting stronger, as if annoyed that it was being ignored. The students near him, or the few that remained who hadn't finished yet, sent him weird looks. Izuku ignored them, blushing, when the electric feeling came again. This time, it was accompanied by a feeling in his stomach like someone had punched him. Izuku decided he needed to finish quickly and dismissed the sensation as a sign of his nerves, perhaps an anxiety-induced stomachache, than his quirk. Sadly, the feeling came again and again, each time stronger and more frequent. It came to a point the pain was starting to get unbearable and Izuku couldn't resist any further. The young boy handed over his exam and rushed out of the large room, followed by the curious and worried eyes of his peers. Izuku looked around and immediately sought the bathrooms. All Might never told me it would feel like someone was smacking me with a cattle rod. Izuku thought. One thing was certain. One for All would not be denied. Of course, the green-haired boy could not manifest One for All in the middle of the corridors and he wasn't sure where to go. It didn't help that the sensation was starting to spread to his skin, making it feel like 1,000 ants were biting him all over. Unable to think clearly and a tad desperate, Izuku hid inside a cubicle of one of the school's bathrooms. By that point, Izuku was afraid. Everything was wrong. His skin burned and glowing veins were starting to shine brightly across his body. Energy rippled across his flesh, making him shudder. Izuku wanted to scream, but instead bit his fist. This must be One for All manifesting, thought Izuku. I can't let anyone see All Might's quirk or they will know something is up. Then, it happened. His hands shrunk. Izuku stared, more confused than anything. He looked as if he should be in a hell of pain, body radiating a hell of a lot of energy. And yet, he felt fine. That was until he felt the rest of his body shrink. What is going on? Izuku thought, unable to understand. Shouldn't I be growing bigger, like All Might? He kept shrinking, now his entire skin radiating light. Sparks cracked all around Izuku, confusing the boy even further. Oh no, I must have messed up. I must have ruined One for All. Izuku thought. I'm sorry, All Might. There was a blinding flash of light. And Izuku blinked. He was alive, his skin had stopped shining and he was, for the most part, just confused. Being a lot smaller was disorienting, but it was the changes in his body that quickly took his attention. The first thing Izuku noticed was the fur. A light gray and soft, it felt weird. It was as he grazed his new skin, dumbfounded by the change, that he noticed the next change. Pause. Izuku looks at his fingers, for even if they had gray soft fur, they were still human fingers. Izuku's hands immediately went to his throat, confused. Why had his voice become so feminine? Then he felt something at the top of his head, and his jaw dropped. Ears. I have. Izuku tried to pull his long furry ears over his forehead for him to study them, rabbit ears. No. Izuku thought, horrified. I'm a rabbit man. Slowly, ever so slowly, Izuku's head lowered. There had been something bothering him, something that did not feel like it should. When his eyes landed on his pants, oversized for his smaller stature, he remained frozen. His blood ran cold and his heart clenched painfully in his gut. I'm a rabbit girl. It was hopeless. There was no way I could make it. Not with my new quirk. That was all poor Izuku Midoriya could think as he sat at UA Auditorium with hundreds of other prospective students. Figures I would manifest a power like that, mentally thought Izuku. He glanced at his very human hands. At least I managed to revert back. And what a good thing that was, or else Izuku would have quit right then and there out of embarrassment. Then again, it had taken a good many minutes of panicking, squeaking and trying to calm down before he somehow returned to his human form. The new power of his, though, remained within, haunting him at the periphery of his consciousness. Oi, Deku, snap out of it. Izuku winced and, with a grimace, turned to the angry blonde boy sitting next to him. Sorry, Kachan, Izuku hastily mumbled. He offered a sheepish smile as he nervously tried not to look too panicky. Don't call me that, nerd, growled Bakugo. Again, Izuku apologized, not that it helped. If you don't think you can make it, then quit, Deku. I have enough losers around me without you wallowing like a miserable worm. Bakugo spat, before snapping his head away from the green-haired boy. Izuku frowned at the blonde. He looked up ahead and below, to the lectern before all the students. Should I quit? Pondered the boy. No, I can't. I spent a year training, and All Might put his trust on me. He gave me his quirk. I can't quit. Not now. That didn't stop Izuku from feeling embarrassed already. After all, the mere notion of employing such a form as that of a rabbit girl was a far cry to what he had dreamed when All Might had promised to give Izuku his quirk. Truth to be told, Izuku had expected many powers and abilities. For the most part, Izuku expected super strength and resilience, much like All Might himself. That was what Izuku had fantasized about, at least. I managed to learn so much about All Might's incredible power and fighting abilities from All Might himself, and for what? Izuku grimly thought. Notes upon notes of how All Might claimed that his quirk would remain forever useless in his notebooks. Hell, all his plans on how he would master one for all once it was passed to him had to be thrown out the window. Still, I can't quit, Izuku repeated. As embarrassing as it is, the least I can do is give my all. I can think of returning one for all to All Might later. And with that, Izuku nodded to himself and focused. He needed to come up with a new strategy. But what? From what Izuku recalled from UA pamphlets, the practical exam would include robots. Mostly, all would-be students had to destroy different types of robots and win points according to the type destroyed. The light of the auditorium turned down and suddenly the only thing visible was on the lectern. The students all quieted down as a figure appeared in front of everyone. Hello dear listeners, are you ready? Give me a yeah. Izuku felt like squealing in glee. There, about to deliver the practical exam orientation, was none other than the pro hero Present Mic. Blonde, looking more like a washed-up DJ than a hero, he was little more than a thin man with a loud voice and quite the extravagant personality. True, he wasn't exactly a top-tiered pro, but Izuku didn't care. What a tough crowd, Present Mic grumbled, only to regain his energetic demeanor. Alright y'all, it is time to start this orientation. Right, maybe we'll learn something new, something I can use, Izuku thought, concentrating. And thus, Present Mic explained pretty much what Izuku, and probably everyone else, already knew. There were three types of foe villains as the robots were called. The light humanoid robots that gave 1 point when destroyed aka 1 pointers, the slightly tankier arachnid-looking machines that gave 2 points, or 2 pointers, and finally the massive 3 pointers. There was, however, a fourth robot that hadn't appeared at the pamphlet. Sir, Izuku, and everyone else, turned around. There, standing, was a rather tall blue-haired teenager. He looked particularly stiff, as if he was part robot himself. Yes, examinee 7111. Responded Present Mic. We were informed that there would only be 3 types of robot without any mention of this fourth 0-pointer one, the boy said. If this is a mistake, then it is a grave error that goes against this school's prestigious reputation. Love your enthusiasm, listener. Chuckled Present Mic, but you don't have to worry. We didn't mention the 0-pointer because it doesn't add points, as the name suggests. Consider it more of an obstacle. Thank you for your time, sir, replied the stiff boy. It is no problem, dear listener, said Present Mic with his usual antics. Why does he look so familiar? Hummed Izuku, staring at examinee 7111. Suddenly, the auditorium exploded in whispers. So it is like a video game, huh? Do you think the robots will fight back? Man, how are we supposed to destroy them? With our fists. Izuku, however, was lost in his own thoughts. He was trying to come up with a strategy. Sadly, before that, he wasn't sure where to start. Maybe I should think it all as if that form is another hero, Izuku suggested to himself. How would I come with hero strategies for a new hero? Right, my notebooks, first my name, then basic details, and finally the hero's quirk. Wait, other heroes. Why instead of All Might not focus on other heroes like? A name flashed against his head and Izuku's eyes widened. Why hadn't he thought about her before? The rabbit hero. Maruko. Izuku thought. In his mind, an imaginary notebook opened and pages flipped to an entry. There, Izuku remembered what he had written down about her. One of the top-ranking heroes of Japan, she was quite the individual. More importantly, she was the best example for him. Maruko had a rabbit quirk and she was more than a decent fighter. Better yet, Izuku felt sure he could perhaps imitate some of her moves. Perfect, Izuku thought, hope filling his gut. Maybe being a fanboy wasn't such a bad thing. Oi, Deku, Izuku squawked, broken out of his thought by Bakugo. Stop lazing around, nerd. Bakugo shouted, gritting his teeth, before he marched away. Izuku blinked around only to realize people were already filing out. Right, the exam, Izuku realized. He gulped. I need to come up with a strategy, and quick. Unfortunately for Izuku, he didn't get enough time to think. After a short reprieve, Izuku found himself under the shadow of a massive gate. Beyond it was what looked like an entire city. To think that was only one battle center. However, Izuku had more important things to worry about than the layout of the battle center or just how much funding UA had available for their crazy tests. As the other examinees marveled on the city, Izuku slowly walked behind the bus. There was no one there. That was good. He sincerely did not want anyone to know about his new quirk. With a sigh, he gulped. He closed his eyes and focused on his power. It was still there, available. This time, however, Izuku was hesitant to reach to it. Was the exam really worth it? Should he really embarrass himself transforming into a girl just to become a hero? He could already imagine Bakugo and his classmates back at his middle school mocking him, calling him all sorts of names. It was bad enough that he had been quirkless, but now it so happened his quirk was to transform into a bunny girl. My life beeps, Izuku grumbled. He shook his head and focused. No, Izuku, you've got this far. Might as well see it through. Without further hesitation, Izuku closed his eyes and concentrated. He reached into the power, letting it flow through him and then. Izuku blinked, and looked down at his hands. Well, would you look at that, he said, studying himself, or was it herself now? That was anticlimactic. It was a good thing he had managed to use shorts instead of long pants, because in the rabbit form his shorts reached well past his knees. Thankfully, or maybe not, it seemed this female form of his had rather wide hips. His shirt, though, felt like a dress. Hey, arg. Izuku wasn't sure what came first. His own girly scream of surprise, or the way he jumped back 10 meters. He gripped his heart, trembling, as he studied the one who had startled him. As it so happened, it was examinee 7111. Up close, Izuku realized that the boy really reminded him of someone else. He couldn't quite pinpoint who, but Izuku was sure examinee 7111 looked like someone Izuku recognized from outside school. Maybe a hero, but Izuku thought that was unlikely. And what are you doing behind this bus? The tall blue-haired boy bus. You are not attempting to consume illegal drugs to enhance your performance, are you? For I would have to otherwise report you to the teachers. Sweet carrots, that guy is intense, thought Izuku. Hey, what's going on back here? Oh god, it is her, thought Izuku, wide-eyed. And indeed, it was none other than the girl with the zero-gravity quirk. She looked taller now that he was shorter, but even then not by much. Still, she looked rather cute, to the point Izuku was instinctively feeling uncomfortable in her presence. That and the realization Izuku hadn't imagined her conversation with him, if you could call it that. I caught this girl hiding behind the bus, reported examinee 7111. Hey, I wasn't doing anything, Izuku spluttered. That is exactly what someone who was up to no good would say. Accused examinee 7111. Geez, I think you are going a bit crazy about this, the cute brunette said. I'm sure she wasn't doing anything, right? Izuku nodded. Sadly, examinee 7111 was not satisfied. I have to disagree was saying the tall boy, before he was interrupted by loudspeakers. All right, listeners, we are about to begin. Everyone, go to the gates. It was Present Mike's voice. Examinee 7111 glanced at Izuku before marching out without saying another word. Izuku wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. Hopefully that guy wouldn't get him into any trouble. What a bully, huffed the cute brunette. Come on, we don't want to miss the exam, do we? Izuku silently nodded. While he remained rather calm on the outside, inside he was laughing maniacally out of sheer disbelief and joy. Oh god, this is the second time I have talked to the same girl. He thought. All students were crowded in front of the gate. No sooner did they spot Izuku, the rabbit girl immediately felt many an eye trained on her. Worse, his keen new ears could make out some of their whispers. Hey, who's the cute little bunny? I don't remember seeing her in the bus. Holy crap, She's adorable. Like a plushie or something. Izuku felt utterly embarrassed by the attention he was getting. That and Izuku felt annoyed, something he was surprised about. When was the last time he was irritated by anything? That was when the gate creaked open, revealing the interior of the city. Battle Center B was now available to them. Yet everyone stood there, unsure. They looked around, confused, before they started asking each other if it was time to begin. "What are you waiting for?" was the voice of Present Mike once again. "There are no timers in real life. Go, go, go." And with that, the practical exam began. The examinees didn't stall. They all rushed into the battle center with determination, and perhaps a hint of desperation. There were a few initial squabbles as examinees pushed and nudged each other. However, the further they delved into the small city, the more the main group thinned. In all directions, teenagers spread in pursuit of robots to destroy. Izuku had to stop dead on his tracks. He studied his animal feet, impressed. He felt really light, like he could fly away at any moment. Maybe his quirk wouldn't be as bad as he thought. He quickly shook his head, refocusing on the task at hand. Right, following the rest of the examinees won't be a smart idea. I need to find pockets of robots, preferably away from others, Izuku thought. Izuku looked up at the still-running crowd ahead, and smiled. With an idea in his mind, he rushed down an empty street. He was sincerely amazed by how quickly he could run now, way faster than any normal person. However, Izuku quickly stopped and perked his ears once again. Hearing nothing suggesting faux villains, he hurried down the next street. "Where are those villains?" Izuku asked, confused. As if answering to his question, the wall in front of him exploded. From behind a cloud of dust and powdered mortar, a one-pointer roared and screeched to a halt. Izuku felt his resolve falter, terrified as the real thing went straight to him. He managed to keep his cool. Gritting his teeth and leaning forward, Izuku remembered his training. All Might did more than watch him pick up trash at the beach, after all. He could still remember all the fighting training they went through, from how to punch properly to actually trying to deliver a kick. "I can do this," thought Izuku. Visualize Maruko and All Might, remember their moves. His eyes found the spot he wanted, the one-pointer's neck. It looked feeble enough for a puny rabbit girl to destroy in one kick. Still, Izuku felt confident about his rather muscular legs. Izuku jumped forward, shooting towards the machine like a bullet. The one-pointer didn't slow down. It reared an arm, ready to punch its target. Izuku, mid-air, prepared for a kick. In one instant, everything appeared to line up exactly as Izuku needed. The robot reached him, and he was about to kick the mechanical beast's neck when, all of a sudden, a beam of light pierced through the one-pointer. Izuku could only watch in abject confusion as he flew past a destroyed one-pointer. His shock was turned to surprise as his entire body smacked straight onto the ground. The impact hurt him, especially with the way he rolled and bounced off the pavement. Luckily, when he got to his furry feet, he was mostly all right. "Ouch!" hissed Izuku. Note to self, learn to land with some grace. He looked around, just who shot that thing? "Excusez-moi, mademoiselle," an obnoxiously French voice echoed. Izuku turned around only to find a lean sparkling blonde posing at him. "I would love to stay to talk, but I have an exam to complete. Au revoir." And with that, the blonde ran away. "Damn it," spat Izuku. He hopped onwards, undeterred. "Doesn't matter. I can't stop." He broke into a sprint, ears trying to pick any sounds far away. He could make it. He was sure of it. It wasn't like the other examinees would all steal his kills like that French asshole, right? And hey, since when had he started thinking about people as assholes? Sincerely, this rabbit form might be more trouble than it's worth, mentally grumbled Izuku. Dash 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 dash. Far away from the many battle centers, in a dark room, a myriad of monitors and screens were showing live images of the practical exam. The onlookers happened to be teachers and judges for the exam, all seated in comfortable reclining seats. Amidst those people, one man watched the events of Battle Center B with interest, and a good lot of anxiety. Skeletal and deathly pale, the man had golden spiky hair. His pitch-black eyes lacked its usual whiteness, and the pupils of the man were but bright blue orbs. It was hard to believe that that man was All Might himself, the #1 hero of Japan and also Izuku Midoriya's trainer. "Where are you, young Midoriya?" wondered All Might. He kept checking screen after screen, but none showed Izuku Midoriya. In fact, it looked like he was MIA. "Looking for someone," came a chirpy voice from the seat next to his. "Yes," All Might admitted with a weary sigh. "There's this kid. He was supposed to be there." The person next to All Might was none other than the principal of UA, Nezu. Dressed in formal black pants, white shirt and vest, he was not exactly a human. He was an odd mix of a rat, a bear and a dog, even if he did look more of an anthropomorphic rat. "What's his name? I'm sure he is somewhere," Nezu said with his happy demeanor. "Izuku Midoriya," All Might said. "Green hair and eyes, a few freckles, he looks rather plain." Nezu typed something on a keypad on his seat's armrest. His smile didn't falter as he looked into the screens that had warning signs. My, it would appear the cameras can't find that child," Nezu said. "So young Midoriya decided on the side of caution and didn't try the practical exam," reasoned All Might. "I can't blame him. Hell, I think it's better this way. He could really hurt himself with one for all. I should have been more insistent." Unfortunately, All Might couldn't bring himself to dissuade Midoriya from trying to get into the hero course, even when Midoriya got his quirk that very same day. Truth of the matter was that All Might was still feeling guilty for what he once told Midoriya so thoughtlessly. To think he had dismissed his successor, and actually told him to quit his dreams. He had been so careless. Then again, All Might also remembered he was a bit put out by Midoriya's clinginess. The boy had literally grabbed onto his leg as All Might left to deliver a dangerous villain to a police station. What manner of person would do that? "Strange," said Nezu, blinking at the screen. All Might was rather worried at the look of puzzlement on the rat-bear-dog being. "It reads here that Midoriya has not left the premises and he was actually at the orientation, and he even boarded the bus to his battle center," said Nezu. He typed on the keypad, and the screen in front of him switched to the front of Battle Center B. There were no signs of the missing child. Mark me confused," said Nezu. All the teachers who were in ear range snapped their heads at the principal. It was, after all, the first time they had ever heard the principal admit to being confused. "I'll go search for him," said All Might, already feeling responsible. "Maybe the burden of trying to surpass me has made Izuku crack. For all I know he would be going through a mental breakdown in the premises of the school," thought All Might with a grimace. "Please, don't. I will inform Ectospasm and Hound Dog that are guarding the grounds," Nezu said. "Please, let us not miss these young men and women who might be the heroes of the future." All Might wanted to protest. In the end, he relented and stayed put. Even if he wanted to help find Midoriya, he was sure that if the cameras couldn't find him, Ectospasm and Hound Dog had better chances of coming across Midoriya than him. "I must trust in young Midoriya," he told himself. He wouldn't jeopardize his chances of getting into UA, would he? Hence, All Might leaned back on his seat and tried to watch the teenagers battle on the many battle centers. Sadly, he couldn't stop worrying for Midoriya. Countless scenarios played in his mind, some as simple as Midoriya having decided to quit and walk back to the school's main building, to far-fetched scenarios of a convoluted kidnapping from All Might's enemies. All Might's eyes landed on a petite brunette who was touching a group of robots instead of kicking or punching them. She managed to dodge their attacks, racing past them and away from danger. It was as she reached a safe distance that All Might noticed the robots were starting to float upwards, albeit rather slowly. From above, All Might saw a gray blur approach the vulnerable and exposed floating robots. Poor girl, her quirk isn't fast enough to destroy the robots, All Might thought. That was until the gray blur changed course and intercepted an incoming third examinee All Might had missed. The pro-hero watched on, his eyes widening, as what had been a dash on the screens became a rabbit. No, a human with some kind of rabbit mutant quirk. By contrast, the third examinee on the screens was large, bulky and, surprisingly, bald. All Might was actually impressed when the little rabbit girl started arguing with the third examinee, blocking his path. Finally, The robots reached a high enough altitude. The brunette that had lifted the mechanical beings pressed the tips of her fingers against each other and, almost instantaneously, the robots dropped onto the ground, having regained their gravity. The rabbit girl smiled at that before sprinting away, becoming a blur of movement. The brunette apparently noticed the dash of gray with wide eyes before smiling appreciatively at the departing rabbit girl. "How nice to see some sportsmanship in these exams," said Nezu. Unfortunately, the desire to pass the exam can make even the finest of students act unkindly towards their peers. "I hope the rabbit girl will get some points out of her actions," All Might said. "Worry not, All Might, we take into account far more than mere villain point," Nezu said. "We are nearing the end," someone announced. This is when it gets exciting." Nezu chuckled. All Might smiled as well, eager to see how the examinees would react to the little surprise in store for them. However, in the back of his mind, he couldn't bring himself to forget about Midoriya, out there, probably in need of some reassurance. Only All Might knew just how much that kid needed a confidence boost. "Prepare the 0-pointer, giggled Nezu. Izuku was starting to panic. He had probably run around half the small city, and nowhere he went did he manage to get 1 point. It was frustrating, to say the least. He would sometimes find a robot, only for another nearby examinee to claim it. Izuku wouldn't raise a fuzz and he wasn't about to steal someone else's kill, so he would always move on. Unfortunately, the pattern repeated itself, or worse, he would be about to finally destroy a robot when some random examinee would quickly dispose of it before he could. At last, Izuku found himself on a deserted street. In front of him, there were only 2-pointers. He looked around, disbelieving. Could this be it? Could he finally get at least 1 point? Smiling and relief swelling in his chest, Izuku sprinted forward. He was already getting a hang of his rabbit body. Admittedly, he couldn't deny just how amazing it felt to be able to speed across the streets with such ease. Somersaulting and other moves were so easy Izuku felt like an Olympic gymnast. Hell, his legs felt more like springs than actual limbs. The first 2-pointer spotted him. It was too late, however. It reared its head, but it couldn't move fast enough. Izuku was already shooting towards it, leg pulled back and ready to deliver a crashing kick. This is it. After all this time, I can finally put into practice all my training. Izuku thought in glee. Fate, however, could be a bitch. Izuku was about to land the kick, when something dropped like a meteor onto the 2-pointer. Izuku stared, slack-jawed, as the 2-pointer fell onto the concrete ground while he flew over it. He was overcome by a strange sense of déjà vu, that those kill steals were getting way too frequent for his liking. Worse, however, was the glimpse of the culprit, examinee 7111. Izuku skidded across the ground, glancing at the tall teenager who had his back turned towards Izuku and, more importantly, the other 2-pointer. All right, that one is mine, Izuku thought, dashing at the remaining 2-pointer. Unfortunately, there was a loud explosion, a dash of something that came from the left and, just like that, the 2-pointer was headless and dropping on its body. In front of it, examinee 7111 landed on its knees, taking a breather. "Oh come on, didn't you see I was going for it?" Izuku desperately thought, pulling his long ears in exasperation. "That would make 49, said the blue-haired teen, oblivious to the angry rabbit girl behind him. "That is not enough." And without even sparing a glance towards Izuku, examinee 7111 run away. In that moment, though, Izuku managed to spot what looked like exhaust pipes from the boy's calf. Once again, Izuku felt something gnaw on the back of his mind. Where had he seen someone with such a quirk before? However, before he could indulge himself in such thoughts, another matter popped into his head. F40, 49. Izuku spluttered. How is anyone supposed to compete against that? He can just rush through a place and leave nothing for the rest. His speed and combat strength makes it impossible for anyone else to catch up, Izuku thought. He actually reminds me of Ingenium. Oh, so that was the guy he reminded me of. He shook his head, stopping his fanboyish thoughts from getting the better of him, and tried to push down his frustrations. He had to focus on the exam. However, it was hard to focus when he knew that time was running out and he had yet to get 1 point. If only he hadn't been the nice guy and allowed others take the kills. If only he hadn't stopped to help people around. If only he had gotten a real quirk from All Might. If only. Reaching a large avenue, Izuku stopped. It was a massacre, with robot pieces lying everywhere. Examinees in all directions were shouting at each other, red-faced and furious. By the looks of it, tempers were running high. That one was mine. No, it was mine. Hey, I need those points. Screw you, you bastard. Izuku ignored the infighting. Where was he supposed to go now? He probably had nowhere else to find a robot. Izuku's shoulders slumped and he stared ahead, unable to push back his hopelessness. Great, seems I am not worthy of being All Might's successor after all, Izuku thought with tears on his eyes. I couldn't even get 1 villain point, and all I did was turn the most amazing quirk into this. He glared at his pathetic furry hands. Just what manner of nonsense of this? Was some asshole god laughing from above? Why make him suffer so much to then give him hope if only to bring it down all in one full swoop? The young man turned rabbit would have wallowed in self-pity a bit more, hadn't the world suddenly started shaking. It started as a simple hum, before everything was quivering. Izuku's body trembled, and he barely managed to stay on his feet. That was before something exploded up ahead. Izuku watched with mounting horror as something rose. Buildings and pavement alike cracked and crashed. Something humongous had made its appearance, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Slowly, a silhouette formed, towering over all examinees. That's the zero-pointer, someone screamed. The zero-pointer paused its dauntless march, only to look down at the people dozens of meters below it. It was then that he released a powerful roar. Silence ensued, before everyone lost it. The very same who had been having heated arguments started running away side by side. No one dared to slow down. They all rushed past Izuku and away from the zero-pointer. Izuku was about to follow their example, when the zero-pointer punched the ground, raising another cloud of dust and sending debris in all directions. It was the loudness of it all that made Izuku stop and clasp his ears. He had forgotten just how sensitive they were. I have to run. I could use the chaos to get a villain, frantically thought Izuku, breaking out of his stupor and angling his body away from the zero-pointer. I can't stop, not now. Ow. Izuku stood there, unmoving. His rabbit ears were perked up and straight, directed towards the zero-pointer, or rather, a faint voice that came from someone in its path. Slowly, and with his eyes promising to pop out of their sockets, Izuku turned towards the zero-pointer. There, trapped beneath a large boulder, was the cute brunette from before. She'll be all right. The teachers won't allow the exam to go too far and the girl has a gravity-removing quirk. She can get away from it, right? Desperately thought Izuku. But the zero-pointer was still rolling forward, right towards the girl, and there was no sign of ever stopping. Izuku ignored the examinees that run past him. He ignored as examinee 7111 sprinted right next to him, glancing at him, before carrying on with his hasty retreat. Izuku, on the other hand, stood his ground. Well, that's disappointing, huffed Nezu. He was switching between screens. And here I was hoping to see someone raising to the occasion. Wait, there, All Might exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Go back to Battle Center B. All teachers leaned forward, excited, as a sole student rushed towards the zero-pointer, determination burning in her eyes. All Might found himself smiling as the little rabbit bravely headed towards danger, straight to the student trapped under the debris. Let it be known that the greatest of courage could be found in all shapes and sizes. I have it ready to stop it, said Power Loader, a short man in a robot armor suit. Not yet, said Nezu. Make the zero-pointer keep rolling and ignore the trapped student. The teacher watched with abated breath. What would the little rabbit girl do? She's not going to make it, said the R-rated hero, Midnight. What in the world can she even do? Someone wondered. Could you slow the zero-pointer down? Asked another pro hero, Smentos. Right on it, replied Power Loader. All Might wondered if the rabbit girl could actually do anything. That boulder over the trapped student's leg looked too big for a tiny rabbit girl to handle. Still, maybe the rabbit girl would surprise them all with some ingenuity or a hidden power. "Wow, what is happening to the little bunny?" asked Midnight. All Might and his fellow pro heroes watched in amazement as the running rabbit girl started glowing. Her amethyst eyes were shining, and sparks were arching all over her fur. It actually reminded All Might of his own Quirk, One for All. But that wasn't possible, was it? Then something unexpected happened. The rabbit bunny, even with 100 meters left to go, leaned forward and jumped, and what a jump it was. The ground cracked and the rabbit girl almost exploded towards the zero-pointer. For a mere second, it looked like a live lightning had burst from the ground towards the gigantic robot. The zero-pointer did not know what hit it. In fact, the teachers weren't sure either. One moment it was looming over the trapped student rather threateningly, the next its long rectangular head was cracked inwards. In the seconds that ensued, the zero-pointer twitched and cracked all over, followed by explosions as it fell backwards, completely destroyed. "Did the little bunny?" whispered Midnight with the utmost disbelief. "Incredible," murmured Smentos. "Oh my, oh my, oh my goodness!" All Might exclaimed, exploding into his muscular form. "My poor baby," shouted Power Loader. All teachers turned their heads to the support hero, who had the decency of looking sheepish. Dash 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 dash. "What did I just do?" thought Izuku. It was no surprise he was confused. After all, it was not every day he found himself suspended midair a good distance above the ground with an exploding behemoth of a robot crashing and burning before his eyes. Truthfully, his body acted on its own in his desire to protect the cute brunette. He had realized at some point that he wasn't going to make it, and that he needed to stop the zero-pointer. Izuku could recall how he had suddenly felt power course through his body, giving him the confidence to jump and try to kick the zero-pointer. Of course, the results were kind of unexpected. "Did I do that?" he pondered. However, his thoughts were quickly taken by another more pressing matter, the fact he was falling. Shock was replaced by fear as Izuku saw the fast approaching ground. Worse, he didn't know what to do. Izuku looked at his legs. Even after all the power he had wielded, they looked pretty fine. They did burn a lot, however. Maybe I can activate that power just now. I withstood the kick against a metal monster. The ground shouldn't be that different, right? Thought Izuku. If only it was so simple. With gravity doing its work, and adrenaline coursing through a panicking Izuku, there was nothing he could hope to do. He couldn't concentrate to find that inner power. "This is it. I am going to die," thought Izuku. "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, All Might. I'm sorry." Slap. Izuku felt a sense of weightlessness take over and, just like that, he no longer felt the vertigo of a free fall. Instead, he felt one cheek burning. "Gee gotcha." Release. Izuku blinked, before dropping straight on concrete. This time, it was a few feet from the ground and thus wasn't harmed. Not far from him, Izuku spotted the same brunette he had been trying to save, on a boulder she had been floating on. It took him a few seconds to register that she had saved him. That and that the girl was puking her guts out. "Hey, are you?" Izuku was asking as he tried to stand up. He never managed to get on his feet. Instead, he fell back on the ground, wincing as his feet seemed to protest. "Ouch!" Izuku hissed, gritting his teeth. His legs felt like they were on fire. At least he could move them, and they didn't seem to be otherwise broken. However, Izuku suspected that his leg muscles didn't appreciate the power that had brought down the zero-pointer. "Hey, are you all right?" Izuku asked the brunette. The petite girl slowly looked up. Other than looking sick, she appeared to be mostly fine. "Well, aside from the injured leg of hers." "Yeah," mumbled the brunette, before she started vomiting again. Izuku leaned back, exhausted. Adrenaline was leaving his system and all strength he had had until before the zero-pointer seemed to escape him. Truthfully, Izuku felt like sleeping right then and there. However, he didn't allow himself to relax. He couldn't stop. "I am not done," Izuku muttered. "1 point. I need to get at least 1 point." He tried to crawl away, his desperation overriding all rationality. Sadly, It was too late. Time's up, Present Mike declared. Izuku stopped struggling, feeling tears once again rolling out of his eyes. No, I failed, he sobbed. One by one, nearby students walked towards them, all curious to see the same person who had destroyed the zero-pointer. Ahead of them all was examinee 7111. He was more confused than anything. He had seen the rabbit girl running towards the zero-pointer, but it couldn't be that such a fragile-looking person actually held so much power. Did the rabbit girl do it? Someone whispered. Damn, I didn't think she was that powerful. Another person exclaimed. She had all that power and didn't use it before this. Someone mocked. They are all missing the point. She behaved commendably in order to rescue a fellow examinee, even at the expense of wasting time. Could this be part of the examination? Thought examinee 7111, staring straight at the rabbit girl who remained crying on the ground. An old lady, who happened to be the school nurse and pro-hero recovery girl, made her way to the two fallen students. Using her quirk, she healed the sickly-looking brunette. The rabbit girl, on the other hand, looked mostly fine but used her quirk on the child regardless. All right, my listeners, the bus is waiting to take you back, announced Present Mike. Do not stay behind, everyone. You really don't want to hang around the battle centers at night. Trust me, it's way too scary. Izuku slowly pushed himself up from the ground. He looked as badly as he felt, miserable and pathetic. The other students all went to the main entrance, while Izuku slowly trudged behind, lost in his own misery. Hey. Izuku stopped his slow march and glanced sideways. There stood the brunette from before. Are you all right? You look kind of, depressed, the girl said. No, I'm all right, mumbled Izuku, offering a small unconvincing smile. Well, your ears are all droopy and you seem really sad, she said. Thanks for saving me. Izuku blinked before a more genuine smile formed on his face. At least he did manage something, didn't he? It wasn't every day he managed to be heroic around a cute girl, even though he currently was little more than an anthropomorphic rabbit girl. You also saved me, so we are even, pointed out Izuku. I guess, giggled the girl. Feeling his body warm up in the presence of the cute brunette, Izuku tried to keep his composure. Thankfully, she was at least making feel a lot better, even if he had pretty much failed the exam. Side by side, the two walked towards the exit. How many villain points did you get? Wondered the cute girl. Izuku grimaced. 0. He sighed. He missed the shock on the girl's face. That can't be right, she said. You were so awesome back then. You were all flashy and POW and boom and then falling. Geez, it sure is hot today, thought a flustered Izuku. Figures a cute girl would talk to me only when I am a rabbit girl. It's not fair, suddenly said the cute girl with a frown. You were way too cool to fail the exam. It is what it is, said Izuku. And hey, I think it is for the best. After all, I have to return this quirk to its rightful owner, he thought. Nonsense, huffed the girl. There must be something I can do. Maybe, she trailed off, unsure, maybe I could give you some of my points. What? No, please, don't do that, pleaded Izuku, horrified at such a prospect. You would be wasting it on me. I mean, you would need to share like a lot of point, if not all of them, for me to even stand a chance at passing the exam. But you kind of saved me out there, she insisted. It's the least I can do. Please, don't, begged the plain boy turned rabbit girl. The girl pouted in protest, but didn't say anything. Neither of them noticed that they were being eavesdropped by a certain tall, blue-haired boy. The students all made it to the entrance gate and filed back into the bus. The mood was a tad different to what it had been on the way to the battle center. Those who had been confident were subdued and a good lot of examinees appeared to be angry or despondent. The most dismally looking of the lot was, of course, Izuku. First chance he got after getting his duffel bag with a change of clothes, Izuku went to a good hiding spot and reverted to his human green-haired self. Instead of changing his attire, he put on a pair of pants and his middle school's blazer to hide the attire he had used as the rabbit girl, lest someone made the undesired connection. With the task done, he hastily returned to the rest. When Izuku checked his cell phone, he was surprised to find calls from All Might. His heart clenched painfully. How could he explain to his idol and mentor, the one man who came to believe in Izuku, how he had messed up? How could Izuku inform the man that he had ruined the most powerful quirk of all? Would All Might be disappointed or furious? Would he demand Izuku to hand over one for all? Izuku doubted it. All Might had struck him as a rather good guy, easygoing and at times more of a goof. In any case, Izuku owed his idol and mentor the truth, and at least apologized to the man. With a weary sigh, he once again went in search of a secluded spot and called All Might. He was in the middle of the forest outside the school, not far from the entrance gate but not close enough to be eavesdropped or seen. To Izuku's surprise, All Might responded right away. Izuku felt terrible as he realized that All Might probably had been waiting for news on his exam, probably wanting to hear how well it went, thought Izuku. Hey, All Might, Izuku timidly started, already mustering all the courage he could muster for the conversation he was about to have. Young Midoriya, Izuku yelped as the voice came both from his phone and behind him. All Might, spluttered Izuku, turning around. Not so loud, my boy. Shushed All Might. Indeed, it was the man of the hour, dressed in a suit and in all of his muscular glory. What are you doing here? Izuku asked, lowering his phone. All Might just laughed, as if amused by the boy's question. Why, looking for you, young Midoriya. When I learned you didn't partake in the practical exam I grew concerned. To make matters worse, you sure know how to stay hidden. I have never seen the principal so confused, said All Might. Missing. Hold on, All Might, I did take the exam, it is just that. In that moment, it clicked in Izuku's head. He finally understood what had happened. Oh, I see, was all that he could mumble. All Might raised an eyebrow. Why you see, All Might, Izuku timidly spluttered. I think we need to talk, about one for all, or rather how it had manifested in me. Izuku wasn't sure how he would manage to tell his idol and mentor everything, but one thing was sure, it was going to be a long awkward conversation. Things were supposed to improve. At least, Izuku had thought they would. He would no longer be quirkless, and perhaps he would stand at an even playfield with his childhood friend Bakugo. They could become friends again and whatnot. Hell, maybe Izuku would get some respect from his peers back at middle school. Teachers would perhaps show some pride in having Izuku as a student and, maybe, one of his classmates would praise him. Maybe girls would look at him as something more than dirt. If only it was so simple. So what did you do? Did you even try or you just cried? Chuckled one of his classmates. Of course not. He would have been taking notes of the other students' quirks, another classmate suggested. What a creep, one of the girls of the class muttered. Everyone laughed and Izuku slumped on his desk, grimacing. As the Monday after the entrance exam, word had spread both Bakugo and he had taken the practical portion to get into the hero department of the school. Apparently, there was something funny about a quirkless boy risking his neck to fulfill his dream of becoming a hero in UA. So, how many robot points did you get? Izuku looked up the smirking bully. It was one of Bakugo's friends, or at least one of the boys that for one reason or another hanged out with Bakugo. Sincerely, Izuku didn't understand what that guy's deal was. It wasn't like his quirk was that great either. The ability to lengthen his fingers half a meter, hero material right there, wasn't it? What, we just want to know, mockingly said the bully. All around him other classmates had gathered to hear them. Although they stayed expectantly silent, they were fighting down their smiles and amusement. They could easily guess just how many giant robots a quirkless teenager could defeat. None, sighed Izuku, burying his face between his arms. The listening classmates all burst out laughing again. What were you expecting, Midoriya? To suddenly develop a quirk at the last minute? Laughed the bully. I bet he was expecting the school to take into account his stupid nerd notes, someone suggested. Oi, what the hell is the racket? All heads snapped to the classroom doors as none other than Katsuki Bakugo strolled in. Just asking Deku here how it went at the exam, Longfinger smugly said. Bakugo shrugged and went over to his own desk. How in the world did you think it went like? Scoffed the explosive blonde. He looked straight at Izuku. Should know when to quit, nerd. Thankfully, Izuku's classmates didn't see the point of poking fun at him and instead surrounded Bakugo, wanting to know how it went. At first Izuku thought Bakugo would angrily dismiss them, looking down on them as he usually did. However, it was clear he was in a very good mood, enough to actually be friendly for once in his life. How did it go, man? Long Fingers asked. It was a piece of cake. Tore through the tin cans like nothing, Bakugo boasted. And how many points did you get? Bah, who cares? Lost count after 60, snorted Bakugo. Izuku sighed, despondently staring straight ahead. He had expected Bakugo to get many points, but more than 60. That means he destroyed at least 23 points, without taking into account that he must have destroyed 1 and 2 pointers too. More than 20 robots, geez. I heard they threw a last-minute Titan robot, someone commented. Bakugo smirked. Yeah, the 0-pointer. Ha, should have seen the look on the face of the extras. They all pissed their pants, said the blonde. I bet Midoriya did piss his pants, someone commented, earning another round of guffaws. Izuku felt an eyebrow twitch in annoyance. His feelings, however, were short-lived and instead he felt dismal once again. The rest of the day carried out on the same vein. Classes were peaceful enough, having to focus on the subject at hand and on the upcoming final exams of middle school. Of course, Izuku would have appreciated if some of the teachers didn't ask Bakugo and him how it went at the practical. A few even asked if he had gotten hurt out of genuine concern. Sadly, their worries made Izuku a greater target for bullies. Lunchtime was a nightmare. With an entire period worth of free time to hound Izuku, students of other grades chose to pick on him. It was embarrassing to have his juniors mock him like that. By the time Izuku left school, he felt utterly depressed. He trudged his way back to his home, his body feeling far heavier than usual. In the end, he decided to make a detour. He couldn't return to his mother in his current state. Thus, Izuku sent a message to his mother and wearily made his way to Takoba Municipal Beach. As much as he wanted to clear his head, however, he quickly discovered it only got worse the more he approached his destination. Takoba Beach was pretty much as Izuku remembered. A small beach with a pier and a forest. It wasn't such a vibrant place as other tourist spots in Musudafu. Still, Izuku did manage to smile as the yellow sands remained spotless with a clear view to the calm sea. It hadn't always been like that. In fact, up until the previous week it still had some garbage that had washed from the sea or that people had carelessly dumped. I cleaned this entire place, and for what? Izuku thought. He went to sit by the sand, gloomily contemplating all the effort wasted. It seemed no matter how much he wanted to clear his mind of the dismal thoughts, they wouldn't leave him. How could they? Nothing in his life had really changed. He had worked like a beast, and for what? What had he gotten back? I shouldn't think like that, grumbled Izuku, hugging his legs. At least I have a quirk now. One he would never, ever reveal to anyone. He would die before someone figured out that he could transform into an anthropomorphic rabbit girl. It wasn't that he had anything against girls, or bunnies, but Izuku rather stay a boy, thank you very much, and a human if possible. Izuku closed his eyes, despondent as imaginary taunts of his classmates echoed across his imagination. His classmates would no doubt point out that Izuku would be all fluffy and pathetic looking. Bakugo's voice came the strongest of the imaginary bullies, calling him all sorts of names. Maybe now you will manage to get a date, Izuku could imagine someone taunt him. He gritted his teeth. You could stop being Deku entirely with that form, Izuku could hear Longfinger say. The laughter of his classmates rang through his mind and Izuku closed his eyes, struggling to dispel the horrid sound, but to no avail. Well, enough wallowing in self-pity, Izuku angrily exclaimed, rising to his feet. He slapped his cheeks and forced a smile on his face. I can't give up now, can I? But even as he said it he knew his words were half-hearted at best. With nothing better to do, Izuku made it back to his little department. No sooner had he opened the door that he heard the shuffling of feet and his mother made her appearance. Izuku didn't miss how she smiled more than usual. So, How did it go, honey? Inko Midoriya excitedly asked. I bet they loved your new quirk. Izuku grimaced. What is it? Inko asked, worried. Did they? I didn't show them, Izuku grumbled. Why not? Inko wondered, confused. At the moment, Izuku didn't feel like telling his mother just how cruel and malicious his classmates could be, and just how awful he felt about his quirk. Instead, he finished untying his shoes and walked to the kitchen, followed by a concerned mother. Izuku looked at his mother, who looked far happier and hopeful than she had ever been, at least as far as Izuku could remember. If someone had taken to the news about his new quirk, it had been his mother. Then again, a part of Izuku got the impression she was just happy he was no longer quirkless. Better to be a pathetic bunny chick than a quirkless nerd, Deku. Bakugo's voice echoed across Izuku's imagination, and Izuku glared at his feet. Thankfully, Izuku's mother was distracted in her own little world. You look adorable as a rabbit girl, and it is way better than a lot of quirks from your classmates, Inko pointedly remarked. Like that Sojo, wasn't his quirk the ability to pull his eyes out of his sockets? There was that Yami or Rama or something who could stretch his neck. Oh, and then there was that boy that could only bloat his face like a pufferfish. Inko chuckled at that. Izuku, on his part, sighed. She clearly was missing the point. Some may make fun of you because you turn into a girl and a rabbit, but that will be out of jealousy, Inko said, something she had already told Izuku the day before. Izuku felt an eyebrow twitch at that. Just who would be jealous of his ability to turn into a cute fluffy anthropomorphic rabbit? Sincerely, Izuku wasn't sure if being quirkless was such a bad thing in comparison. And when you get into a hero school, they will froth at their mouths. Laughed Inko. That was another thing that troubled Izuku. Ever since he had informed his mother about his new quirk, the same day of the exam, she had been not only excited, but all of a sudden she was a lot more supportive of his choice of career. We need to go to the quirk registry to update your status, honey. Maybe we could go today if you aren't going to train with Mr. Yagi, suggested his mother. We could go shopping afterwards. Shopping? Asked Izuku, confused. Yes, for new clothes. Inko stated as if it was obvious. Was it Izuku or did his mother look absolutely giddy? He wasn't sure he was comfortable with a giggling mother. You are going to need a lot of new clothes for your quirk, she said with a wide smile. That was when it clicked in Izuku's head and his face turned as red as a burning charcoal. That won't be necessary, spluttered Izuku. You sure, dear? Inko asked, tilting her head. That cute form of yours is a bit smaller than you. She actually wants me to take that form and use it in public. A horrified Izuku thought. Slack-jawed and eyes promising to pop out their sockets, Izuku remained ignored by his cheerful mother. This is awful, Izuku thought to himself. Can this get any worse? Izuku clenched his fists and frowned with determination. No, I won't turn to that form if I can help it. There must be a way to use All Might's quirk in this form, Izuku told himself. He looked at his hands, which he clenched into fists. He wondered, could he use the same power his rabbit form had used back against the zero-pointer? If that was the case, perhaps not all was lost. He had to see if that possible, if he could salvage something about his quirk. He had to. It is not like life could get any worse, right? Izuku mentally sighed. What's the worst that could happen? In hindsight, trying to master one for all on his own hadn't been a wise decision. You tried to punch, said a concerned All Might in his skeletal form. That's it. Izuku sighed, embarrassed, as he studied his broken arm. It looked awful, just as bad as it felt. Reddened skin, broken bones and God knows what else. Izuku was hissing and gritting his teeth as All Might of all people drove him to God knows where. Why yeah, said Izuku, fighting the pain. I just tried to summon one for all and I see, was all that Izuku's idol said. The green-haired boy glanced at the driver, who had a deep pensive face. All Might hummed. As Izuku had expected, All Might had refused and outright tried to convince Izuku that transforming into a rabbit girl was not such a bad thing. In fact, he seemed proud of Izuku, even though he hadn't been clear what about. That an All Might had been reluctant to share why he had been at UA at all. I'm sorry, said Izuku. No, I understand. You wish to gain control of One for All, said All Might. Still, it was very reckless of you, young Midoriya, to try to employ One for All in the open like that, all on your own. I just want to be able to use it, mumbled Izuku. And to avoid my stupid fluffy bunny form, he darkly thought. He could still imagine the laughter and jeering of his classmates. By the looks of it, it will take some time for that, All Might pointed out. I really do not wish to get another worried phone call from your mother telling me how you arrived back home with a limb in such a sorry state, young Midoriya. What was he complaining about? It wasn't like All Might was grounded to Kingdom Come. Yes sir, a despondent Izuku said. By the way, where are you taking me? A smile of amusement stretched across All Might's face. Why, young Midoriya, can't you recognize the place? All Might asked. Izuku looked around and his eyes widened. Even under the darkness of Tuesday evening, he could make out the tall glass towers of Ua and the same gate he had crossed mere days prior. Ua, what are we doing here? Spluttered Izuku. To heal you of course. All Might declared. After parking outside the entrance gate, a gobsmacked Izuku followed after All Might. Izuku wasn't sure what was going on or why All Might had taken him to UA of all places, but at the moment he was hurting too much to care. As it so seemed, they had been expected. Right at the entrance of the building was a pair of rather short people. Izuku recognized them immediately. Our recovery girl, Izuku gasped, and then you are Principal Nezu. Principal Nezu wasn't a person, per se, but rather an odd amalgamations of animals Izuku had only managed to guess about. That and Izuku wasn't sure why he dressed in fine formal clothes. Oh dear, how did that happen? Recovery girl asked, frowning at Izuku's arm. I stammered Izuku. Apparently, young Midoriya here got a bit impatient and used One for All without supervision, chuckled All Might. Izuku snapped his head at All Might shocked, before looking at the two members of Ua. Did they know about All Might's secret then? That did not happen with your rabbit form, did it? Nezu hummed, intrigued. No, Izuku mumbled, looking down. Come now, I will fix you in no time. First I want to get a better look at that, said Recovery Girl. The inside of Ua at night was just as in any other school, absolutely terrifying. Thankfully, Izuku wasn't alone and there was quite a lot of light. Still, Izuku could imagine the corridors as a perfect set for a horror movie. It took them a few minutes of walking to reach Recovery Girl's office, where she proceeded to work on Izuku's arm. By the looks of it, she first wanted to see the state of his bones before doing anything else. Meanwhile, the principal and All Might talked to Izuku. This didn't happen to you, did it, Toshinori? Nezu asked. No, but it was to be expected. One for All grows stronger each time that it gets passed on, All Might said. It was bound to be harder to master for young Midoriya. That being said, I did not expect it to be this powerful. I didn't expect it either, especially considering he did not appear to do that badly at the entrance exam, said the principal. Maybe it is the difference in musculature. Young Midoriya's rabbit form certainly has finer legs, All Might commented. That's one way of putting it, mentally muttered Izuku. That or perhaps the rabbit form, which manifested only when Mr. Midoriya used One for All, is better tuned to wielding the power passed to him, Nezu said. Wait, I got the other form thanks to One for All. I was quirkless before that, said Izuku. I don't think that's the case. Although we barely understand One for All's true potential and how they affect existing quirks, an animal form like that seems too random and unlike anything one would expect, said Nezu. I believe you had the ability to change beforehand but, for one reason or another, never manifested it until now. Like some kind of hidden quirk? All Might wondered. Precisely. Some quirks aren't as instinctive to activate as others and can remain concealed until a particular trigger manifests it, explained Nezu. With the power of One for All, maybe Izuku's body was forced to adapt and forcibly manifested his alternative form. But no one in my family had such a quirk. Izuku protested. Well, I do have a grandfather that could change into a woman, he admitted with certain embarrassment. But I am sure no one in my family had anything related to rabbits. What about any of One for All predecessors? Asked Nezu to All Might. I am not sure, but I don't think so, said All Might. Unfortunately, other than the 6th and 7th holders, I don't know about the rest. My goodness, said Recovery Girl, drawing their attention to her. This is terrible, terrible indeed. She showed them an image of Izuku's arm, or rather was remained of his legs. All Might and the principal both winced in unison while Izuku stared. He could not let his mother see that X-ray scan. This level of damage is extraordinary. It is as every inch of bone, muscle and skin was torn and shredded. Recovery Girl gasped. I wonder if young Midoriya even reached 100% of One for All when he broke his arm, hummed All Might. Izuku stared at All Might, wide-eyed. I sure hope so, because anything more powerful and whatever destroyed Mr. Midoriya's arm like this would probably have finished pulverizing it entirely. Recovery harumphed. Luckily, this young man's arm looks like I can heal no problem, but I will have to give you a stim shot. Stim shot. Izuku frowned. You know how Recovery Girl's quirk work, don't you? Asked an amused All Might. He already knew the answer, of course. Yes, Recovery Girl accelerates a patient's natural healing at the expense of their stamina. The stim shot is to make it so I can be healed without dying from exhaustion, realized Izuku. My, you sure know your quirks, young man. That's quite right, chuckled Recovery Girl. Her face grew stern as she added. However, these stim shots are a last resource, dear. If I give you another one within 48 hours there is a risk heart failure or muscle rupture. So no One for All practice in that time, Izuku said. I suggest you take an extra day after that, and by taking days I mean no use of One for All, am I clear, boy? Recovery Girl insisted. What? But I can't. I need to master One for All. Izuku squawked, horrified at the prospect of wasting so much time. I am not your personal healer, young man, huffed Recovery Girl. I agreed to this out of goodwill. If you break your arm again, I will not heal you, am I clear? You'll have to do so like anybody else. But, Izuku trailed off. Why are all youths so impatient? Grumbled Recovery Girl. Reluctantly, Izuku nodded and thanked Recovery Girl for her time. The school nurse proceeded to give Izuku a shot of something that glowed yellow before she used her quirk on his arm. The effect was instantaneous, and Izuku felt a wave of relief at having his arm back, well, for the most part. He was horrified to see scars on his arm. Why are there scars? Izuku asked, horrified. 7 white marks in the shape of misshapen lightning bolts formed across the length of his arm. They looked almost like stripes, nasty and pale stripes over his slightly tanned skin. What did you expect? My quirk doesn't restore body parts, it only accelerates natural healing, and scars are healed tissue. What, after the mess that was your arm, you expected it to return just like it was before? Recovery Girl sighed, exasperated. Why do you and everyone else assume I have some kind of rewind quirk? Izuku looked at the long white gashes and winced. His arm felt awfully stiff and the joints of his fingers sore. He could already imagine the sorts of questions and taunts his classmates would throw at him when they saw the sorry state of his arm. And don't expect your arm to recover by tomorrow morning, Recovery Girl added. Thankfully, I believe that in a couple of days it should be back to normal. Izuku sighed and nodded in resignation. He sure had been stupid to act on his own, again. Hadn't he learned from straying from All Might's plan back when the pro-hero was training him? Apparently, Izuku had yet to learn moderation. Since we are here, would you mind turning to your other form? Nezu inquired. What? Why? Izuku wondered, blushing. The last thing he wanted was to take that form. I wish to see it up close, and I am sure to see if injures pass from one form to another, Nezu said. Izuku blinked and bit his lips. This was not something he felt like doing, but he was interested by the principal's question. Thus, he nodded and reluctantly transformed into a petite gray-furred bunny. You look so adorable, dear, Recovery Girl immediately said, much to Izuku's chagrin. I for one will be glad to see another fellow furry being in this school, joked the principal. Izuku didn't find the chimera funny. At all. Well, it looks like changing forms does indeed transfer injuries, Nezu pointed out. Indeed, Izuku could see white scars in his gray furred arm. However, they were rather concealed under the fur and didn't look as bad. His arms also felt extremely stiff like it had as a human. With that question solved, Izuku returned to his human form. By the looks of it, however, Nezu still had more questions. He looked a tad too interested in Izuku, and somewhat surprised. "So, what do you think, Mr. Principal?" asked All Might. The principal sighed, shaking his head. "I am sorry to say, we can't allow you to join the hero course in your human form, Mr. Midoriya," said Nezu. "Not at your current level at least." "Allow me, why, I passed," Izuku gasped, shocked. The boy then froze as he replied the principal's words in his head. Why not? Why can't I attend the hero course?" asked Izuku, shocked. "Because there is no guarantee you won't be breaking your bones in this manner again," harumphed Recovery Girl. "And I will not be healing every time you recklessly go and destroy your limbs during training. I can master one for all. I promise," Izuku said, desperate. "By the time we have to deliver the results?" Nezu asked. Izuku remained silent, shocked. "I thought so." Nezu sighed once again, shaking his head. Recovery Girl was very clear and I for one agree with her. "We can't allow you to constantly suffer bodily harm in order to employ your quirk. Additionally, I can't endanger other students until you can prove greater control." Izuku stared at the principal, unable to believe what he was being told. Such was his shock he missed what the principal whispered to himself. "That is leaving behind how you will get expelled by your homeroom teacher for being unable to properly control your quirk," whispered Nezu. The principal cleared his throat. "Your rabbit form, on the other hand, appears to endure one for all a lot better, doesn't it?" Nezu asked. "Although that is solely based on the one time I witnessed one for all being used. We would require further testing. If you perhaps can prove that you can use your new quirk at least more than once, then perhaps I could allow you to join the hero course." "Worry not, Principal. After young Midoriya is back to health we will see how powerful his rabbit form is and his limitations," All Might promised. "I've already developed my American plan, trial version, to make sure he adapts quickly to one for all. I better prepare a bed and stim shots then, and maybe start thinking about getting medical prosthetics just in case young Midoriya does lose an arm," sighed Recovery Girl, shaking her head. "Recovery Girl, what was your assessment of Mr. Midoriya's damage after using one for all?" asked Nezu. "His legs back then were in far better state than his arm today. In fact, I don't believe there were any broken limbs, and perhaps being the first time using one for all, especially given the desperate circumstances that it happened, made this young man use more than he should have. I would say that with some training he could lower the damage by the time the school starts," Recovery Girl said. "As long as he doesn't break his legs, I am willing to help." It took a few seconds for Izuku to finally snap out of it. "So what you are saying is," Izuku trailed off. A knot formed in his gut. He knew exactly what Nezu had said. Even so, Izuku couldn't believe it. Just when he was happy that he had actually passed, somehow, he discovered it came with quite the sacrifice on his end. Figures that would happen. Nezu didn't say anything right away. Instead, he studied Izuku and offered a kind smile. Only then did he speak. "I am offering a choice, one that no other prospective student has ever received before in my tenure as principal. You may choose to focus on training your human form and join the school in the General Studies Department, allowing for time and opportunity to try to get into the hero course once you have fully mastered one for all, or you could join the hero course directly to train in your rabbit form while working on your human form in private." Izuku stared at the principal. That was an awful pair of choices. To join the school as a simple student, all while struggling to control his powers in human form, or beef up his embarrassment and be a rabbit girl in order to enter the hero course. Why can't I join the hero course? I could change into rabbit form if needed said Izuku. "That is an option. However, you have to understand you will not be allowed to use the human form in training until proof that you have enough mastery of your powers. Additionally, I would prefer if you stick to one form, at least while you are in school premises." You do understand that if you are to join the hero course as a rabbit you will be made to wear a costume, and change with other girls, Nezu said. But I am a boy, said Izuku. I wouldn't change at the girls' changing room. And you would put on your costume in the boys' changing room? Nezu wondered. Well, yes, in my human form and, Izuku mumbled. You will not be using your human form, remember? Nezu pointed out. So if a costume is demanded, it will have to fit the rabbit form, that is to say, your definitely female form. He leaned back. Of course, we could arrange for a costume that fits both and adapts to the changes, but that will be custom made and will require more expensive materials, and considering that you are nowhere near to controlling one for all in human form, perhaps not quite practical for us. I can't attend school as a girl, Izuku said. The haunting laughter of his classmates from Aldera echoed in the back of his mind. We won't force you to do anything. If you would rather wait to join the hero course until you have mastered one for all, that's your prerogative, said Nezu. But I can't wait for that, Izuku protested. I don't know how long it will take to control one for all. I will be far behind in hero studies and training and I would be missing a lot of opportunities like internships, hero exercises. It is a hard choice, I know, Nezu said. You are missing the benefits of joining in an alternative form, young Midoriya, All Might said with a smile. The skeletal man placed a comforting hand over Izuku's shoulder. Just like myself, you could be inducted in a secret identity program within the school and keep your human form as an alternative persona to be a civilian. You would be able to have a life outside hero work. Nezu hummed, nodding in approval. Recovery Girl also appeared to approve the idea. But secret identities are a thing of the past, and unneeded, said Izuku. Not for heroes like me, young Midoriya, wearily sighed All Might. If you wish to be the next symbol of peace, my successor, then odds are you will make powerful enemies that will go for your loved ones because they can't defeat you. Izuku got to his feet, fists clenched into tight balls and shaking in anger. How could they force him to make such a choice? Didn't they understand how much he craved to fulfill his dreams? Didn't they understand what they were demanding of him? I can't, stated Izuku. I can't forego my real identity and become a rabbit girl. All Might once again sighed. Say, young Midoriya, have you heard about Nana Shimura? Asked All Might. No, who was she? Wondered Izuku, sitting back. He felt thoroughly embarrassed for his outburst. She was my predecessor, the seventh holder, replied All Might with a sad smile. Oh, said Izuku. He frowned in confusion. What happened to her? As an All Might fanboy he was baffled that he hadn't heard about someone who had no doubt been close to All Might himself. In fact, he didn't recall any mentors of All Might. She was murdered by one of her enemies, the very same monster that wounded me and left me the husk of the symbol of peace that you see today, said All Might. Izuku shuddered. Whoever that villain was, he or she probably had been in another level entirely. To go hand to hand against All Might and actually wound him so grievously. He is dead, carried on All Might. But it goes to show that there will be enemies out there, that one for all, regardless how powerful, might not be enough. You deserve to know the truth and the full weight of accepting one for all now that you are its user. I for one believe you would benefit with having the opportunity to use a faux identity to enjoy life, a luxury most pro-heroes these days, including myself, aren't privy of. And in that moment, Izuku suddenly understood the reality of pro-hero work, and what being the next symbol of peace, just as he so desperately wanted, would require of him. Still, would he be willing to pay the price? To sacrifice so much of himself to achieve that goal? Should he perhaps be more realistic with his dreams? In the end, the choice is yours. Take these days to discuss it with your mother. I am sure she will be more than happy if you were to take a secret identity, if only to improve your safety, All Might pointed out. Izuku looked at the floor, grimacing. What was he supposed to choose? Nothing was worth taking on a new identity, much less if that identity was a girl and was more of a furry's wet dream than anything. At least, that was the case for most people. Izuku Midoriya, as it so happened, was not most people and, much to his embarrassment, found himself clad in girls' clothing, in the girls' dormitory at Ua, awkwardly walking behind one pro-hero Midnight as the two went to what would be his room. "All right, Izumi, this is it," Midnight said, opening a door. Spacious and big enough for one, Izuku entered the room. There was a rather large bed, bigger in his current rabbit form, a desk and a wardrobe. All in all, not bad. Midnight looked around the corridor and stepped inside, closing the door behind. Her smile died on her face and sternly addressed Izuku. "I will be frank with you, I do not like this decision. Don't take it the wrong way, but I rather if you chose to going the general studies instead of assuming that form," Midnight admitted. "It feels wrong and sick to force you, and the girls, to go through this. Trust me, I don't like it any more than you," grumbled Izuku, annoyed at his own chirpy female voice. Midnight merely nodded before giving him a warning look. "I'll say it once. I hear one peep about you doing anything perverted, breaking the girl's trust or anything like that and, trust me, expulsion will be the least of your problems," Midnight said. The hero then was back to smiling and opening the door. "With all that cleared, welcome Izumi to UA," she said with genuine happiness and, after giving Izuku a playful wink, walked away. Izuku went over to the door, looked at each side, before locking his bedroom. With that out of the way, he quickly undressed and desperately went back to his normal form. "I can't do this," Izuku muttered, shuddering. I can't." He went to his suitcase and hastily put away his clothing, picking a shirt and shorts for his male form. Like hell he would spend any more time than necessary as a girl. He tried to ignore the pile of female pants and shirts he had bought with his mother, cringing at his memories. The underwear had been the most embarrassing of it all. With nothing else to do, Izuku plopped on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Needless to say, he was already regretting his decision. He raised his scarred arm and grimaced. As much as he hated to admit it, Recovery Girl and Nezu had been right. Izuku hadn't managed to get one iota of control over One for All, and Izuku really didn't want to repeat what happened last time. In his rabbit girl form, however, things were different. Izuku had discovered that Nezu's observations were correct. In the last weeks, Izuku had trained with all might in both forms. Unfortunately for Izuku, the human form showed no progress. Limited to trying to summon it and avoid using it, Izuku discovered that One for All was too powerful to handle and he would need a lot of time to get used to the powers. Somehow, his rabbit form was different. He didn't bother using his arms, afraid his frailer rabbit arms would snap, but his legs had managed to not only withstand One for All, but to do so repeatedly. Still, Izuku in all might discovered that even his rabbit form lacked control. 3 times. That was his limit for the time being. He could use One for All in his rabbit form 3 times before his legs were hurting all over. Nothing broken, though, just burning muscles. And it wouldn't be just some of One for All, it was 3 times Izuku could only go from 0 to 100% of power in seconds. Why is my stupid girl form better at handling One for All than my real one? Izuku asked himself, grimacing. Someone out there must be laughing at my luck. Izuku remained there, on bed, unsure what to do. Maybe he could watch videos of All Might to cheer himself up, or perhaps he could continue writing down on his notebooks. He was not, however, going to walk out of that room. Oh no, if he could avoid it he would stick to that form. I wonder who else made it to the hero course, Izuku wondered. His mind immediately conjured the cute brunette from the entrance exam. As much as he wanted to deny it, he hoped she had made it. Maybe they could be friends. Until I can use my real form, anything more than friendship is out of the question, he told himself. Izuku shuddered at the thought of a boy actually getting a crush on his rabbit form. Even with the rise of quirks and the animal mutant quirks, dating someone that resembled more of an animal than a person was still considered weird. Even Izuku thought it would be disturbing to know someone would see his rabbit form in such a way. Without really thinking, Izuku got out of bed and went to finish the decorations. He had been forbidden from bringing physical images with him or any of his many collector edition posters of All Might. Instead, Izuku had to do with one All Might had personally acquired for him. As a boy, he might have been considered a bit of a pervert. As an alleged rabbit girl, the 1-meter-tall poster of Maruko, the rabbit hero, was expected of him. Izuku did not know how in the world All Might managed to get him an autographed poster. He was still confused as to why. Regardless, Izuku appreciated the effort enough to put up with the poster. Sticking it over his bed, Izuku stared at the poster of one rabbit hero, Maruko. She was grinning with her usual confidence. However, to Izuku, it felt as if Maruko was taunting him. "What's that, boy? Don't you like your rabbit Quirk? Tough luck." Imaginary Maruko taunted Izuku. Maruko was hot, short, with long white hair and fluffy rabbit ears. Her tanned skin and red eyes were exotic enough without that rather appealing skin-tight costume of hers. The confidence on her smirk, etched on her face, was also bright and enlightening. The more Izuku stared at it, the worse he felt. Izuku sat down and pulled out his cell phone. Going through 3 new passwords and a fingerprint detection system, he unlocked the device and went to his photo album, which were locked behind yet more passwords. "Stupid secret identity program," muttered Izuku. Finally, he got the pictures he wanted. Izuku smiled as images of his parents, hugging him as he meekly held his diploma. Truth to be told, Izuku hated the Aldera diploma, but he would forever cherish the picture of both his parents proudly smiling with him, their arms wrapped around him. Izuku could remember quite well what his father had said when he saw his rabbit form. He had been amused but, above all, amazed and proud. When Izuku mentioned the choices Nezu had laid out for him, Izuku had to endure the encouragement of both his parents to take the hero course option. Why? Why did they want him to be a bunny girl? Were they happier to have a daughter than a son? Or was it the fact his rabbit form was cuter, less awkward and perhaps less pathetic? Izuku sighed and shook his head. He needed to leave the room or else he would be swallowed by horrid thoughts yet again. Against his better judgment, reverted to his rabbit form. He grumpily moved to his wardrobe and to the mirror he had found against one of the wardrobe's door. He still looked so unlike his human form, with strangely wide hips and enlarged violet eyes, that Izuku was mystified by the origin of such a power. His mother had promised to ask their relatives and search for any cousins to see if someone actually had some kind of rabbit quirk that had been forgotten. If his human form hadn't taken such a resemblance to his father, Izuku was sure his mother's faithfulness would have been put into question. "I guess I could explore the school a bit," thought Izuku with the utmost resignation. "Maybe I will get to see my future classmates." With that thought, Izuku changed into something more fitting. He felt uncomfortable doing so and, after a long minute of mustering his courage, unlocked the door to walk out, into the world outside. The first thing Izuku did was hurry out of the girls' dorm. He did not want to find himself in any awkward situation. At least, he tried to leave. He stuck to the shadows and retraced his steps back to the main lobby, which so happened to have a few girls chatting. However, as he neared the front gate and his freedom, someone burst into the dorms, grinning happily. Izuku's body stopped moving and stared in disbelief. It was her. The gravity girl had made it. Well, perhaps his luck wasn't as rotten as he thought. "It is you, the she-rabbit," the cute brunette exclaimed in joy, noticing her. Much to Izuku's embarrassment, other of the girls seated in the sofas or standing around turned towards Izuku. The poor boy turned rabbit blushed at being the center of attention. It didn't help the girls all looked at him with interest. It wasn't every day you saw an actual anthropomorphic bunny, even in a world with crazy powers. "So you made it to the hero course. I'm so glad," the girl said with a wide grin. "I actually thought I wouldn't make it, you know. Anyway, what class are you in?" 1-1A, stammered Izuku. "We are in the same class." "That's awesome." "Why yeah," stuttered Izuku, shyly averting his gaze. "Can't you believe it? We get our own rooms." "UA sure is the quite place, huh?" giggled the brunette. "I am Ochako Uraraka, pleasure to meet you." She extended a hand, which Izuku hesitantly shook. "Izuku I mean, Izumi just Izumi," stammered Izuku. Apparently, keeping a secret identity would prove to be difficult, especially to particularly cute girls. "Just Izumi," Ochako wondered, tilting her head. I'm in the secret identity program so that's my codename," grumbled Izuku. Truth to be told, All Might and Nezu had wanted him to get other more embarrassing codenames, like Jewel and Aim for Amethyst. All Might even suggested trying to pass her as an American and suggested English names like Lisa, Elsa and even Judith. "That's so cool," gushed Ochako with stars in her eyes. "Are you the daughter of a famous hero? Or are you," Ochako grimaced, "you aren't one of those poor test subjects liberated from nasty secret labs, are you? Wait, are you a rabbit with a quirk?" "No," Izuku said, reminded of the argument behind his backstory. "I'm human and this is my quirk." Although the suggestion had been made for Izuku to claim to have a backstory similar to the principal's, Nezu had argued against it, mostly because the idea was to allow Izuku to use his human form once he had mastered one for all to an acceptable degree, if that ever happened. Would have been amazing to have an animal with a quirk as a classmate, but it is fine as it is, chirpily said Ochako. "Thanks, by the way, for everything you did in the exam. Without you, I don't think I would have come here." She blushed, embarrassed, and averting her eyes. Izuku felt his chest constrict at that. It is fine. Thanks to you I got in as well as so, we are even, right?" Izuku thought. "Yeah, even," Ochako nodded with a bright grin. However, the brunette quickly was back to exclaiming her mirth. "Aren't you excited? We are going to be heroes," Ochako exclaimed, flailing her arms in happiness. "Boy, she sure is a ball of joy, isn't she?" thought an amused Izuku. "Yeah, it is going to be awesome." Izuku and Ochako blinked as they were joined by a pink-skinned girl and floating clothes. "Oh, right, an invisible girl. How peculiar. I am Mina Ashido," the pink-skinned girl said. "And I am Toru Hagakure," the floating clothes said. "Nice to meetacha," Ochako happily responded, shaking hands with them. "None of that, we do things proper around here," Ashido laughed, proceeding to hug Ochako. It was only when he felt arms around him that Izuku realized what was happening. When his face was buried on something soft, Izuku took many seconds to suddenly realize just what he had been embraced against. It was the promised land. The place of joy for all men in the world sought and strived for. "Would you look at you? You are so adorable," squealed Ashido as she hugged the life out of Izuku. When Izuku was finally released, he was gasping for breath. He was sure that not only was he in need of immediate oxygenation but all of his blood had rushed to his face out of the embarrassment of being suffocated against Ashido's bosom. He was still unsure if it had been a bad experience. "Come on girls, let us see if there are any other classmates here," Ashido proposed. "Yay," Hagakure and Ochako exclaimed. What?" said Izuku, confused by what was going on. Sadly, he didn't get much of a chance to do anything as Ochako and Hagakure grabbed him by the arms and dragged her away, as some sort of prisoner. Izuku wanted to protest, but that died on his throat as he panicked. "Wow, you are a lot heavier than you look," laughed Hagakure. "I bet it is all muscle, isn't it girl?" cooed Ashido, patting Izuku's head. Izuku's weight did not stop the girls, though. Rather, it seemed to embolden them. "Are girls all this possessed? I should have stuck to the general studies course," mentally whined Izuku, terrified of what the next days would mean for him. "Just what in the world did I get myself into?" Somehow, Izuku survived the experience of being a rabbit girl for one day. Somehow, he still wasn't sure how. Between Ashido's social madness and the pure excitement of Ochako, it had been a stressful day. And that was leaving aside the other personalities that made the freshman year girls' dormitory. Izuku had met with other girls, including those of 1B. Given how most students were from outside the city, most future classmates actually chose to move to the UA dormitories like him. Sadly, meeting their peers was not the end of it. Oh no. Of course Ashido had to suggest a big party, and then somewhat of a sleepover, and then a lot of stuff afterwards. Izuku wasn't sure how he had managed to slip away, but he had done so before things become too embarrassing for him. Izuku had planned to find somewhere to practice one for all in his human form, but to no avail. By the time he had managed to free himself from the clutches of Ashido and company, it was already night and he had to go to sleep right away. He had never spent so much time near girls, much less cute ones. Most had considered him a creep or too much of a nerd back in middle school. Regardless, Izuku wasn't sure if he wanted to repeat the experience. In any case, that night Izuku had a restless sleep, unable to find peace. He was haunted at the terrible scenarios, of the girls discovering that he was really a boy that could change into a girl, and worse, of boys actually fawning over him. He wasn't sure which one was worse, but he sure as hell didn't want to find out. Then, there were those nightmarish scenarios of being kicked out, to end up back in Aldera somehow, for his classmates to see him in his rabbit form. The next morning, Izuku had rushed early to the bathrooms before any of the other girls could have woken up and gotten ready ahead of all of them. It was in that same morning Izuku almost decided to quit the hero course altogether. It was, after all, the first time he would be wearing a skirt. But Izuku was not a quitter, and thus he made it to the small dorm kitchen where the girls noticed his rather awkward and stiff movements. Ochako had joined him for breakfast and the two chatted. Well, more like Ochako regaled Izuku about her time at school, about the many friends she had left behind at her hometown and a bit of her parents. Izuku just listened and nodded, unsure how to proceed. He made a mental note to search on the internet how to talk to girls, but until then he just nodded and hummed whenever Ochako said anything. So there he was, walking side by side with his new friend Ochako, for apparently that was what they had somehow become in less than a day, headed towards their classroom on their first day. He was, once again, a feeble little rabbit girl, but this time in female uniform. Izuku could not fight the weirdness of feeling so much air against his legs. It was so weird. Ochako noticed too, much to her own amusement. Wow, I never thought I would make it, Ochako gasped, looking around. This place is amazing. Yeah, dumbly agreed Izuku. Hey, that's our classroom, 1A. The two halted their march at the door and looked at the door. The pair stared at the threshold, wide-eyed. The door was, well, massive. A giant, someone even taller than All Might, would have made it through with ease. In the case of Izuku, however, am I supposed to use doors like this? Izuku asked, floored. I feel your pain, joked the petite brunette. The two stared at the door some more. Should we? Ochako wondered. Izuku took a deep breath. This was it, the start of their hero careers. Inside, some of the boys and girls of their class probably were already waiting. Hopefully, Bakugo and examinee 7111 would not be inside. Izuku stepped forward and, on the tip of her elongated feet, reached the doorknob. Luckily, the door, whilst gigantic, wasn't heavy, and could easily slide sideways. Once inside, however, they paused because of the shouting taking place inside. Or rather, the individuals doing all the shouting. As it so happened, Bakugo and Ingenium's long-lost clone would be their classmates. Get your legs off the table, you delinquent, said former examinee 7111. Bite me, 4 eyes, shouted Bakugo. The tall bespectacled boy released a huff of frustration before straightening up. We have started on the wrong foot. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tenya Iida. I attended Some Middle School, said the tall boy. So he isn't a lost clone, Izuku thought, but rather a relative of Ingenium. Some. That's a rich kid's school, isn't it? Sardonically snorted Bakugo. Oh joy, grumbled Izuku. If his luck couldn't get any worse. Hey, it is you. Izuku looked up, only to have to look even higher. He was starting to hate his low stature in his rabbit form. Unfortunately, he had other concerns, like the fact he was now the target of Iida's attention. Hello. Shyly responded Izuku, intimidated by Iida's instant face. Surprisingly, Iida bowed apologetically. I must apologize, miss, for my behavior during the exam. It was reprehensible and unbefitting to someone with aspirations of becoming a hero. Iida proclaimed. Was all Izuku could say. Additionally, I would also like to commend you for your exceptional heroism in discovering the true purpose of the exam. Iida added, looking frightening intimidating once again. My name is Tenya Iida. It is a pleasure to meet you, said Iida, bowing respectfully once again. I'm Izumi. Izumi mid-eye, just Izumi, quickly corrected Izuku. How many times was he going to be close to slipping? Iida raised an eyebrow. It's just Izumi because she is in the secret identity program, exclaimed Ochako with a grin. Izuku shuddered as he felt all the boys snap their heads towards him. The girls, thankfully, already knew. That didn't mean they didn't remain intrigued by that. Secret identity, scoffed one Katsuki Bakugo. When his eyes landed on Izuku, the rabbit girl was rather taken aback by the lack of animosity. In fact, he seemed just as interested as his classmates. Well, in his own explosive angry way, that is. Then, Izuku noticed how Bakugo's eyes fell on Izuku's scarred arm. The way the blonde squinted made Izuku turn around, hiding his arm behind him. Izuku momentarily panicked. Could Bakugo make the connection? He had seen Izuku back when he had returned to middle school. Once again, everyone made it a point to throw taunts and jabs at him for his scarred hand, but none was more vocal than Bakugo. Why the heck would a little bunny chick need a secret identity? Exclaimed Bakugo. Izuku, relieved that the explosive boy hadn't even suggested a connection with his human form, was about to reply, when someone else spoke. There wouldn't be a point to a secret identity if she didn't keep it a secret, now would it? Izuku and Ochako jumped, startled, as a man stood behind them. With long unkempt black hair, a tired face with messy stubble and a haggard look overall, he appeared in desperate need of some sleep, and perhaps a shower. Do not pester Ms. Izumi for her backstory, the man added, eyes piercing into Izuku. As much as he wanted to thank him for intervening, Izuku could only shudder under the man's penetrating gaze. Luckily, he quickly pried his eyes from Izuku and addressed the classroom. I am Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Now that introductions are over, put on these and follow me outside. Before anyone could ask, Aizawa shoved what appeared to be one of the school's PE uniforms at Iida. The tall boy caught it and stared at the shirt in confusion. Izuku, on his part, could only wonder what the sleepy man, allegedly their homeroom teacher, wanted from them on their first day at school. A test. Their homeroom teacher wanted to test them. On their first day, Izuku had a strong impression Aizawa would not be the coddling sort of teacher. However, Izuku had to go through worse before that. He had to change clothes. The experience had been not as embarrassing as he had imagined. Then again, he had rushed to the changing rooms before any of his peers could make a peep and changed in an instant. In fact, he was standing next to Aizawa, in an open field outside the school building, for minutes alone before anyone else joined in. It was rather awkward, especially with Aizawa staring at him so intently. Did he know? Did he suspect? It was likely Nezu had informed Aizawa about Izuku's real identity. However, something about the way he stared at Izuku made said rabbit girl apprehensive. Geez, I knew you were embarrassed to change with others, but there was no need to run, girl, laughed Ashido as she slapped a friendly hand on Izuku's back. Izuku could only awkwardly chuckle at her. If only she knew the truth. Enough, Aizawa said. With the exception of a few, he glanced at Izuku, you wasted enough time changing. I expect better in the future, if you remain in the hero course. Everyone frowned at that. Today, we are doing a quirk apprehension test. The objective is simple. To see if you are actually cut out to be in the hero course, Aizawa declared. After today, only those with potential to become heroes will stay. Hold on, you mean you will expel whoever doesn't make the cut? One of the boys, a redhead with spiky hair, asked. That's correct, said Aizawa. But that is unfair, said Ochako. We all worked hard to make it to the hero course. Why do we need to have yet more tests? Do you really believe facing robots in mock cities is enough to assess whether you are prepared to be heroes? Aizawa hissed, making Ochako recoiled. For the first time since being under his presence, Izuku felt something other than fear. He felt anger. Who was the man to treat Ochako in such a manner? No. The test by itself is irrational and skewed. It excludes multiple powerful and useful quirks and favors only those with the most destructive potential, explained Aizawa. Additionally, multiple circumstances play to your success in the exam. The availability of opportunities to garner hero points, the competition, the randomness of locations of the robots, their distribution, they are all factors that could easily allow an unprepared examinee pass. The students all awkwardly shuffled on their feet. The man wasn't entirely wrong. In fact, a lot knew that they probably wouldn't be there if it hadn't been for the hidden aspect of the exam, the so-called hero points. They took into account things about attitude and behavior, such as helping someone during the exam or outright saving a person from danger. They were, unfortunately, rather arbitrary and hard to quantify properly. After all, what was saving someone worth? 50 points. 10. Does it depend on the person being saved, the danger involved or the time spent? To those who prove themselves with potential, this test will also help both you, the students, and me, your homeroom teacher, to establish a starting point for your abilities. From here on out, this shall be the starting point of your careers, from which you must grow and improve, again, if you make the cut, said Aizawa. Again, the students were forced to agree with their homeroom teacher. Bakugo, how far could you throw a baseball back in middle school? Aizawa asked. Don't remember, said Bakugo with a shrug. More than 70 meters. More than one student looked at him like he was crazy. Izuku on his part grimaced. He remembered being able to only throw the ball a pathetic 30 meters. A glance at his arms soured his mood even further. Those floppy rabbit arms would definitely not help him that day. Aizawa unceremoniously threw an odd-looking baseball to Bakugo. The explosive blonde caught in, only to frown and stare at the ball. Get into the ring and try it again, said the man. This time, use your quirk. Bakugo snapped his head to Aizawa, shocked. The surprise was quickly replaced by a gleeful grin that made Izuku shudder. He knew that face, and it rarely bode well. It was as Bakugo stretched his arm a bit and looked ahead at the distance that Izuku realized something. Aizawa, Izuku asked, raising a hand. Yes, Izumi, Aizawa responded. He sounded irritated. I think we should get some headgear. You know, this is going to be really loud, he said. Izuku ignored the look of confusion written on the face of his peers. What the hell? How do you know about my quirk? Bakugo growled, squinting suspiciously at him. Oh boy, I sure did it, thought Izuku. He had the urge to facepalm but instead remained as still as a statue. Have you been hiding your quirk, Bakugo? Aizawa asked with a roll of eyes. Do not be surprised that some of your classmates actually did some information gathering on you, especially considering that you got the top position. Bakugo scoffed but seemed satisfied. That was, however, until Aizawa looked away. The blonde's red eyes focused on Izumi and squinted angrily at the boy-turned-girl, clearly suspicious that something was up. Miss Yaoyorozu, would you mind creating hearing protection for Miss Izumi and Miss Jiro? They are going to need it, Aizawa said. A tall black-haired girl solemnly nodded. Everyone watched, amazed, as she lifted her shirt and a light erupted from her stomach. From there, a pair of identical hearing protection headsets materialized. With his long rabbit ears protected, Izuku proceeded to walk away from Bakugo, much to the confusion of everyone. After watching a bit, Ochako hurried over to his side, somewhat nervous for separating nearly 20 feet away from their classmates. More shocking for his classmates, however, how Izuku shut his eyes and clutched his ears. Ochako followed suit. Aizawa turned to Bakugo and nodded. The blonde nodded back, not before squinting once again at Izuku. Don't hold back, droned Aizawa. Don't worry, I won't, Bakugo chuckled. He reared his arm back, smirking at the sky. Die, he roared. It was only as Bakugo threw the ball that everyone understood Izuku's apprehension. A thunderous roar of an explosion shook the entire grounds after a blinding flash. The students were all pushed back by the shockwave while more than one was left with their ears ringing. Within seconds, there was only acrid smoke around everyone. Izuku, on his part, shuddered. Even with all his protections and distance, his ears were aching. It seemed that he would have to find some way to counteract Bakugo's explosions. Apparently, having keen ears like his weren't always an advantage. Next to him, Ochako watched, horrified and pale. Izuku couldn't blame her. It wasn't every day you saw someone have the quirk to be a walking cannon. Izuku noticed that Aizawa seemed a bit troubled by what had happened. Well, more as in annoyed. It was hard to tell, really. In any case, it looked like Aizawa hadn't been expecting such destructive power from Bakugo. He must be basing his assessment on Kachan's display at the exam, which would no doubt was more restrained, Izuku reasoned. Kachan isn't stupid. He no doubt made sure to minimize collateral damage against other students if only to avoid rising a fuzz that could get him disqualified. So you know that guy. Kachan or whatever. Izuku chalked as Ochako stared intently at him. Had he been muttering aloud? Yeah, that was a definitely. Please, don't tell him or repeat that name. Izuku whispered. Ochako frowned in confusion and looked ready to say something, until they were interrupted by a loud ping. The students turned their heads to the source, where Aizawa was displaying a handheld device, a number flashing across it. That's the distance he threw the ball. Someone asked in shock. More than 700 meters. Yeah, that was right within Izuku's own estimates. Today, you will show me your potential. Reach your limits, and go beyond them, plus ultra style, Aizawa said. If you fail to do so today. But that's so wrong. Some of us came from all over Japan and just settled in yesterday. Someone protested. You will discover that the hero course is not as conventional as in other departments. It is more demanding and rigorous, and for good reason. If we were to allow unprepared students to take on the world of pro-hero work, it wouldn't just be them who would suffer the consequences. Innocent lives could be lost, or permanently maimed, if you fail. Thus, failure is not a luxury you can have out there, said Aizawa. Everyone gulped. The man wasn't joking. Izuku looked at Ochako, who looked despondently at the ground. Her fists were clenched tightly and her knuckles pale. Izuku didn't need to be a master of observation to know she was worried about the prospect of getting expelled. Isn't it unfair to judge us so early? Asked Yaoyorozu. After all, we are barely starting our hero paths, sir. Isn't the whole point of the school to prepare us? There is a reason this exercise is no different from the physical tests you did at middle school, Ms. Yaoyorozu, Aizawa sternly said. I am sure none of you could work as heroes as you are now. However, take the perspective of the school. Why should we waste time and resources in students who will eventually fail when we could replace said students for better suited candidates? Your costumes, gear, training equipment and battlegrounds, not to mention the time and experience of your teachers, those are all paid and covered by the school under the assumption you will become upstanding heroes. If I can't be convinced you have the potential to do so, then you aren't worthy of the hero course and should step aside for others, Aizawa explained. By that point Aizawa looked frustrated, as if annoyed that he had to explain himself. Anyone else has any questions? Any other complaints? Aizawa asked. Timidly, Izuku raised a hand and Aizawa sighed. Yes, Izumi. What exercises we will do? Asked the boy-turned-rabbit girl. The 8 standard physical exercises of middle school. In order they are: 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, seated toe touch, sit-ups and distance run, Aizawa said. Anything else? Izuku shook his head. He noticed that his classmates were all frowning and he could see why. How in the world could any of their quirks be used in exercises like sit-ups, seated toe touch or repeated side steps? Was it as much of a quirk apprehension test as a physical apprehension test? So I can use one for all in this form 3 times, ruining my legs after the 3rd time. That means I can only use it twice if I want to make it through the rest of the exercises. I guess I will have to use it during the meter dash and the long jump, Izuku thought. He nodded confidently. It suddenly occurred to him that had he joined Class 1A in human form, he would have faced quite the situation. Perhaps Nezu had known beforehand and was the main reason he had wanted Izuku to join in his rabbit form. In the end, the test began in earnest. The students, while fearful and weary of their teacher's threat of expulsion, were visibly excited. They had never been allowed to use their quirks in such a way. Izuku, on the other hand, was eager to see the quirks of his peers. As Aizawa had said, the first test was the 50-meter dash. Right from the start, it was made clear that the exercise was better suited for a handful of Izuku's classmates. Iida, and the frog girl Asui, were first. Iida, with motor-like exhausts on his calves, made it in 3 seconds. Asui, whilst not a speedster like Iida, wasn't that far behind with her long frog-like leaps. Others followed, Ashido showcasing her acidic slime emitter quirk which she used to slit across the 50 meters, and Aoyama, the allegedly French blonde that sparkled and had a naval laser. Students tried their best to use their quirks in whatever way to make the most of it. One after another, they all showcased their quirks and Izuku studied them, amazed by the variety. Some were impressive, like Todoroki's ice-creating powers, others were a bit more mundane, like Ojiro's tail mutation quirk. In the end, Izuku's turn came and the rabbit girl found himself moving over to the 50-meter track. He swallowed his nervousness as he walked side by side one suspicious Bakugo, who scowled angrily at her. Izuku made it a point to ignore his childhood friend and took his position. He closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the power of one for all. Unbeknownst to Izuku, his body started glowing and sparks of power cracked across his fur. When he opened his eyes, with a face of utter determination etched on his rabbit female face, his amethyst eyes shone with an eerie light of unadulterated power. The on-looking students stared, amazed by what they were witnessing. Bakugo, next to him, gritted his teeth with newfound determination, unwilling to be outclassed by a puny rabbit girl. Izuku prepared for the signal to start. He looked up ahead, feeling the thrill of having one for all coursing through his entire rabbit body. It was definitely exhilarating to the point he was itching to go forward. He was ready to go, until he felt his power vanish. Izuku blinked and stood up, startled. It felt as if somehow had switched his power down. He quickly realized what happened and snapped his head towards his homeroom teacher. Aizawa was looking at him, his eyes glowing with a red light. Why did, Izuku wondered. A word of caution, Izumi, Aizawa stoically stated. In the world of heroes, we can't allow ourselves to be in need of rescue. If your quirk is beyond your limits or incapacitates you, then you will become an undesirable liability, and that is something I do not wish in the hero course. His eyes returned to their normal color and Izuku felt the warmth of one for all return to him. The boy-turned-girl understood the underlying warning. You better not be left out of the count for using your own quirk once. I've returned your power. Use it at your own risk. Izuku wasn't sure what was it. Perhaps it was the stress of the situation, perhaps it was Aizawa's ill temper and disposition, or maybe everything that Izuku had to endure to reach that point. Probably the fact Izuku had to sacrifice the person he was, join Ua as a stupid girl anthropomorphic bunny, hadn't helped either. Maybe, Izuku was just tired of having people decide how he was supposed to be and act. Regardless the reason, Izuku became absolutely furious, to the point he almost snapped on his homeroom teacher. Izuku held his tongue, however, and glared furiously at the track. He ignored the dumbfounded Bakugo next to him, who watched on with what Izuku might have called interest had he noticed. However, at the moment, Izuku was enraged. First I get this stupid form, then they make me use it if I want to fulfill my dreams, and then they aren't satisfied of that. How much do I have to sacrifice of myself? Izuku mentally growled, taking his position. Once again, his body glowed and spark danced across his body. His eyes burned with an intense light that was intimidating to the onlookers. Even Bakugo was somewhat apprehensive of the angry-looking rabbit girl. The signal was given, and Izuku shot off. To the people watching, it was as if the rabbit girl became a living lightning, a familiar scene for Iida and Ochako. Even Bakugo was taken by surprise and lost a few seconds in shock. A cloud of dust rose as Izuku came to a halt nearly 100 meters from the finish line. Untroubled and uninjured, Izuku to his feet and smirked at his homeroom teacher. 0.51 seconds. The gathered students gaped as the robot at the finish time announced just how long it took Izuku to make it across the track. I can still move, Izuku said, making a point to stretch his legs a bit. Aizawa squinted at him but said nothing. Izuku, on his part, marched to stand next to Ochako, where he proceeded to release a long sigh of relief and finally breathe. That was amazing, Ochako squealed, grinning. I knew you were fast, but damn. Thanks, stammered an embarrassed Izuku, stretching his legs. Although he could still move, they were rather sore. Hopefully, the rest of the apprehension test would be much better and far less stressing. As Izuku busied himself studying his classmates, impressed by their quirks and sometimes their creativity, he missed a certain explosive blonde that stared at him with furious red eyes and a burning suspicion. The grip strength exercise was rather disappointing for Izuku. As he quickly discovered, he had abysmal upper body strength, something he had to remedy. On the other hand, he was certain his human form would have done far better. Come on, only 30 kilograms. After an entire year of moving heavy garbage from Dagoba Beach. At the same time, it did make Izuku wonder. Had his arms perhaps lost muscle mass in exchange of far stronger legs? If that was the case, it would explain why his rabbit form could handle one for all. His human form probably had a better muscle distribution, meaning they were all equally unprepared for one for all's full power. The rabbit form, however, had clearly far superior legs, superior enough to withstand that same immense power a couple of times. Does that mean that if I work my upper body strength as a human I will only make my rabbit legs even stronger? And does that also mean that it also works the other way round, with more strength on his rabbit legs going to his human arms? And, wait, if I were to train my arms as a rabbit, would that also translate in greater upper body strength in my human form? On and on he thought while he had time available. The long jump had been rather fun. This time around his classmates weren't taken by surprise and actually complimented her speed. It was really awkward for Izuku to be surrounded by peers, all towering over him, and offering nice words. It was nice. Iida in particular had surprised Izuku with quite the intense and sincere flattery. There were a couple exceptions regarding his classmates. While most seemed amazed by his quirk, Shoto Todoroki stared at him with a strange intensity that was chilling. Izuku wasn't sure what the ice user was thinking, but he wasn't sure he wanted to know. Then, of course, was Bakugo. Whereas Todoroki was cold and calculating, Bakugo was steaming and furious. If Izuku didn't know any better, he would believe Bakugo was frustrated by having someone being much better at something than him. The ball throw had been hilarious. To no one's surprise, Ochako threw the wall to space and pretty much broke the detection, earning a unique infinity score. Remind me never to anger you, chuckled Izuku. I rather not be shoved to the exosphere. I would never do that. An embarrassed Ochako said. She paused, before squinting at a certain dwarf classmate. Although you never know when you have to throw some pervert straight to the moon, huh? One Mineta Minoru started sweating nearby. Izuku blinked at that and looked curiously at Ochako. He must have been a tad obvious, tilting his head and flopping down one ear in curiosity, because Ochako answered the unsaid question. I overheard Jiro telling Yaoyorozu that she thought she heard someone trying to creep into the girls' dorm, and Asui thinks it was that guy, Ochako whispered to Izuku. Izuku's heart froze. Could that guy have seen him? He stared at Mineta, his heart beating. Said boy noticed that he was being watched and turned around. Could he know? Could he have seen me? Gods, I don't just need to look out for the girls but also peeping toms and perverts. Izuku mentally panicked. To Izuku's chagrin, Mineta confirmed his ignorance by winking at Izuku and giving what he must have thought was a winning smile and thumbs up. Izuku, instead, glared at the boy, an eyebrow twitching. The repeated side steps was no one's specialty, except perhaps Mineta, who thought it was a smart idea to endlessly rebound between two piles of his own sticky balls. He did break many records, at the expense of puking his guts out. Bakugo used his explosions, but other than that, no one really got to use their quirks in any clever way. Izuku, though, felt he did better than in his human form, but that was except given his rabbit form's better legs. The ball throw was as disappointing as the grip strength exercise. Izuku had considered kicking the ball, but Aizawa had indicated that it was called ball throw, and not ball kick. Thus, the strongest of Class 1A got their chance to shine, outcompeting those who had been doing rather well until then. Guys like the multi-arms Shoji and the sugar-strengthening Sato both nearly broke the grip strength machines. Izuku felt like crying at his own results. Even Ochako outclassed Izuku by far in the upper body department. The seated toe touch was boring and simple, and no one did badly at it. The same happened to the sit-ups. Guys like Kirishima, though, went crazy coming close to surpassing Bakugo. It was with the sit-ups and toe touch that Izuku discovered that his rabbit form performed surprisingly better than his human form. It could have been that Izuku's rabbit form, being smaller than his human form, concentrated his musculature into denser tissue, capable of more strength and endurance. Certainly there was a difference of distribution, but he had discovered that his mass and weight did not change. Could that mean that in the places there were not muscle rearrangement there was refined muscle tissue? The long-distance run was strikingly exciting. It started simple enough, with Bakugo and Todoroki glared at each other as they tried to run ahead of each other, only for Yaoyorozu to pass past them on a bike, and then Iida, who would not be outdone. It had been hilarious to watch their faces as Izuku sped past them all, grinning. If Izuku was going to be stuck as a rabbit girl, he might as well make the most of it after all. In the end, it was an all-out race even if the long-distance run was more of a test of endurance. It looked like Todoroki, who was pushing himself forward by creating a wall of ice behind him, was on his way to winning, with a screaming Bakugo quick behind. It was in that instant, when there were less than 20 meters, that something in Izuku was ignited. It happened while he was running, the adrenaline of the impromptu race taking over, that Izuku decided right then and there that he would not lose. He had sacrificed so much already, and he was stuck in that embarrassing form. He had been mocked, ridiculed, looked down upon, and perhaps there was more of that left. Izuku would not take it lying down. He was going to win. The haunting laughter of his former classmates vanished. His imagination went silent. For once in his life, Izuku felt only the thrill of the movement. Todoroki was about to cross the finish line, a confident smile already in place, when he saw it. There was a flash of light and, in that very instant when he turned to see what was going on, his eyes landed on a leaping rabbit girl. Izuku didn't know it and only Todoroki could see it, but at that moment Izuku had the widest and happiest grin he had ever had in his entire life, lost in the passion of victory. When they crossed the line, a dumbfounded Todoroki could only stare as a particular rabbit girl started bouncing around in circles. "Oh hell yeah, that was awesome, I want to do that again," laughed Izuku, who was filled with boundless energy and could stay still. Instead, he hopped in a circle, eager for another race. Todoroki and Bakugo, panting, stared at the rabbit girl with something akin to horror, whilst drenched in sweat. Iida and Yaoyorozu approached them, less tired than the other two. Differently from Todoroki and Bakugo, they found Izuku's excitement rather amusing. "She's so adorable," cooed Yaoyorozu, eyes sparkling. Everyone failed to see that Aizawa's long annoyed face had changed throughout the test. While Izuku slowly regained his composure, Aizawa smiled and shook his head. The homeroom teacher hadn't expected the long-distance run to turn into a race, but he wasn't about to stop the students if they wanted to start competing with each other. Aizawa actually found it amusing to see Bakugo's ire and Todoroki's disbelief. Deep down, Aizawa was starting to like his class. At the end of the Quirk apprehension test, Aizawa displayed scores garnered based on their performance. Izuku was surprised to be in 7th position. He was also taken aback by Mineta Minoru getting last place, followed closely by Hagakure. Izuku had expected it to be the other way round. It was as he stared at the scores that Izuku could only ponder what it would have been like if he had taken the test in human form. Could I have managed to prove myself to Aizawa? Would I have even gotten anywhere close to 7th place? Izuku grimly thought. Fortunately for everyone, no one was expelled. Mineta Minoru and Hagakure fell to the ground, almost in unison, and thanked every known deity known to humanity for surviving the test. The class was dismissed and everyone went their own way. Those who lived in the city, who were a mere handful, left the school, while the rest didn't bother changing and instead picked their bags before dispersing. Izuku and Ochako found themselves in the company of Iida, who somehow managed to become their friend during the exam. He also was staying at the dorms, given how his family worked in different cities. However, Iida left deciding that he needed to busy himself with studying. What exactly? Izuku and Ochako had no idea. Hence, Izuku ended up that evening hanging with Ochako, walking side by side just as they had marched to their classroom. This time, they were both tired but happy. They weren't so worried about their first day in school, instead enjoying the freedom. Izuku thought about his performance in the quirk apprehension test. Even if he would have preferred not to have been under the threat of expulsion, he actually found the whole test as a useful experience. He had learned a few things about his rabbit form. Additionally, Izuku realized something that had happened that was surprising, to say the least. Izuku stared at the sky, wide-eyed. He had used one for all 3 times and, on the last one, he hadn't felt it. Or rather, he was sure he hadn't gone 100%. Somehow, he had unconsciously managed to use one for all just under his limit. Is something wrong, Izumi? Ochako asked. No, nothing, Infinity Girl, Izuku said with a teasing smirk. Infinity Girl, repeated Ochako, blushing. You know, because of the pitch throw, Izuku chuckled. Ochako grinned at him and their eyes locked. I kind of like it, Rabbit Girl, she said with a teasing smirk of her own. Ochako giggled as Izuku scowled. Beneath the scowl, however, Izuku was burning red of embarrassment. It was not every day a cute girl gave him a nickname, even if it was a cheap and easy one. Fine, you can call me that if you want, mumbled a flustered Izuku. So, do you want to do something? Maybe, hang out or something? We could train, Ochako shyly proposed. Yes, why not? Izuku shrugged with a smirk, only to freeze, dead on his feet. Ochako stopped next to him, blinking at the boy-turned-girl. What is it? Do you have something to do? Ochako asked, looking disappointed. Izuku bit his lower lip. Should he really hang out? He had to train with his human form. It would mean staying in his rabbit form for longer otherwise, but at the same time, it meant spending time with Ochako. No, it is fine, Izuku said with a bright grin. So then, how do you wish to spend your time with this rabbit girl? Ochako beamed up and Izuku felt his heart leaping in his chest. Things sure were starting to look up for the rabbit girl. The teacher's lounge was a safe haven of sorts. With sofas, a TV and even a music player, it was rather enjoyable. Given the amount of stress one endured trying to teach hormonal teenagers to be functional human beings, it was to be expected for said teachers to have such a space available. For one Shota Aizawa, however, he enjoyed the lounge for one thing, and one thing alone, the coffee. A pity someone wanted to annoy him during his coffee break. That was quite underhanded of you, Aizawa. The teacher in question didn't bother turning around. He kept staring dead ahead, a mug of hot coffee between his hands. A smirk formed on his face as he felt All Might's irritation at being ignored. After a few seconds, Aizawa decided to grace the number 1 hero with his attention. And what, exactly, was underhanded of me? Asked Aizawa. Standing with his arms crossed, a look of contempt written over his face, was the skeletal man that was the real All Might. The first time Aizawa saw it, he had been shocked, to say the least, and worried. He didn't allow to show it, of course, but Aizawa felt a tad annoyed that the number 1 hero, one of the pillars of their society, as much as the teacher hated to admit it, was at the brink of retirement. The deception would cost them dearly, to all of them. Using your quirk on young Midoriya, of course, All Might said. You could very well have exposed young Midoriya's human form. Aizawa merely hummed. You had no way of ascertain whether the rabbit form would hold. Said All Might, only to frown. Which is a mystery of its own. The principal had its suspicions, but I didn't expect it either, said Aizawa. It is illogical for Midoriya not to reveal his human form. You don't have a right to decide that, huffed All Might. It will only complicate young Midoriya's life if that happened. How do you expect his classmates to treat him? Aizawa raised a challenging eyebrow at All Might. Indeed, All Might, how do you think they will treat him when they eventually discover the truth? Wondered Aizawa. From what the principal informed me, Midoriya might one day choose to also use the human form, once he controls it better. Yes, that's the plan, but it is up to young Midoriya to decide when and how to reveal his other form, All Might pointed out. It would be better for Midoriya to reveal the truth early on and avoid unnecessary complications. However, Aizawa trailed off for a moment before taking a sip from his coffee. I used my quirk for genuine concern for Midoriya. The last time I saw her quirk, she was rendered immobile. I did not know she had managed to increase his power limit so quickly. so I assumed she was being reckless by using her quirk on the first exercise of the test. All Might had to admit that perhaps he should have informed Aizawa beforehand. However, he was not about to say it. Putting everything aside, this opens questions, doesn't it? Stated Aizawa. Such as, All Might asked, what manner of quirk is Midoriya's? An enhancer, a transformation, a variation of mutation, wondered Aizawa, staring at his coffee. If I had to hazard a guess, it looks like Midoriya's quirk is a complete amalgamation of quirk types. Yes, All Might slowly nodded. Actually, All Might himself wasn't sure what to say. The discovery that young Midoriya's quirk behaved as a mutation type was new to him. Well, the whole rabbit thing was rather unexpected. From what All Might had gathered with young Midoriya's mother, young Midoriya had no distant relative with anything closely resembling the rabbit form. Unless, of course, there had been infidelity down the line, but that was not something neither All Might nor Inko wanted to consider. In any case, Inko had made it her mission to get in contact with young Midoriya's relatives and try to pinpoint the origin of the rabbit form, or at least understand if it had an origin. Another thing neither All Might nor Inko could explain was the reason it took so long for young Midoriya's human to rabbit quirk to manifest. The fact it did when young Midoriya acquired One for All was even more confusing. Did that mean young Midoriya would never have discovered his original quirk without One for All? More importantly, why did Midoriya's human form had all the signs of a quirkless child when he was, allegedly, a quirked child? Or had One for All provided the rabbit form? That, sadly, made even less sense. All Might smiled fondly, lost in his thoughts, at the first time he had seen the rabbit form. He had been shocked, of course, not to mention flabbergasted when young Midoriya revealed the form itself. However, All Might had had every intention to lift young Midoriya's spirits that day, so when he discovered that young Midoriya hadn't just quitted but actually adapted to his new quirk and even performed a heroic display of One for All rescuing a fellow examinee, All Might was genuinely proud and impressed. All Might had made it a point to tell young Midoriya that the teenager had done exceptionally. Sadly, that didn't really change anything. Compliments had fallen flat on the poor boy who had just discovered he wouldn't be transforming into a ragged handsome muscular man like All Might himself each time he used One for All. A tragedy, no doubt, but young Midoriya saw it as an error he had somehow committed and insisted on returning One for All to All Might. That is the sort of person young Midoriya is, All Might mused. Would you look at that, the #1 hero daydreaming, mused Aizawa. All Might squawked indignantly and rose to his feet. An amused Aizawa smirked at him. Well, I'll be going then. All Might harumphed. Don't let me stop you, grunted Aizawa. All Might walked out of the lounge and into the corridors of UA. He started walking towards the freshman girls' dorms, intent on getting a chance to speak with young Midoriya. He wanted to make sure the young man turned rabbit was doing fine. As All Might picked his phone, ready to message the young rabbit girl, he paused. Down below, All Might could see through a window a familiar rabbit form. Next to young Midoriya, there was a petite brunette, young Uraraka, if All Might recalled correctly. The young woman was entertaining the rabbit girl with a story or something, for she was flailing her arms and chatting, all while young Midoriya chuckled. The smile, the relaxed posture, All Might didn't recall ever seeing young Midoriya so at peace and happy. A fond smile spread across All Might's face before he turned around. He's doing much better than I thought, he mused. But what should I do now? All Might grimaced. He already had an answer. Right, I need prepare for tomorrow's class. When Izuku Midoriya woke up that Tuesday morning, he did so with a wide smile. In fact, he was grinning. How could he not? He had actually made a friend. An actual friend, someone who he had managed to hang out. And without being called a nerd, a creep, or Deku. It felt nice. No, it was perfect. If only his good mood could last. No sooner had Izuku gotten out of bed and started his morning quota of push-ups and sit-ups, his mind reminded him of the problems at hand and his smile fell into a grimace. First and foremost, he had yet to train with his human form. True, the previous day he had spent it with a cute girl, but Izuku couldn't help but worry that he might get distracted like that again. Then there was the second problem. Bakugo. I am going to slip up, Izuku realized. It wasn't a matter of if, but rather a matter of when. Izuku was sure he would do something to draw more of Bakugo's suspicions. The most likely was the way he would address the explosive blonde. Izuku was bound to accidentally call him Kachan. I need to come up with a backstory, something to explain that, but what? Izuku wondered. Truth to be told, neither All Might nor Nezu cared if Izuku told any of his classmates about his real identity. In fact, both of them kind of expected Izuku's secret to come up at some point, either when Izuku finally managed to use his human form, if that ever happened, or after some mishap, which was the likeliest scenario. 3 years living with others were bound to be hard to keep the secret. It was Izuku, however, who didn't want anyone to know, and for good reason. What is everyone going to say? How are the girls going to react? What about Ochako? Izuku wondered with a grimace. It was the latter that made his heart clench painfully. Just imagining the look of betrayal on his new friend, his only friend, was unbearable. He was a bit surprised that he didn't really care about Bakugo's reaction that much. Don't get him wrong, he was terrified about it. Of course, in the back of Izuku's mind, he could easily hear the voices of his former classmates, from Aldera, calling him a creep and all sorts of names. Izuku did not want to return to such a life, and he would make sure it wouldn't happen. That morning, to distract himself and gain a sense of normalcy, Izuku checked on the latest pro-hero news. Aside from the usual All Might fan events, there sure were a lot recently. Izuku enjoyed seeing what local and national heroes were up to. Kamui Woods still rising on the popularity polls, Mount Lady 2, Death Arms is struggling to keep his position in the hero rankings, Izuku hummed, immersed in his cell phone. That was when Izuku's eyes landed on a certain name. He paused. Seated in front of his desk, he reread the news over and over again. Maruko facing a controversy. Izuku wondered. He frowned as he went over the news in complete disbelief. However, the more he read the story, the more he wanted to sigh with exasperation. Apparently, Maruko, the fiery battle-lusting rabbit hero, had kind of lost her temper during a fight and might have used a few strong words on a civilian. However, Izuku could understand. She was in middle of combat and this civilian was trying to catch her attention, all too confident Maruko would take the villain down. This wasn't the first time it had happened, as far as Izuku remembered. There were all sorts of creepy fans out there. Izuku did not consider himself amongst them. This was, however, first time Maruko had directed mean words to a quirkless boy. Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about that. On the one hand, he understood Maruko's position, on the other he also understood what being a desperate quirkless boy was like. The real problem, however, was that all the pro-heroes that lusted after Maruko's top spot in the hero rankings had decided to band together and decry Maruko's blatant quirkism. With the drop in percentage of quirkless people in the last generation, it had become more popular to advocate for the quirkless, not that anyone had bothered to help Izuku or anyone quirkless. In the end, Izuku put his cell phone away and changed to his rabbit form. He had a long day ahead, after all. Unfortunately, without hero news to distract him, the previous dreary thoughts poured back into his mind, unbidden. How long could he keep his true identity secret? Should he come out early or try to keep the act going? Could he even keep the act going? When Izuku, or rather Izumi, walked out of his room ready to hit the showers, he did so with a heavy heart. He knew that the truth would come out and that his new friendship would be tested, if not lost, unless. I need to tell Ochako, Izuku mumbled, nodding to himself. Tell me what? Izuku's reaction was immediate. She screamed and jumped straight to the ceiling before returned to the ground, feet away from one amused-looking Ochako. Don't startle me like that, spluttered Izuku. Sorry, replied the brunette, having a hard time speaking whilst laughing. I didn't mean to. It's fine, mumbled Izuku. So, what was that you wanted to tell me? Ochako wondered. Well, why you see, it's, said Izuku with increasing nervousness. Should he do it? Should he risk it? Couldn't he try to keep it a secret at least until they spent more time together? They barely knew each other, after all. No, It's the right thing to do, despondently thought Izuku. It's about my identity, he managed to say. Oh, there's no need to tell me, you know. Whatever it is, you should keep it a secret and I'll respect that, said Ochako. That, unfortunately, only made Izuku want to tell her even more. She didn't deserve falsehoods. I want to tell you, Izuku said. Please, Izumi, it's fine. Ochako chuckled. Come on, let's go. I'm starving. Before Izuku could say anything though, Ochako grabbed Izuku's and pulled her down the corridor and into the elevator. But, protested the boy-turned-rabbit girl. It doesn't matter, Izumi, Ochako said with a genuine smile. So, what do you want to do today after school? The previous day the two had decided to walk around the school and check out the various facilities available. There were places where one could practice with their quirks, a couple of gyms and then a few specialized areas like a swimming pool and a climbing wall. All in all, there had been way too much to see for one evening and instead decided to pick something to do the following the day. Maybe the gym, shyly proposed Izuku. Really? Ochako replied, tilting her head. I suppose we could do with some body strength, she grimaced. I was pretty pathetic on the push-ups. If you were pathetic I was abysmal, chuckled Izuku. I could barely do any. And you could do way more than most of the boys back in middle school. You were way stronger than you let on. Well, I did train to get into UA, mumbled a blushing Ochako. I need to improve my arm strength, said Izuku. What was left unsaid was that he wanted to be able to eventually use his human form. He also wanted to see how improving his arm muscles in the rabbit form would translate in the human form. We could try swimming too, Ochako hummed. Izuku choked, imagining Ochako in a swimsuit. His body, however, run cold at imagining himself in a female swimsuit. That was one situation he'd rather not be in. And yet, his imagination played worse scenarios. For instance, boys being present. No, squeaked Izuku. Huh, Ochako asked. I mean, I rather not get all my fur wet, spluttered Izuku. Gym it is, then, laughed Ochako. The elevator reached the ground floor. Ochako waved Izumi as she went to the kitchen, where delicious scents were pouring out from, while Izuku went to the bathroom. Halfway there, Izuku paused as he felt his cell phone vibrating. When he checked his cell phone, his eyes widened. 10 minutes later, a fully dressed Izuku in school uniform was hopping around the campus, particularly the open grass square near the dorms. He looked around, yet found no one. All Might. Hey, All Might, are you there? Called the rabbit girl. Shish, young Midoriya. Izuku snapped his head around, only to find All Might's face popping out of a bush. He was in his muscular form and in a suit, something Izuku still had a hard time getting used to. What are you doing like that? Izuku asked. What does it look like? Hiding, laughed All Might as he walked out of his hiding spot. The last thing is put you into the spotlight by having everyone see me going somewhere near the dorms. Izuku was thankful of that. But why not change too? Izuku said, only for All Might to start coughing violently and revert to his skeletal form. All Might, exclaimed a worried rabbit girl. It's fine, coughed the man. And remember, it's Mr. Yagi in this form. Izuku sheepishly smiled at the man. No matter how many times he was reminded about that, he still failed to remember. He quickly found himself grimacing, reminded of the issue at hand. How in the world was he supposed to keep his own secret identity hidden if he couldn't even bring himself to keep All Might's identity safe? But never mind me, kid, said All Might. Instead of his boisterous self, he was subdued and calm, even somewhat tired. The first time Izuku had seen All Might's true form he had kind of panicked. After that, it took him months to reconcile that, yes, the true form of his idol, the symbol of peace, was a dying decrepit man. How are you? Izuku blinked, taken by surprise. If anyone had to ask anyone about the others else, it definitely was not the moribund man before Izuku. Me, I thought you had something important you wanted to discuss, mumbled Izuku, unsure how to feel about his idol. You were important, young Midoriya, said All Might. I actually wanted to talk to you about yesterday evening. After your magnificent display in Aizawa's test, I wanted to see if you were doing all right. Wait, you were there. Why, of course, I wouldn't miss my successor's first steps. Laughed All Might, patting Izuku's head, right between his long ears. For some strange reason, the touch felt pleasant. Actually, I was concerned that Aizawa would try to pull a fast one on you. He doesn't have a very pleasant track record. I guessed he expelled students before, but is he really that bad? Izuku gasped. Well, All Might trailed off. Last year none made it past their first day. Izuku's amethyst eyes bulged, promising to pop out of their sockets. So yes, I was worried, All Might admitted. But you proved me wrong. Actually, you were absolutely badass out there. You sure made me proud, kid. He gave a thumbs up, making Izuku's chest swell with pride. I also noticed that you managed to surpass your limit, All Might added, his smile widening. Already getting used to your quirk. Damn, kid. Izuku beamed at the memory. You were right. I still don't know how I did it, though, Izuku hummed, thoughtful. What did you feel at that moment? All Might inquired. Feel, well, Izuku blinked before staring at the blue morning sky above them. I was thrilled. I mean, with all four. I mean, with my quirk it feels kind of amazing when it is coursing all over and All Might leaned forward, expectant. Izuku looked down at his paw, clenching it into a small fluffy fist. I wanted to win, Izuku said, barely above a whisper. He looked straight at All Might's glowing blue eyes. I wanted to surpass them all too. To prove wrong the voices of my former classmates in my head, he finished in his mind. Ha, amazing first day, young Izumi, All Might said, hastily correcting himself. I've also noticed you have made a new friend. Had Izuku's face lacked fur, he knew he would be glowing red of embarrassment. That is perfect, kid, All Might softly said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I am glad you are enjoying your time in UA. Friendships that start here might well extend after you graduate, so cherish them. An image of a smiling Ochako flashed through Izuku's mind, and he found himself grinning. Don't worry, All Might, I will, promised Izuku. Now then, are you sure you are fine as it is? No second thoughts on, your new identity. All Might guessed. Given your progress with your current form yesterday, I don't quite think you'll get rid of it any day soon. Actually, I think I am, starting to like it, confessed Izuku, studying his hands again. I still have problems with the whole, girl thing. Right, yes, that, All Might awkwardly said, clearing his throat. So, no changes then. Are you going to stick to the end? There is no shame in changing your mind, Don't worry, I think I can manage in this form for the time being, Izuku nodded with determination. That's great, kid, All Might cheered. He offered an apologetic smile. Sorry for pushing you to be a girl when, Yeah, not how I expected to join UA, but I can't really complain. I didn't really think it would be possible for me to actually make it so, I can't really complain, can I? Izuku said, chuckling. Besides, this form does have its perks. It sure does. Better legs, more speed, you are also adorable, kid, All Might laughed. Yeah, Izuku had already been told just how cute he looked. Repeatedly. In fact, girls seemed barely contain their desire to pet him. Izuku was not going to be openly admit it, but he didn't mind that sort of attention from the girls. He was, however, concerned whenever boys showed the same enthusiasm. Still, Izuku was reminded of his current issues, something more important than girls trying to snuggle him like a pet. There is one thing, though, Izuku hummed. All Might, how did you manage to keep your secret identity a secret for, well, so long? All Might blinked. That was actually surprisingly easy. I forewent my other form, All Might said. Izuku stared at his mentor and idol, confused, until he finally understood. You were All Might all the time. You never turned back to being Toshinori. That's correct. When Nana passed down her, the thing, I obtained this form and, well, I saw no reason to turn back into my original form, said All Might. All Might's wide smile turned smaller yet still bright. However, Izuku could tell that All Might looked more nostalgic than anything. For too long I had been powerless. It was incredible all the new power I had. I could suddenly be the person I've always wanted to be. Tall, proud, joyful, I could finally be boisterous and the center of everyone's attention. With this form, I knew I could easily achieve my dream of becoming the symbol of peace. He boasted, only to chuckle, looking embarrassed. At times, I'll admit it got into my head, especially at first. All my new strength, trust me, it gave me one hell of a confidence boost, All Might admitted. He twiddled his thumbs, much to Izuku's amusement. Luckily, Nana, with the help of her friend and also my mentor, managed to set me straight, for the most part, said All Might. I am ashamed to admit that it involved a lot of punching and kicking, but in the end it was for the best. Izuku chuckled at a mental image of a buffed All Might getting reprimanded. So, if you need any advice, kid, I'll tell you how I did it, All Might said, standing straight and proud. For starters, start thinking of yourself as Izumi, not Izuku. What? Izuku squawked. All Might couldn't possibly be serious. I mean it, kid, skeletal All Might sighed. Trust me, the earlier you start separating your forms by their names, the easier it will be to avoid any slip-ups. He did have a point. Secondly, when you are Izuku, forget all about yourself and think about the person you aspire to be, All Might said. Think of Izumi as, well, your dream you. Izuku could only tilt his head in confusion at that. All Might sighed again, exasperated at his own poor explanation. You once told me your dream is to be like me, right? To be a brave beacon of hope, to save people with a reassuring smile, right? All Might said. After Izuku nodded, he continued with a smile. Well, make Izumi that person. Forget all about yourself and just, well, act. Act, repeated a confused Izuku. Yes, act, All Might exclaimed. The man was clearly getting excited, for he puffed up into his muscular form. From this day onwards, puff up your chest with pride, ready to face every challenge life is ready to throw at you, and smile. Be that confident person you always wished to be, young Izumi. He said with his booming voice. Izuku merely raised an eyebrow. There was an anticlimactic poof and the skeletal All Might was back to sighing with mounting frustration. Look, kid, when I am like this, do you notice anything different? All Might asked. You call me kid instead of young Midoriya, pointed out the rabbit girl. Aside from that, grunted the hero. Izuku frowned. It wasn't a hard question. In fact, Izuku had long figured out the differences. You are way more subtle, as in you act like a normal person, Izuku stated. That got Izuku a coughing fit of outrage from his mentor. Izuku couldn't help but snicker at that. However, he decided to respond with more seriousness. I know what you mean. When you are All Might you are, well, confident and strong and radiant. Said Izuku. Not the word I would have used but let's go with that, All Might nodded. The fact is, I am like that because that's the person I believe myself to be when I am like that. It was hard at first, but once I got the ball rolling, the rest came easy. Izuku slowly nodded. Don't overthink it, kid, All Might said with a knowing look. Just act. Do you feel like cracking a joke? Do it. Do you feel like hanging out with girls? Do it. Do you wish to stand up to a bully? All power to you. He's right, I now have the power to actually stand up for myself. Even as a bunny, I have one for all, Izuku realized with dawning amazement. He remembered all those fantasies of being a buffed-up mini version of All Might, before he got one for all. Hadn't he planned to try to change his life? To actually be more than the person that was bullied for years? Didn't he want to actually enjoy the sweeter things of life, like friendship and even romance? Hadn't he planned to be more confident once he had All Might's quirk? Izuku clenched his fists and nodded with determination. In front of him, All Might grinned. The man could tell that his successor was letting his teachings sink in. So how about it, kid? What are you going to do? All Might asked. With a grin, Izumi looked straight at All Might. Izumi, I'm going to be the next symbol of peace, Izumi declared. That's the spirit, All Might said. Any other questions? Yeah, Izuku nodded. How do you, well, dodge a question? Dodge a question. Oh, I see. You mean how can you avoid being a nervous mess when someone makes a question close to home, right? All Might correctly guessed. Izuku nodded. Simple. First I suggest you don't lose your confidence. Worrying or panicking will give your secrets away louder than words. So, keep that smile on your face. Keep your wits about you. Next thing, mislead them. You don't need to lie, just agree on certain parts of the truth and stray the conversation from the undesirable details, All Might said. What do you mean? Wondered Izuku, confused. All Might, I am a terrible liar, much less misleading. Indeed, I know, but like I said, lying won't be necessary. For example, if someone points out that your quirk looks a lot to mine, what do you say? All Might replied. Izuku blinked, confused. No, remember, stand up and stay confident. If you have nothing to say, chuckle. Like this, All Might said and proceeded to give one of his patented chuckles. Izuku blinked again, suddenly clicking in his mind. His eyes widened as he recalled many of All Might's interviews, how when the interviewer would ask about All Might's quirk or his past he would always chuckle and counter with a joke or manage to change the topic. Now, let us try again, said All Might, before leaning forward and starting acting. My, young Izumi, your quirk sure looks a lot like All Might's. Why is that, I wonder? This time, Izuku smiled with sincere amusement as he tried one of All Might's old responses on one of his interviews. He puffed his chest and quickly pulled his most outgoing persona he could muster. Is my quirk a lot like All Might's? Why, yes, it is. Weird, right? Like what are the odds? Replied Izuku turned Izumi. Pretty amazing quirk, huh? Ha, good one. I remember that interview, laughed All Might. You need some practice, though. You need to be a bit more convincing. Hopefully, no one will throw any hard balls anytime soon, am I right? Izuku prayed that his mentor was right. Well, I think you should be heading to school now, All Might awkwardly said. I think I've taken enough of your time. Remember, who are you now? Izuku Izumi. My name is Izumi. Izuku. No, Izumi, goddamn it, corrected. All right, hurry now, kid, All Might urged. Thanks All Might, he said. I'll try to keep your advice in my head. When Izuku made it to his classroom, it was with barely any time to spare and with a toast clenched between his teeth. By that point, he had decided that thinking about himself as Izumi instead as Izuku was still way too weird and it would take time getting used to. A part of him really felt weird thinking of himself as a girl, even when he technically was. Then again, maybe it was too soon to constantly think of himself as Izumi. Izumi, exclaimed a worried Ochako. Did something happen? Izuku went to his desk, right next to Ochako's, and ignored the looks from the rest of his classmates. Sorry, something came up, chuckled Izuku, swallowing his toast in one breath. Everything all right? Asked Ochako. Izuku felt his heart clench at her expression of concern. It was odd to have a classmate who actually showed concern for him. Thus, with All Might's words still fresh in his head, Izuku gave his brightest smile, one Izumi would pull without problems as if she had been doing it all her life. Yep, couldn't be any better, said Izuku with a thumbs up. Someone at the school just wanted to check on me. Oh, about the whole secret identity stuff, nodded Ochako a look of understanding. Hey, Izumi, I am curious. Izuku tilted his head, staring at her, while deep down he worried. What would she want to know? How do you stay in touch with your parents? Or are you like, completely cut off from them? Ochako inquired. Oh, was all he could say. He really hadn't expected such an innocent question. No, I can still talk to them, although from a secure school line if I want to call them. The school also offers video calls on weekends. Huh, the school really goes out of its way with the whole secret identity stuff, hummed Ochako. Pretty neat. Yep, nodded Izuku. And you really don't mind about all the secret stuff. It must be horrible, not being able to chat with friends, Ochako said. Sorry, she amended with a sheepish smile. I know that probably is a bit insensitive of me. Oh, Izuku replied, once again dumbfounded. I actually don't. I mean, didn't have any friends. Really? Ochako asked in disbelief. Izuku frowned, confused. Why would she assume he had friends? Before he could ask, though, Aizawa trudged in. It took him one sweep of his gaze for everyone to fall silent, sit up straight and look at the board. No one dared move a single muscle until Aizawa greeted them, before he chided them for taking a couple of seconds to quiet down. And with a stressful roll call, new day started in Ua. Before Izuku knew it, they started their first class with ectoplasm, their math teacher, before moving on to other mundane subjects. The rest of the class fell into a strange sense of normality, one that reminded Izuku a lot to his old class in middle school, yet he couldn't help but feel everything was distinctively different. There were those that looked ready to doze off, those that paid rapt attention and those that seemed in a strange state of disinterest. That being said, differently from middle school, everyone was silent and somewhat attentive. Of course, there were entirely new personalities Izuku was not sure about, like an overly enthusiastic Iida, who appeared to be competing with Yaoyorozu to try to tell the most correct answers to their teachers. Then there were those that stared at him, like Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku really wasn't comfortable with the cold gaze of the ice user, or the burning suspicions of the explosive blonde. Izuku did his best to focus on the teacher and ignore the looks, but he found himself having trouble of his own. He discovered that his eyes, for instance, wandered off to Ochako, who seemed to either struggle or look sleepy during classes. Whenever their eyes met, however, Ochako would grin and give him a thumbs up, one that brought an unbidden smile to Izuku. All in all, Izuku felt surprisingly comfortable in the classroom. For the time being he decided to put All Might's suggestion aside and just try to enjoy the present. He would have time to try to act the part of the next symbol of peace, right? Time went by and, finally, came lunchtime. By that point, half the class walked out of the classroom like zombies while the rest made their speedy retreat towards the lunch hall. In other words, it felt like another lunchtime at school. The lunch hall was a marvel of its own, with a lot of space, sunlight and people. More importantly, the chief cook was none other than Lunch Rush, something Izuku was able to be a fanboy about, much to Ochako's amusement. Iida joined them and, together, they made small talk. For the most part they talked about their middle schools without going into much detail. They say time flies by when you enjoy yourself. Izuku hadn't known the truth of that statement until that day. He was sure he had never experienced such a fast-paced school morning before. Then again, he had never had friends before. Better yet, all if not most of his classmates were friendly, and to the other courses he was an unknown. There were no insults, demeaning comments, taunts, nothing. Izuku was finally allowed to be happy, and happy he was. And yet, he couldn't help but feel as if everything was too good to be true. Even when he forced himself a smile and act far more confident than he usually was, he had the gut feeling that things would change eventually. At last, the time came when everyone's more anticipated class was set to start, fundamental to heroics class. Everyone, with full bellies and refreshed spirits, were excited. It was, after all, the reason they were all there, at Ua, to be heroes. The teenagers all awaited in their seats. For the most part they chatted, trying to guess who would teach them. Others, though, were trying to temper their excitement, like one gravity-removing girl. Do you think we'll learn rescue first? Maybe Hero 13 will be our teacher. Oh God, I hope she teaches us, said a bubbly Ochako. Do I sound like that when I mutter? Thought Izuku. I don't think so, Izuku told her. She is actually in charge of the USJ. The Universal Studios Japan, asked Ochako. Why would she? The unforeseen simulation joint, laughed Izuku. It is a large complex where we will learn rescue simulations in different artificially made environments, like blizzards, city fires. Wow, how do you know that? Wondered Ochako. And when will we be going there? I might have been told about it, Izuku said, looking away. And I don't think we'll be going to the USJ anytime soon. Before they could talk any further, the door to the classroom opened and a very familiar silhouette marched in. Izuku's eyes widened. He wasn't the only one. I am entering like a normal person, exclaimed All Might, doing anything but a normal walk. Sadly, subtlety was never his forte, not on that form at least. Clad in an old Silver Age costume, he looked as confident as ever. The classroom immediately broke into excited whispers. If they had been eager for the class before, now they were brimming with excitement. "Are you ready for your first class of fundamentals in heroics?" asked All Might. The class, of course, was more than ready, and they made sure their teacher knew it. "Excellent. Then before we begin, you are going to need these," All Might said, pointing a remote control to the wall. There was a faint hiss and, where there had once been a wall, an array of suitcases appeared before the eyes of the students. Metallic and bulky, each suitcase had a number and name. "Are those?" someone asked. "Why, they are your costumes, of course," laughed All Might. The class rushed to the wall and picked their own suitcases. Izuku, on his part, watched with dread at the suitcases. "Suit up and meet me in Battle Center B," ordered All Might, before dashing away. Everyone complied without protest, with one exception. "You all right, Izumi?" wondered Ochako, hugging her own suitcase. Why yeah," said Izuku. In his mind, however, he was panicking. Why? Why do we have to try on our costumes on our second day? He thought he had time to master one for all with his human form. He sincerely believed that they would start with the theory, spend a few months with basic physical training. Instead, it seemed that Izuku's hopes had been for naught. He was finally starting to see why the principal had made Izuku pick a form to use. "Come on, Izumi, or we'll be late," exclaimed Ochako. "Why yeah, I'm right behind you," replied Izuku with a strained smile. Ochako smiled back and hopped away, happily hugging her costume. Izuku was left alone to stare at his own suitcase, filled with apprehension. Tentatively, he rose to his feet and picked his suitcase, which luckily was near the floor level. Clutching the case, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Why me?" he despondently thought. Finally, he sighed and looked up at nothing in particular, amethyst eyes burning with determination. "All right, no quitting now," he told himself. "Izumi is no quitter." All Might was not a man that was easily impressed, but the many realistic battle centers of UA still fascinated him. The amount of resources spent by the school were astronomical, as well as all the opportunities and privileges. All Might have told young Midoriya that it didn't matter if he didn't make it to UA, but deep down All Might knew young Midoriya would need of UA to reach his full potential. That and All Might was glad he didn't have to quit UA to accompany young Midoriya to wherever he chose. That being said, All Might tried not to look nervous. As his first time giving class, it would be understandable to be worried. More concerning, however, was that his chosen successor was amidst the students. All Might did not want to fail young Midoriya, not with all that had been piled on the poor boy. "I still feel guilty about it," he told himself for the umpteenth time. Sadly, no matter how many times he thought about his remorse, All Might could not overcome it. He had been such a hypocrite back then, when he had first met young Midoriya. Hindsight was always 20/20, but looking back at it, All Might could have done many things better. Being less blunt and harsh, for starters. "And now I've pushed a young man to live like a young woman," morosely sighed All Might. "I just keep messing up. Was it this far for you, Nana?" "It doesn't matter now, All Might. Get your act together," he told himself. He took a deep breath and puffed up his chest, his patented smile shining brightly. He could not allow the students to witness his insecurities. It was a good thing he managed to keep the All Might act, because he soon heard the first footsteps coming from the entrance to the battle center. One by one, fully dressed students of Class 1A strolled in. Clad in their costumes, All Might's smile turned genuine. He remembered back when he had first displayed his costume. Man, such good times. And seeing the joy of the students was just as nice. Perhaps teaching would be enjoyable after all. Bakugo Katsuki had the widest grin of them, but differently from the pleased Ishido or thrilled Kirishima, All Might got bad vibes from the kid. Seriously, was that kid really a friend of young Midoriya? All Might had a hard time believing that. Another concerning child was Todoroki. He was as cold as ice and alarm bells were screaming in All Might's head, loudly repeating the words, childhood trauma. On second thought, maybe this will be tougher than I thought, mentally muttered All Might. Amazing. You all look ready to hit the streets, complimented All Might. The class beamed at the prize. That being said, you are just starting your training. Gather round everyone. Is everyone here? All Might asked. His blue eyes swept around and immediately he knew someone was missing. In fact, it was the same person he was most eager to see. All Might really wanted to see how young Midoriya's costume looked like. Izumi is still changing, young Uraraka timidly said. I think they might have done something wrong with her costume. She's really shy. Ribbit, the frog girl Asui commented. Didn't want to change until we were done. She's so adorable, cooed Yaoyorozu, eyes sparkling. Maybe we are too intimidating, wondered Jiro. All Might knew that it was probably something else, a boy forced to dress as a heroine sort of thing. Given the latest hero fashion regarding costumes, especially the females in the business, All Might could predict some of young Midoriya's issues. I'm here, All Might. All eyes turned back, before looking down in unison. There, not far from the group, was young Midoriya. Her ears were drooped and her shoulders slumped in resignation. In fact, he or she sounded utterly defeated. When her amethyst's eyes met his, they both thought the same thing. This was not how the costume was supposed to look like. For starters, it was skin tight. At least it was a full-body attire. Sadly, the designers had completely disregarded the requested black, instead going for white. With a white center, each side of her costume was made of gray that matched young Midoriya's furry form. Purple trimming divided the white from the gray, something All Might knew Midoriya had definitely not requested. Additionally, the golden lightning bolts over her chest was certainly an unexpected addition. In both their heads, Midoriya and All Might once again shared the same thought. Well, them and the entire class. Wow, you look a bit like that rabbit hero. What's her name? Asked Kirishima. Maruko, said All Might, and young Midoriya said in unison, name already in the tip of their tongues. It couldn't be helped. Young Midoriya looked like her costume had been heavily inspired in that of Rumi Usugiyama, aka the rabbit hero Maruko. Oh my god, gasped Ashido. That's why you have a secret identity. Are you Maruko's little sister? That can't be that, idiot, spat Bakugo. Our four eyes over there would go for a secret identity. Wait, you are related to heroes, Iida? Asked a shocked Kaminari. Wow, I had no idea, exclaimed Honta Siro. Others joined in their shock. I am the younger brother of Tensai Iida, also known as Ingenium, hero from Hosu, as well as a child of the Iida proudly proclaimed. A bunch of B-listers nobody cares about, interrupted Bakugo. Iida, not surprisingly, started flailing his arms and angrily ranting at Bakugo regarding the Iida family of heroes. Maybe that's why Izumi has to hide her identity, said a rather miffed Jiro. Maruko is like, in the top 10 isn't she? Sixth, curtly stated Todoroki. But what about him? Said Yaoyorozu, pointing at Todoroki, who in turn blinked at being the center of everyone's attention. He's the son Endeavor, the number 2 hero. You're the son of Endeavor, screamed Mineta Minoru, shocked. Dude, the surname is a dead giveaway, said Siro. Well, excuse me, I don't go around learning the names of pro heroes, harumphed Mineta. Not the male ones at least, am I right? Chuckled Kaminari. All Might felt like he had long lost control of the situation and had no idea how to intervene. Seeing his opportunity, however, he loudly cleared his throat. Thankfully, that worked and everyone remembered just where they were and in whose presence they stood. Let us not allow our imagination run wild, shall we? Joked All Might. I am sure any similarities between the rabbit hero Maruko and young Izumi are merely coincidental. All Might ignored the scowl from young Midoriya. Truth of the matter was that they had agreed on taking some inspiration on Maruko and might have added a comment regarding that on young Midoriya's costume request. They had clearly underestimated the designer's desire to ignore everything else, however. Maybe they had actually shared the belief that young Midoriya was indeed related to Maruko, or clothing designers were plain rascals at times. On second thought, the latter was likelier. Shall we begin our lesson, students? All Might asked with vehemence and, as he had expected, the class almost jumped in glee and eagerness. He might be a novice teacher, but at least he still knew how to excite a crowd. Then let us waste no more time, for today, in this very place we'll do. He paused dramatically. He actually enjoyed the look of impatience marring his students as he dragged the silence. A battle trial, exclaimed All Might. Immediately, All Might felt he might have made a mistake. The students all paled and a few frowned. The initial excitement had quickly been replaced for apprehension, except in the case of young Bakugo. All Might was starting to worry about the mental state of that boy. Was he really one of young Midoriya's friends? No way. Do not be alarmed. This is merely a mock exercise to see your base skills, similarly to your quirk apprehension test, All Might explained. Sadly, mentioning Aizawa's little test had been a mistake. The class immediately started to panic, and so did All Might. Just how hard is to keep their attention? All Might mentally groaned. Wait, are we going to get expelled if we fail? Someone asked, worried. We aren't going to fight each other, right? A nervous Mineta Minoru queried. How much can we harm our opponents? A certain blonde asked. Geez, did you escape juvenile or did you take the wrong turn to villain high school? Huffed Jiro Kyoka. What did you say to me, weird ears? Now, everyone, let us stay focused. All Might said. Have no fear, for I am not here to expel anyone. Today is a learning experience for all of us, but more importantly it is the first glance to your current skills. Shouldn't we go through the theory first? Asked Yoayorizu. Nothing beats practice and experience. No matter how many times you read or learn about different procedures to engage villains, every engagement is a world of its own. Locations, quirks, combat skills, they are all factors that define the fight and yet are rarely, if ever, the same. Explained All Might. Before any other questions, allow me to explain the task at hand. All Might knew he was being a bit childish, but he was sincerely glad he could remember the battle trail and its rules without reading from a paper. Now that would have been embarrassing. He had an image to maintain after all, especially in front of his successor. First, you will be divided into teams of 2 and assigned a role, villains and heroes, All Might started explaining. In this battle center there are 5 villain hideouts, each of them with the hero's objective. For today's grand battle, each villain team has to protect a bomb while the heroes will try to either capture the villains or recover the weapon. But don't think it will all be in the hero team's favor. There will be a time limit of 15 minutes, after which the villain team will attain victory. In this battle trial I'll allow the use of your quirks. However, I do not need to remind you to be careful. Your powers are not toys. If I feel you are being irresponsible or the situation is going out of hand, I will stop the exercise. That being said, you are allowed to employ basic hand-to-hand combat if needed, All Might explained. The class seemed to relax, somewhat. They still looked rather worried. Young Bakugo, on the other hand, was grinning as if Christmas had arrived early. Seriously, what was wrong with the kid? One more thing, if you rather not punch, kick or whip your tail at someone, you can capture your opponent with this. All Might added, showing a small case of flexible tape. This is capture tape for the exercise. If one person wraps it around 2 arms or legs of an opponent, the opponent will be captured and shall be forced out of the exercise. Additionally, it suffices if 2 people wrap the tapes on an opponent's limb each. That, luckily, made the students feel somewhat more confident about the exercise. How are you assigning the teams? Young Ojiro, the tailed teenager, asked apprehensively. He sent a look at Todoroki. Do we choose or? You will be randomly assigned. Replied All Might. Randomly. Is that prudent? Iida asked, baffled. All Might opened his mouth to respond but, much to his surprise, was beaten to the punch. It makes sense when you think about it. In real life pro heroes are sometimes forced to work together at random times and without much previous preparation, replied young Midoriya. Ah, I see. Iida hummed with a nod of understanding. I apologize for my ignorance, All Might. The teacher felt rather awkward when the robotic Iida started bowing respectful at him. Seriously, what was with these kids? All right then, are we all ready to begin? All Might said, clearing his throat and drawing everyone's attention back to him. As he did, however, All Might found himself feeling rather glad that young Midoriya appeared to be adjusting rather well to his or her situation and costume. Still, All Might couldn't shake the feeling something was going to go wrong. Very well, time for the team composition, All Might shouted. Before anyone could ask how it was going to be done, All Might pulled out a handheld device, eerily similar to the one Aizawa had used the previous day. In a few seconds, All Might was typing on the device before displaying it to them. Ta-da, All Might said, and the teenagers all sweat dropped. Apparently, that had been it, some kind of randomizing application. Then again, they all probably realized the school probably already had software for exercises like battle trials. Admittedly, All Might had wanted to draw lots rather than such underwhelming randomization of the teams, but that was because he had a flair for theatrics. So, as the first fight, All Might said, reading the handheld device. Hero Team, Ochako Uraraka and Izumi. All Might had to hide a chuckle behind his fist as an excited young Uraraka wrapped her arms around a dumbfounded young Midoriya. Those two looked like fast friends already. All Might then looked the names of the opposing team and suddenly he didn't feel that good for young Midoriya. He fought the urge to look at his successor's face. Would young Midoriya be frightened? Would he be prepared? Villain Team, Tenya Iida and All Might faltered for a moment, before carrying on without missing a beat, Bakugo Katsuki. Only then did All Might look away from the handheld device and towards young Midoriya. It was at that moment that All Might felt a knot form in his gut, when a terrified young Midoriya slowly looked towards a gleeful young Bakugo. The look the explosive blonde gave the petite rabbit girl was far from comforting. His words, however, were worse. You better quit now, little bunny, because I am not pulling my punches. Bakugo exclaimed. Ochako Uraraka had been worried about many things when she first went to Ua. She had worried she would be unable to make any friends. She was even worried she might be looked down on for her rather humble background. In the end, Ochako shouldn't have worried. Everyone at the dorm was beyond friendly and she had even managed to befriend the same rabbit girl who had helped her so much at the entrance exam. And now they were going to do their first battle trial together. Sadly, said rabbit girl was not sharing her enthusiasm. Is it fate or what? Joked Ochako as she stood side by side with Izumi. However, the rabbit girl wasn't listening. She was hunched over, muttering with worry. Izumi, Ochako called with a frown. She poked the rabbit girl with a finger. Izumi. The rabbit girl yelped, startled, and did her usual jump of surprise 10 feet into the air. When she landed, she blinked, broken out of her stupor, and turned towards Ochako. Oh, sorry about that, Ochako, she said with a grimace. It's just that, why did it have to be Kachan? She meant Bakugo, yet it was hard to imagine such a friendly nickname for the blonde. Why would Izumi even use it? Ochako felt a pang of something in her gut at that name. She wasn't sure what. You mean Mr. Explosions? She inquired. And what's with that name? You know him from somewhere, don't you? Why yeah, you could say I know all about Catch Bakugo, sighed Izumi with an air of resignation. He doesn't know that much about me, though. We haven't, well, let's just say Bakugo has never met this rabbit girl before. Ochako frowned. Then why did Izumi have some sort of pet name for him? In fact, it almost looked like Izumi wanted to hang around Bakugo. But that couldn't be. Izumi was way too nice for a mean jerk like Bakugo. Could she have a childhood crush on him? That made Ochako feel worse, the pang in her chest feeling sharper in her gut. Ochako dearly hoped she was reading the entire situation wrong. So, this is going to be bad, isn't it? Ochako guessed. Bakugo doesn't strike me as the sort to go easy on us for being girls. It's going to be tough, yeah, nodded Izumi. The anthropomorphic rabbit scrunched her head and stroked her chin, deep in thought. Ochako found the rabbit girl rather adorable with such a look. I am sure we can do it, Ochako said, taking Izumi's hand. The rabbit girl was startled by the touch and she snapped her head at Ochako. Ochako giggled at the girl's reaction. If we give our all I am sure that we will win no matter what. Izumi stared at her before smiling and timidly nodding. Yeah, you're right, Izumi nodded, before looking serious. So let's win this, alright. Ochako said. Yes, let's win this, whispered Izumi. She looked at Ochako, something different in her eyes. Ochako wasn't sure what, but she kind of liked that new shining on those pretty amethyst eyes of Izumi. But I think we are going to need a good plan. Bakugo and Iida won't make it easy, Izumi pointed out. Ochako reluctantly let go of Izumi and watched as the gears turned in the rabbit girl's head. I know the basic of hand-to-hand combat, but Bakugo, and I bet Iida, probably have a lot more training and experience. Additionally, Bakugo's quirk will make him hard to defeat. Both Iida and Bakugo's quirks offer mobility and speed, so it will be hard to capture them, Izumi said. Ochako's sweat dropped. Maybe their chances were rather grim. So, what's the plan? Ochako wondered. Izumi blinked at her, baffled. What? You know about Bakugo more than I do, and you are a clever bunny, right? I'm sure you can come up with a great awesome plan, Ochako replied. Izumi's head didn't move, but her ears perked up and her eyes lit up. You really think so? Izumi whispered. Yep, said Ochako. And it was the truth. Ochako had the gut feeling that Izumi was 10 times more observant and clever than her. Maybe being a rabbit girl allowed Izumi to think fast on her feet. In any case, Ochako's words did the trick and Izumi appeared to smile with newfound confidence. Right, let us win this, you and me, Infinity Girl, said Izumi. Let's do this, Rabbit Girl, Ochako said with a grin. Dash 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 dash. Back at the observation room, where the rest of Class 1A watched the two teams prepare, the mood was a tad different. They're screwed, plainly stated Kaminari, staring at one of the monitors that showed Uraraka and Izumi talking. You don't know that, huffed Jiro. They are up against formidable foes, hummed the raven bird-headed Tokiyami. No kidding, you saw Bakugo yesterday. That guy has a lot of firepower. Like, literal firepower, Kirishima said. Iida is no weakling either. Between the two the girls don't stand a chance. Izumi is formidable on her own right, though, rebutted Sato, scrunching his face in deep concentration. That little bunny has one hell of a quirk. What is her quirk exactly? Wondered Mineta. She becomes living lightning or what? It looks as if she energizes her entire body, stoically said the multi-armed Shoji. Izumi's quirk actually reminds me to All Might, Ribbit, said the frog girl Asui. All heads turned to the frog girl, who tilted her head in confusion. Everyone then glanced at the door annexed to the observation room. All Might was in there, behind a console of sorts. Why he had chosen to stay away from the students? They weren't sure, but no one really minded. Do you think they are related? Said Ojiro. Please, let's not start that again, sighed Yaoyorozu. Why don't we focus on the battle? Shall we make bets? Proposed Hanta. Yaoyorozu spluttered incoherently at the proposal. Unfortunately for her, the rest of the class seemed intrigued by the idea. My money is on Bakugo's team, said Kaminari. So is mine, Mineta said. I bet Izumi's team wins, countered Ishido, and that's how a small betting pool was made unbeknownst to their teacher. Dash 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 dash. Oi, Four Eyes, what do you know about the bunny? Bakugo ignored his teammate as he huffed and puffed indignantly at being called Four Eyes. Instead, the blonde looked around. Their objective, the massive papier-mâché bomb, was stuck on an upper floor of what looked like an abandoned department building. The entire room was filled with crates and garbage that added to the ambience. You mean Izumi? An irritated Iida responded. My knowledge on her is limited, and for good reason. She is in the secret identity program, after all, and that means we are not supposed to be privy about her secrets. Bullshit, spat Bakugo, glaring at Iida. There's something off about her. Iida raised a skeptical eyebrow and folded his arms. What exactly is your problem with her? Asked Iida with contempt. I don't give a crap about that bunny. However, Bakugo trailed off, gritting his teeth in anger. She knows about me, and she reminds me someone else. Those scars on her arm. She has scars on one arm. Iida asked, surprised. Yes, you dumbass. If you took a moment to look at her arm, you'll see empty patches of fur, Bakugo replied. Those scars, I knew an idiot who got hurt the same way. Heck, I could swear the scars are the same. That's unlikely, but not impossible, huffed Iida. As for having prior knowledge of you, it could be safe to assume that your classmates from middle school posted about you in their social media accounts. As if those losers would dare post anything about me, Bakugo huffed. He glared at the entrance to the hall, opening and closing his fists. I don't know what's going on, but I want goddamn answers. Aren't you getting carried away? In any case, we should concentrate on the task at hand, Iida sighed with exasperation. We need to come up with a combat strategy. Firstly, we should clear this room from all objects that could be used by Uraraka. It would be convenient to remove any hiding spots for the likes of Izumi. Iida stopped studying their surroundings and turned to Bakugo, who was clearly not paying heed to anything he was saying. Are you listening, Bakugo? We need to strategize before our preparation time, Iida said. You stay here and protect the bomb, Bakugo ordered, marching towards the door. Hey, wait one moment. An indignant Iida protested. Bakugo turned towards Iida, glaring at the tall boy. We can't allow that stupid bunny get here, Four Eyes. With her speed she can easily get past us without fighting. If we are going to win this, we have to take her down, Bakugo growled. That's a terrible idea, Iida responded. If that is the case, our best odds are at ambushing Izumi, but then we are at a risk of getting outmaneuvered and unable to protect the bomb. Additionally, it will be hard to take Izumi by surprise with her keen hearing. Bakugo smirked at that and raised a clenched fist. Bah, I'll teach that stupid bunny a lesson of strength, Bakugo said. Iida shuddered. The blonde looked terrifying, almost as if he was ready to go all out on his fellow classmates. That couldn't be right, could it? Dash 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 dash. From the observation room, a skeletal All Might watched with certain apprehension. He couldn't listen to the students shown across the screens over his control console, but he could easily tell what was going on. While young Midoriya and young Uraraka were going over the hideout schematics, elaborating a plan no doubt, young Bakugo and young Iida were having an argument of sorts. All Might felt a knot form on his gut, or at least what remained of it. Both teams were taking the exercise a bit too seriously. All Might trusted young Midoriya to stay focused and in control. Young Bakugo, on the other hand. Maybe this battle trial was a mistake, thought All Might. He clenched his fists, before checking the time. It doesn't matter. It is too late to change course now, he thought. He gritted his teeth and expanded into his muscular form. The preparation time is over, All Might said, pausing 1 second before mustering his courage. Hero team, you may enter the building. Dash 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 dash. Izuku didn't like their odds. More importantly, he didn't want to fight Bakugo. Just the thought of facing the explosive teenager made him shiver. How could it not? Izuku could recall all the times Bakugo had burned or punched him. Not anymore, Izuku told himself. Inside the hideout, Izuku and Ochako traversed the maze of corridors as quickly as they could. They went past the first floors fast enough. It was after the third one that the hero team slowed down to a trot, with Izuku taking the lead. Izuku was reminded of the entrance exam, when he had hurried down corridors before pausing to pick any sounds with his keen ears. It was during the fourth floor that Izuku heard something. He signaled Ochako to stop and squinted at the path ahead. His long ears focused on the way ahead, and he heard it again. Izuku turned to Ochako and gave her a nod. He's there, Izuku silently said. Both of them traded anxious looks. Neither was eager to face a boy that could produce loud and fiery explosions from his palms. However, they had no other choice. Izuku turned to lead the way, and faltered. Can I do this? Can I stand up against him? Izuku thought, dreading the fight that was about to break out. He nearly jumped in shock when a hand wrapped around his. He glanced to see Ochako offering a reassuring smile, before squeezing his hand and letting go. The two exchanged nods. I can do this, Izuku told himself. All Might's words echoed in his mind. Perhaps Izuku Midoriya couldn't face Bakugo, but maybe, just maybe, Izumi could and would. I will stand up to him, as I wanted to all those times, Izuku told himself. And indeed, it had been one of his greatest wishes. Back when he was bullied, Izuku wished he had the confidence and courage to stand up for his own beliefs. Now, Izuku had the power and means. Or rather, Izumi did. With newfound confidence, Izuku rushed forward and tried to be as loud as possible, exaggerating her breathing. His instincts were in high alert, and his body was tense. He approached the corner, went to rush past it, and bolted backwards. Boom! Izuku winced as his ears hurt. Thankfully, he had managed to avoid Bakugo's attack by a wide margin. The blonde in question scowled, standing in their way. "All right, you stupid bunny, it's you and me," Bakugo growled. He leaned forward, smirking sardonically. "And don't you go trying to get past me." Truth of the matter was that Izuku had predicted that they would be ambushed in that very same corridor, or at least that had been a good option. For starters, it was narrow and low, meaning that it was harder for Izuku to slip through, and even if he did, Izuku would have to abandon Ochako. Given how Bakugo didn't care about hurting people, Izuku had predicted that Bakugo would use that against Izuku. "Come on, Ochako," Izuku said brunette, who had slowed down and waited for Bakugo to reveal himself, sprinted next to Izumi. Bakugo scowled but remained unfazed. He leaned forward, ready to attack, when his eyes widened. A living lighting smacked him straight in the gut, pushing him onto the wall behind him and out of the narrow corridor. To his credit, Bakugo didn't only withstand the one-for-all enhanced kick, but he countered with explosions in front. A singed Izuku was forced back, leaping backwards. Bakugo lunged forward, only to spot Ochako rush to one of the side hallways. The explosive blonde cursed and went after the brunette, only to raise a forearm to block a rabbit foot. Bakugo tried to explode the rabbit girl, but Izuku was faster and retreated 10 feet back into the narrow corridor once again. By that point, Ochako was out of sight and both Bakugo and Izuku were left alone. "That was your plan, for round-face to get past me," Bakugo scoffed. "You idiots, there's no way Four Eyes will lose to that weakling." Izuku glared at Bakugo with an anger and resentment that had been alien to him. Perhaps it was that Izuku could not fight for himself, but he would not allow Bakugo to badmouth Ochako. "You are not that clever, are you, Bakugo?" Izuku countered, trying to stay composed. Deep down, however, he was terrified and angry. It was time to enact his plan. "Then again, you've always been a bit of a hothead, haven't you?" Bakugo squinted at Izuku. The rabbit girl, in turn, stepped back. Slowly, an angry Bakugo approached him, deeper into the narrow corridor. "All right, stupid bunny, spill it out," Bakugo growled. "How do you know about me?" Izuku took a deep breath. He had to play his cards right. "Haven't you guessed already?" Izuku countered. Bakugo remained awfully quiet. "I know someone who has always admired you, a person who look up to you," Izuku slowly said. It felt as if a pressure, something that had been bottled inside of him, was finally coming out. He was someone who believes in you no matter how much you dislike him. "Can you guess who?" Apparently, Bakugo could. "Deku." Izuku's eyes widened and his heart dropped. That voice, why did Bakugo sound so angry? Why did he use such venom to use Izuku's nickname? True, it was the usual derisive tone, but why was it affecting Izuku so deeply in that moment? Was it because he was in his rabbit form? "I should have known," Bakugo spat. "That beeping nerd." With a roar, Bakugo slammed a palm onto a wall and delivered a powerful blast. Izuku jumped backwards, startled, and clenched his ears, pained. Even if he had been at a safe distance, he still felt a ringing in his head. Clearly, having keen rabbit ears would be a drawback against an explosion-creating teenager. Who would have guessed? "I should have known. Not even if I got rid of him, he still annoys me," spat Bakugo, ignoring Izuku. That beeper. Izuku, though, watched in confusion. No, not just bewilderment. His heart clenched painfully as he felt rather hurt by Bakugo's words. He knew that Bakugo had never truly enjoyed Izuku's company, and, yes, Izuku understood Bakugo could show irritation towards Izuku, but hate. Why? Izuku asked. Bakugo turned his raging red eyes towards the rabbit girl. Why do you hate him? Izuku said, correcting himself at the last instant. Why? Because he is a beeping useless nerd. Bakugo shouted. What the beep is he doing giving away intel on my quirk to shitty bunnies like you, huh? Who does he think he is, huh? Izuku stood there, disbelieving. Truthfully, he had known all along, and yet Bakugo's words wounded him deep. Is that what you thought about him? Izuku whispered, fighting the whirlwind of emotions in his gut. That he is a useless nerd. Tears promised to surface on his face. He could feel his ears dropping behind him and his eyes trembling with feelings. Why the beep do you care about that stupid nerd? Roared Bakugo, infuriated. The moron has been an imbecile since I knew him. He is obsessed with being a hero. And that's wrong, Izuku said, gritting his teeth. New emotions started to surface in her gut. His sadness, the feelings of hurt, were slowly replaced by a burning emotion. It felt like a flame had been lit in his very being, promising to consume her. Why can't I chase a dream? Izuku said. What is it to you? A dream. Deku is quirkless, dumbass. He'll never be a hero. And if he really wanted to be anything near one, he should stop being a beeping creep about it. Shouted Bakugo. Is that why you care about him? Do you pity that nerd? He has always been pathetic useless nobody that creeps around like a cockroach. Izuku froze and his blood run cold. Pathetic, creep, useless, those words echoed in his mind over and over again. It started with Bakugo's voice, and soon others joined in. Old whispers from his middle school's hallways, from his class, from the way towards the school. And do you know what? I might have been Anto that nerd, but guess what? That nerd kept coming for more. He even considers me a friend. Spat Bakugo. By the sounds of it, Bakugo had long wanted to get that off his chest. There was a hint of guilt but also a lot of frustration and confusion in his voice, as well as ire, lots and lots of ire. Unfortunately, he had no idea just who he was confessing his suppressed feelings to. Izuku stared at him, unmoving. Instead of the mounting anger and resentment, Izuku felt himself deflated as he finally realized the truth. I've been lying to myself, Izuku thought. He slowly looked down at his paws. For too long I've held on to the impossible. I grabbed onto a dream I knew deep down that I would never achieve. I tried to stick around Bakugo thinking I could be friends with him again, Izuku realized. Why? Why had he been so stupid? Had he been so desperate? Izumi. Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts and saw Ochako coming back from behind Bakugo. Now, the very same place Bakugo had planned to use for his ambush had become the place in which he was trapped. Ochako, Izuku whispered, blinking. He shook his head, suppressing the storm of emotions inside. What are you doing? You were supposed to go to Iida. Yeah, but I realized you were taking too long, Ochako said. She gave Izuku a smile. Let's take this guy down and win this. Izuku stared at Ochako, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Bakugo scoffed and smirked at Ochako. You and what army, round face? Mused Bakugo. Hey, Ochako. Both blonde and brunette turned their heads to the rabbit girl. They stared, baffled, as the once shocked Izuku took a fighting pose and smiled. However, they were both far more surprised by something. Izumi, your eyes, Ochako gasped. They look like, growled Bakugo, half in anger, half in infuriating confusion. Izuku, though, was focused. Right now, nothing about my past matters, Izuku told himself as his smile turned to a grin. I've been given the chance to fulfill my dreams, to take a new path in life. All Might's words resounded in his head, casting away all doubts and ghosts of his past. From this day onwards, puff up your chest with pride, ready to face every challenge life is ready to throw at you, and smile. I know the person I want to be is Izumi, the rabbit girl, Izuku thought with newfound euphoria. Izumi Midoriya is the one who stands for the abandoned and forgotten. She doesn't allow idiots, no, assholes, like Bakugo badmouth her friends. More importantly, Izumi fights. Are you ready, Ochako? Izumi asked, her body glowing with power. Bakugo tensed, the hairs on the nape of his neck standing on end. He stared at the bunny girl and yet he couldn't believe it. Just what was her power? Oh hell yeah, let's do this, Izumi. Ochako said with a grin. I will fight against the likes of you, Bakugo, Izumi thought, and I'll win. What about you, Bakugo? Are you going to stand there watching? Izumi taunted, smile still in place. I thought you were better than that, Kachan. Bakugo's eyes widened. What did you call me? Bakugo whispered, only to lean forward, face turning puce with rage. What the beep did you call me? He leaned forward, explosions shaking the building as his anger grew. You heard me loud and clear, Izumi said, leaning forward as well, Kachan. The effect was instantaneous. A choleric Bakugo launched himself at high speed straight towards Izumi. Ochako could only watch, horrified, as the human cannonball accelerated towards the rabbit girl. Die! Bakugo shouted, rearing an arm, his eyes seeing red. However, that was just as Izumi had wanted. One moment she was standing there, a rabbit girl immersed in bolts of lightning that danced across her fur, the next she had vanished. Boom! Bakugo gasped, spit flying over his mouth, as a petite rabbit girl kicked him straight on the gut. Their eyes met for a brief instant, less than a second. Furious red versus glowing emerald. In that moment, Bakugo forgot all about his current opponent, the rabbit girl Izumi, and could only think of one person, Deku. However, the next moment he was rendered unable to think, flipped straight onto ground. It had happened so fast, Bakugo could not comprehend what was going on. Somehow the rabbit girl taken hold of one arm and threw him against the ground using Bakugo's own momentum. But how? How had she managed to do so? He had been going extremely fast to be spotted, even for a speedster of a rabbit girl. He could get how she managed to land a kick, but to also manage a throw. It was as if she had predicted it. Bakugo was snapped out of his thoughts when he felt a tape being wrapped around one arm. His eyes widened as he saw a smirking rabbit girl looking down on him, her hand holding the capture tape. Bakugo immediately reached out with his other hand, ready to blow off the stupid girl. However, in the last second before he could produce an explosion, his palm was slapped off and another pair of hands wrapped capture tape around his forearm. Impossible, was all Bakugo could think. And yet, in front of his lying eyes, was Ochako, having wrapped Bakugo's other arm with her capture tape. The hero team have wrapped their capture tape on a villain. Bakugo has been captured, declared All Might. Just in the nick of time, Infinity Girl. Izumi chuckled. Oof, for a moment I thought I wouldn't make it, sighed Ochako. Come on, Infinity Girl, let's get going, Izumi said, letting go of Bakugo's arm and running away. Hey, wait for me, shouted Ochako, following after her teammate. Bakugo just watched there, lying on the ground. His strength abandoned him and his arms went limp. Had he? No, it couldn't be. Had he lost? While Bakugo was left to handle his personal crisis, Izumi and Ochako rushed to the upper floors. They hastily opened doors and checked inside. They knew they were rather short in time as it was. Luckily, Izumi quickly picked a sound from the floor above and led Ochako straight to where the bomb was being held. Iida was waiting for them, standing in front of the large faux bomb. You are too late, heroes. Izumi and Ochako blinked at Iida before exchanging baffled looks. Why was Iida sounding so evil all of a sudden? Your time has run out, Iida said before bursting into a very dramatic cackle. In less than a minute this very bomb will explode and there is nothing you can do. In fact, I believe you have less time than that. Izumi and Ochako gasped. Infinity Girl, combo attack. Izumi said. Right, Ochako said. Combo attack, Iida asked, dropping the act. Ochako grabbed Izumi and, after a faint burst of pink light, held the rabbit girl as if she was weightless. Before Iida could even ponder what the two were about to do, Ochako spun around and Izumi curled into a ball. Iida stared with growing apprehension, finally realizing what that combo kick was all about. The rabbit ball started glowing, lighting bolts cracking around it. Combined move. Galaxy Ball. Ochako and Izumi shouted. Ochako hurled the rabbit ball to a wall. No sooner had it made contact with the concrete material, it shot off as lighting. Iida yelped, shocked, as the entire room became flooded by straight blurs of a certain weightless rabbit girl. Iida looked around, trying to follow Izumi's movement, but to no avail. She was moving too quickly. Worse, he was completely helpless. He didn't know where to go or how to defend himself. Suddenly, Iida noticed the rabbit ball move straight towards him. Iida wasn't sure how he managed to detect it, much less move out of its way, but he did. Not only that, but Iida managed to actually grab the false bomb and moved it out of Izumi's way. When Iida stopped and looked back, he was relieved to see Izumi on the ground, looking absolutely dizzy and close to spewing. Iida smirked and was about to deliver an evil taunt, when he felt the bomb in his arms suddenly shake. Iida snapped his head up, only to stare in disbelief. There, hugging the papier-mâché bomb was none other than Ochako. "Bomb recovered," sighed Ochako. "Time's up," All Might declared. "Hero team wins. Excellent work, Hero team," All Might said. Class 1A stood around the large man. In front of him, the 4 students who had just participated in the battle trial awaited for All Might's comments. "Young Izumi, young Uraraka, you both worked efficiently as a team. You even managed to come up with a combo attack on the spot. That's great." All Might gave the hero team a thumbs up. Ochako and Izumi's faces lit up at the praise. "That being said, you did waste a lot of time with young Bakugo, especially you young Izumi. A battle is not a place to deal with personal issues," said All Might. "The best route would have been to attempt capturing young Bakugo from the start. Actually, we were worried that Bakugo would be too difficult to capture. The idea was for Ochako to reach Iida while I stalled Bakugo, so that I could then slip past him once Ochako made it to the weapon and together we could overwhelm Iida," Izumi explained. "Sound strategy, but not the smartest considering that it would involve abandoning young Uraraka with young Iida," rebutted All Might. "In any case, good job hero team. Now, as for the villain team." All Might turned to the fuming Bakugo and the ashamed Iida. "Young Iida, you performed the best of all 4 of you," All Might said, gaining surprised looks from his other students. "You remained focused on the task at hand and worked with the most efficiency, first removing any potential advantages for your opponents before maximizing your own chances. It was a good strategy to attempt to delay the hero team over engaging them in combat." "Thank you, sir," Iida solemnly said, bowing towards All Might. "That being said, all 4 of you acted with surprising clarity. I was not expecting you to grasp the basic concepts of infiltration and indoors combat so quickly." All Might said. "For the rest of you, don't be disheartened if your performance does not meet the standards of the first fight. This is, after all, merely a base exercise to assess your skills and warm you up for the training ahead of you." All Might remained silent, allowing for his words to sink in. "All right then, we are ready to move on," the number 1 hero decided. "Does anyone have any questions?" "Actually, I do," Ashido said, raising her hand. She turned to Ochako and Izumi, looking amused. She wasn't the only one. There was, after all, something anyone had yet to ask about, something that had been intriguing to the lot of them. Ochako, why are you carrying Izumi like a plushie?" wondered an amused Ashido. For indeed, Izuku found himself caught between Ochako's arms, hugged against her chest as an oversized toy, not that Izuku minded. It was actually very pleasant and comfortable, regardless the feeling of weightlessness from Ochako's quirk. "Oh, Izumi might have pushed herself too far and can't move her legs yet," said Ochako. "So I am carrying her around." "Really, can I take her too?" Yaoyorozu hesitantly asked, face lighting up. "No, give her to me," Ashido excitedly called, trying to grab the rabbit girl in question. "Hey, get your own rabbit girl," huffed Ochako, stepping away from the other girls. She held tighter onto Izumi, burying the rabbit girl's head deeper into her chest. "This one is mine. Come on, girl, share with the rest of us," whined Hagakure. Izuku, in turn, was kind of petrified with all the attention and appreciation he was being given. That and he was rather lost in the bliss that was Ochako's soft and comfortable bosom. In a corner of a room, A despondent Mineta cried with jealousy on his knees, his back to the rest of his classmates. The other boys weren't doing far better, blushing and looking away or biting their fists, trying to push down their envy for the rabbit girl. Now, everyone, let's calm down, All Might said, chuckling. We have to continue with the battle trail. His words, however, went unheard. Come on, Ochako, just a second, for good luck, protested Hagakure. No, Ochako harumphed. Izumi isn't a toy. Then maybe you shouldn't be treating her as one, Ribbit bluntly pointed out Asui. Ochako, though, merely sniffed and kept holding on to the resident rabbit girl. Izuku, on his part, was not about to surrender such heavenly experience. Now everyone, let us stay focused, shall we? All Might said. Hagakure whined at being unable to cuddle a plushy-looking rabbit girl before leaving with her partner, Ojiro. Behind them followed the hero team of Todoroki and Shoji. With the teams moving into position, All Might bid his farewells and vanished behind the control room door. Man, you were pretty awesome back there, you guys, Ashido told Ochako and Izuku. I knew you would win, differently from others. And hey, you helped me win a bit of cash. Mineta and Kaminari grumbled about being cheated out of their money. Thanks, Mina, Ochako replied, only to sigh. But it was Izumi who did the most. I just tagged along. Don't say that, you weren't that bad yourself, Ribbit, said Asui. Sadly, even though Ochako smiled appreciatively to the frog girl, Izuku could tell she remained disappointed in herself. The rest of the class was spent watching and commenting on the remaining battles. Team Todoroki won with little effort while the rest of the fights were more evenly matched. Izuku watched with amazement as his classmates all employed their quirks in creative ways. There were a few surprising strategies, not all of which worked as intended. Regardless, Izuku could say that his classmates fared a lot better for their first battle trial. That and it looked like more than a handful already had combat skills. Izuku mentally sighed. He had to work on improving his hand-to-hand skills. Great, yet another thing he needed train. From the corner of his eyes, Izuku saw a fuming Bakugo glare at him every so often away from the rest. After Todoroki's display of power, Bakugo's mood seemed to sour considerably, just when Izuku thought Bakugo couldn't have taken his defeat any worse. When all fights had finished and the class was dismissed, Bakugo almost sprinted away from the rest, eager to escape his peers. Class 1A, on the other hand, didn't mind losing track of the explosive blonde. Just like the day before, everyone went on their separate ways after changing back into their uniforms. Infinity Girl, would you mind taking me to Recovery Girl? Chuckled Izuku. Oh, do I have to? Whined Ochako. Sorry, but my legs kind of hurt, said Izuku. Ochako protested, but took Izuku to the school nurse regardless. When Recovery Girl saw the two girls, she sighed angrily and reluctantly healed the rabbit girl. You should take better care of yourself, miss, harumphed the old woman. She tried her best, but we were up against Bakugo, said Ochako, standing to a side. That jerk makes it hard not to get carried away, you know. As that's so, then I suppose that explains the burnt fur, sighed Recovery Girl. Well, off you go you two. I am sure you have better things to do than pester an old lady. Thanks for everything, Recovery Girl, said Izuku. Always a pleasure. Just don't go breaking your arms next, am I clear? Recovery said, giving Izuku a meaningful look. Izuku winced and instinctively caressed his scarred arm. He wasn't going to do something so reckless again. He paused, as his hands trailed the scars of his arm. He could remember well just how reckless he had been, and he could still say that he was a long distance from ever using one for all in his human form. Would he be stuck in his rabbit form for the entire year? Or maybe until the graduation? Would he ever be able to use his human form? Izuku shook his head at such depressing thoughts. He couldn't think like that. Ochako was there and he was still in rabbit form. A smile formed on Izuku's face as he remembered how he had managed to stand tall against Bakugo of all people, or rather, how his new identity, Izumi, did. With those thoughts, the rabbit girl hopped off the stool she had been sitting on and stretched a bit, a wide smile in place. It is time to put into practice what All Might told me, she thought. Alright, ready to hit the gym, Infinity Girl, Izumi said. You know it, replied Ochako. Maybe keeping this act will be easier than I thought, the rabbit girl told herself. Katsuki Bakugo really loved his family. How could he not? They were supportive, caring, and they always showed that they loved him. However, there were times, certain moments in which he really wished he could bring himself to punch them. Especially his mother. Oi, what's with the long face? Did a girl reject you or something? Taunted Mitsuki Bakugo to her downtrodden son. It's nothing, muttered Bakugo as he trudged into the kitchen, dropping his school back outside the hallway. On the other side of the counter, Mitsuki busied herself washing dishes. Bakugo went to the fridge and took out a milk box, before going off to search for a bowl to eat cereals. He ignored the look on his mother's face. Seated by the counter, a bowl of cereals of his own, was Bakugo's father, who shared his wife's expression. Did something happen, son? Masaru Bakugo asked. It was clear just who did Katsuki take the most from in matter of looks. He had, after all, his mother's blonde spiky hair and burning red eyes, rather than his father's brown hair. Bakugo even took after his mother in attitude, even if she refused to admit it. No, grumbled Katsuki. Sounds like a lie to me, harumphed Mitsuki. Go on, spill it, Katsuki, or we will just keep prodding and annoying you. Come on, dear, we shouldn't bother him so much, chuckled Masaru. Shush you, sniffed Mitsuki. Anything you say, dear, replied Masaru with a smile. Mitsuki replied with a grin before biting her lips. Instead of bothering their son further, the two stared at each other, something that made Katsuki roll his eyes. He hated how mushy his parents could be. There were times Katsuki wondered how he had managed to stay an only child with the way they behaved. Fine, Katsuki grunted. Oi, Mom, do you know any rabbit girls that were friends with Izuku? Rabbit girls, the two Bakugos replied in unison, frowning. I don't remember any rabbit girls in your school, Masaru commented. She couldn't have attended Aldera, or else the director would have bragged about having 2 students going to UA, muttered Bakugo, mostly to himself. To his annoyance, he hadn't talked softly enough. Oh, what is this? Is my baby curious about a girl? Teased Mitsuki. See, that's why I don't want to answer any of your stupid questions. Shouted Katsuki. Instead of reprimanding her son, Mitsuki instead kept shooting a teasing smirk at Katsuki, something that only infuriated the boy even further. Is this about a classmate of yours? Masaru asked. Yes, Katsuki said. He ignored the annoying cooing sounds from his mother. She claimed to know Izuku. Oh, so you are jealous Izuku has a girlfriend and you don't? Teased a certain mother. Will you drop that crap? Exploded Katsuki. Never, laughed Mitsuki. On the counter, Masaru tried to keep his chuckling down behind a fist, acting as if he was coughing. What troubles you about this girl? Masaru managed to say with a straight face. There's just something off about that stupid bunny girl, muttered Katsuki. Off? Both Mitsuki and Masaru asked. The two parents exchanged surprised looks. Truth to be told, this was all new to them. Katsuki rarely, if ever, talked about his classmates. Yeah, I don't know, muttered Katsuki. He glared at his bowl of cereals. I don't know what, but I am going to find out what that stupid bunny is hiding. He took his tea time snack and marched off. Oi, where do you think you are going? Mitsuki exclaimed. Away from you two before you start snogging or something like that, came Katsuki's voice as he walked up the stairs to his room. Don't you dare give me a brother or sister, you hear me? And with a final slam, the two parents were left alone at the kitchen, their son locked in his bedroom. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Predictably, it was an excited Mitsuki who spoke first. Do you think he has a crush on this girl? I bet she beat the crap out of him today or something, said Mitsuki. He does look beat up, hummed an amused Masaru. And a rabbit girl, said Katsuki's mother. Oh, I have to tell Inko about it. My baby is in love. Now dear, let's not get carried away. He is just confused and annoyed, chuckled Masaru. And we must strike while the iron is hot, Mitsuki exclaimed. And here I thought he was going to come out gay. Masaru choked on his cereals at that. What, he has never shown any interest in any girls, Mitsuki shrugged, grinning. Apparently, he's just a late bloomer. Mitsuki, I think you are overthinking this, said Masaru. Now, love, call it mother's intuition, Mitsuki huffed. I can feel it. This could be our future daughter-in-law we are talking about. Her eyes sparkled with glee at the thought of her son finally having a girlfriend. The two remained silent, unsure what else to say. They looked at each other, before Mitsuki smirked at her husband. So, are we going to actually snog or what? She wondered. Masaru, on his part, didn't have any complaints on the matter. All Might paced in the teacher's long. From one end to another, he couldn't help but ponder on the issue at hand. After the battle trial, he couldn't stop thinking about Izuku, or rather Izumi's performance. Young Midoriya had done great. However, it was evident the young man-turned-rabbit girl had a long way to go, and that was the crux of the matter. He needs another teacher, All Might thought. There is just so much I can teach young Midoriya. Izumi needs someone more oriented to speed and kicking, rather than a heavy hitter and puncher like me. She needs someone like. All Might froze mid-stride and shuddered. No, she isn't ready, he told himself. He will swallow her up and spit her to kingdom come. I can't allow it, not yet at least. But what other choice did he have? All Might wanted to ensure his successor got stronger. That and All Might really wanted young Midoriya to improve in his control on One for All. The earlier young Midoriya managed to master the quirk, the earlier All Might would manage to sleep better at night. I am not a good teacher, am I? He mused, guilt-ridden. The principal and Aizawa had a few things to say about his first class. Nezu had been rather kinder and more understanding, and not outright admonishing. Aizawa, on the other hand, had pointed out the flaws of having hormonal teenagers go against each other with their quirks. Not that he was against a battle trial, merely that the students required a bit more training beforehand, maybe a class on theory and sparring practice. That and having more teachers involved, just in case. Then there was the growing time limit. On that regard, the principal was been rather harsh. Thankfully, Aizawa hadn't been part of that conversation. Truth of the matter was that in their little agreement, All Might hadn't been supposed to give One for All before the start of term. The principal had been under the impression All Might would be joining the school to search for a successor, after all. Now, though, All Might's time in his muscular form, the actual All Might everyone knew and loved, would only decrease. Considering that All Might would have to give fundamental in heroics to more than 12 times a week, and each time with time periods that reached or exceeded 3 hours, they would eventually start facing difficulties. Additionally, All Might still went out to do hero work, and there would be times All Might, in his muscular form, would be required to be present for unforeseen circumstances. Hence, All Might had to come up with a solution. Nezu had a suggestion, but All Might wasn't sure about it. However, I could kill 2 stones with 1 bird, mused All Might. He frowned, going back to pacing. But who can I pick as a second heroics teacher and someone who could teach young Midoriya? All Might thought aloud. A name popped into his head. No, he immediately thought, only for a smile to stretch on his face. Although maybe, if I can get that person involved, young Midoriya is going to want my guts afterwards, but I am sure he'll thank me, eventually. He hesitated, momentarily ready. Midoriya will see the necessity for tutorage, no doubt, even if it focuses entirely on his rabbit form, thought the hero. He sighed and nodded. Well, might as well start by making a call, he decided. Far away, in another city, a certain hero sneezed. When Izuku opened his eyes on Wednesday morning, he discovered he still held the same grin which he had when he had gone to sleep. How could it not? He had managed to go to the gym with Ochako. Any evening spent with a cute girl, and a friend at that, was worth it. Life sure looked way better already. His good mood fell as he thought of Bakugo. Emotions poured into his gut, making him feel like he was close to bursting with feelings. I was really delusional, wasn't I? Izuku sighed. He looked at the mirror on his wardrobe's door, and smiled at his reflection. Just what made you think he would be your friend? Izuku asked himself, expecting an answer. Knowing that there would only be silence in response, he sighed and shook his head. Instead, he closed his eyes and changed to his rabbit form. When Izumi opened her eyes, she found a smiling and confident rabbit girl on the mirror, with oversized pajamas. No time like the present, Izumi, she told herself. I am the brave and righteous bunny girl Izumi Midoriya, and we don't have any time for bullies like Bakugo. Although she came off as childish in her mind, it was surprisingly easier than she thought to fill that role. Maybe the fact she had one for all helped, or maybe Izumi just had a far better time in UA than Izuku did. Maybe Izuku, deep down, really wanted to be that Izumi he envisioned. After a hasty morning exercise, Izuku checked the hero news in his cell phone, interested on the latest Maruko controversy. He gave all other pro-hero news a glance until he came to the last mention of Maruko. Izuku winced. A lot of mid-ranking heroes were really ganging up on Maruko, not that Izuku didn't understand them. Maruko was a lot like Bakugo in Endeavor personality-wise. The difference, sadly, was that while Endeavor was pragmatic enough to have crossover events with other heroes in order to keep his high popularity, and even fake being pleasant to be around with when the time was right, Maruko had no such reservations. It was admirable for someone to speak from the heart, but in the competitive world of pro-heroes where public opinion could affect your ranking and position, it wasn't wise to be blunt or stubborn on ideals, especially when they weren't popular. Maruko had never been one to do team-ups and she would never do anything she didn't feel like it. For some time, that garnered her some popularity. People love feisty little bunny girls, apparently to the point she made it in the top 10. At the moment, though, that personality trait was coming back to bite her in the butt. Many attention-seeking pro-heroes who had met Maruko at one point or another were all calling her all sorts of things, going as far as to suggest she was a menace around children. Some, thankfully, were more honest or friendly. Izuku was floored when he learned Endeavor of all people was supportive of Maruko, although in hindsight it made sense strategically speaking. I just hope none of the guys start asking me about Maruko, Izuku grumbled, reminded of the conspiracies his classmates came from. Stupid costume designers. Izuku didn't bother with the latest news for long. He hopped off to the door and paused. He scrunched his face and concentrated. Right, remember, I'm Izumi, cute, fluffy but badass rabbit girl, not Izuku, the plain-looking fanboy. When she opened her eyes, Izumi grinned, puffed up her chest and boldly marched out, into the world outside. She hurried for an early bath, before any of the girls went to the shared bathroom. When she made her way to the kitchen, she wasn't surprised to find a happy Ochako and some of her classmates. Life couldn't get any better for Izumi. That peaceful Wednesday morning, after a stressful roll call with their homeroom teacher, Izumi felt actually excited for the day ahead. There wouldn't be any heroics or anything similar, but she was starting to enjoy school a lot more. That and she was looking forward to spending more time with Ochako that evening. Ochako had been fired up after the battle trial, to the point she wanted to start sparring with Izumi. The rabbit girl wanted to practice one-on-one combat as well, but the idea of getting physical with an attractive girl like Ochako. Izumi's life was good, really good. It was still confusing any time Izuku thought of himself as Izumi or as a her instead of a him. Still, Izuku had decided to commit to the act fully, like All Might had done, so he was not about to give up now. She was now Izumi, Class 1A rabbit girl and future hero. Her thoughts were taken by their homeroom teacher, who stoically went to the front desk and addressed them with tired insomniac eyes. All right, everyone, Aizawa sighed. I reviewed the battle trial with All Might yesterday. All things considered, not bad. The class released sighs of relief. That being said, I expect marked improvements in the near future or else, warned Aizawa. The class tensed, gulping with dread. But enough of that, Aizawa said. The class relaxed. We have another more important matter to settle, Aizawa said, his tone cold and stern. One that will impact your future in UA. Everyone was back to feeling like cornered animals. You have to choose a class representative and vice representative, stated the homeroom teacher matter-of-factly. The teenagers were not amused by a smirking and entertained Aizawa. Clearly, their homeroom teacher was a sadist that knew exactly how he made them react. What's a class representative for? Asked a confused Ojiro. You didn't have one at your school? Wondered Kaminari. No, I didn't even know they were thing, admitted the tailed student. It doesn't really do anything, said Mineta. Actually, the class representative is, as the title suggests, the one student that will speak for all of you in matters regarding the class. Whenever you wish to organize a class exercise, it is up to the class representative to speak to the teachers, for example. Additionally, any future events of the school in which your class will be involved in will be discussed and organized with the class representative, Aizawa said. Everyone sat up straight, interested. Suddenly, being a class representative was far more important than what they had imagined. So how do you pick one? Someone asked. Aizawa, ever the helpful teacher, merely shrugged and pulled out a sleeping bag from under his desk. Chose however you want, just pick one before your first class, Aizawa grumbled before laying down and dozing off in a corner. I suggest employing a democratic vote, said Iida. Boo, democracy is cancer, jokingly booed Ashido, earning a few chuckles around her. Oi, I'm the strongest here, roared Bakugo, so I should be the class representative. The class looked at their explosive classmate, before looking away, ignoring the blonde entirely. I think a vote sounds fine, commented Yaoyorozu. Oi, shouted Bakugo. But we barely know each other, Ribbit, said Asui. I said I'm the class representative, damn it. How else are we supposed to pick a representative, though? Kirishima wondered. Rock paper scissors. I'm all for that, laughed Hagakure. We must hurry. We do not have a lot of time available to make a choice. Iida said, before turning to the invisible girl. And we will not decide such an important position with a kid's game. What about a tournament of tic-tac-toe? Proposed Ashido, completely ignoring what Iida had just said. God damn it, extras, shouted Bakugo. I say Izumi should be our class representative. Everyone quiet down, including the explosive blonde standing on his desk. The rabbit girl in question stared in horror at the girl who had proposed such a preposterous thing. Ochako, somewhat embarrassed, would not be deterred, however. She's smart, clever, and I bet she'll make us look a lot better as a representative than the likes of, well, you know who, Ochako chuckled. Bakugo frowned, confused, until he noticed every head had glanced at him before nodding solemnly back at Ochako. Oi, what do you mean by that? Screamed the explosive blonde. I second that, said Yaoyorozu, although she sounded her usual formal and serious self. Her eyes, however, were sparkling and her cheeks were red with a blush. For all of her stiff persona, Izumi knew that Yaoyorozu had another phase of her, a very cuddling fluff-loving side. You just like the idea of having a fluffy class rep, don't you? Accused Jiro. Of course not, muttered Yaoyorozu, embarrassed. All right, maybe a little bit. Meh, what the hell? Shrugged Jiro. Might as well be Izumi, I guess. Yes, Izumi for president, exclaimed Ashido. And here I thought you were against democracy, joked Kirishima. Down with democracy, long live the republic, joked back Ashido. Hun hun hun, agreed a certain French blonde in the background. Yay, rabbit president, exclaimed a certain invisible girl. Come on, guys, we should pick a boy, Mineta protested. But none of the boys seemed that interested in taking on a role with a lot of responsibility as a class representative. In fact, it sounded a bit daunting having to be the voice of the class. I wish to be the class representative, stated Todoroki. It took one glacé from his peers and a look into those deep icy eyes of his before they all shook their heads. Todoroki frowned with confusion at that. Why didn't his peers don't want him in a role of power? Hadn't he demonstrated he was one of the strongest in their class? Let us put it to a vote then, stated Iida. Those who wish for Izumi to be our class representative, raise your hands. Izumi, in turn, watched with her mouth wide agape and mounting horror as hands rose into the air. There was a cheerful Ochako, who seemed to be unable to understand that Izumi did not want to take such a role. She barely knew how to speak to people, much less represent them. Then there were the others who had shown their support at the idea, like Ashido, Hagakure, an enthusiastic Yaoyorozu and a bored Jiro. There were, however, a few surprising hands. A blushing silent Koji Koda, an equally quiet Mezzo Shoji and a brooding Fumikage Tokiyami raised their hands as well. Tsuyu Asui was also part of the raised hands. Izumi watched, horrified, and spluttered incoherently. Worse was when Iida raised his hands, averting his gaze from his confused peers. "You traitors," Mineta shouted, pointing at the boys who had voted for Izumi. "Come on guys, vote for me, and I promise that I will have the girl's skirt cut in half." "I don't think the class representative has that kind of power," chuckled Kaminari. The girls, on their part, were not amused by the perverted dwarf. The boys, in turn, looked away as not to be associated with said petite boy. "I suppose it is decided then," sighed Iida, dejected. "Izumi shall be our class representative." "I love democracy," cackled Ashido. "But who shall be our vice representative?" wondered Kirishima. Except for a fuming Bakugo and a still confused Todoroki, all heads turned to a newly chosen class representative. Izuku squeaked, scared witless from the burden thrust onto her. How was she supposed to respond? Remember, stick to the act, Izumi thought. Izumi is confident and fearless. She's bearer of one for all, chosen and tutored by All Might himself. Remember what All Might said. And thus, Izumi forced a smile on her face, puffed up her chest and gave a simple chuckle as she tried to think of something. She could do it. What about Iida or Yaoyorozu? Wondered Izumi. They both seem responsible and to stick to the rules. That and they both seem knowledgeable and well composed. Let's face it, I don't think I command that much respect, but either of those two would without any problem. Class 1A broke into murmurs of agreement, all while Izumi released a sigh of relief. She also mentally patted herself in the back. Acting all confident and brave wasn't that hard, but it sure was stressful. "See, you make for a great representative," Ochako told Izumi. "Thanks," said Izumi. Deep down, Izumi was pondering how she was going to get back to the Gravity Girl. She was barely keeping it together with all the attention and she had yet to start her role as class representative. However, there was no backing out. Izumi was no quitter. "But how are we supposed to choose a class vice representative?" pondered Kaminari. "I propose a democratic vote," said Ashido. Everyone glared at the pink-skinned girl who clearly wasn't taking the selection seriously enough. What followed were heated 20 minutes in which the class broke into a power struggle that somehow culminated with Yaoyorozu being selected as vice representative. Perhaps it was the fact that Iida was, well, a bit too intense and unapproachable at times. Thus, Izumi found herself at the head of her class, trying to act confident, next to the professional-looking Yaoyorozu. "Finally," grumbled Aizawa, "all right, you'll have your first inter-class meeting on Friday." What?" Izumi and Yaoyorozu said. Aizawa sighed but didn't elaborate, instead picking his sleeping bag and trudging out of the class. "Did he just?" Yaoyorozu wondered. "Yep," Izumi replied. The class remained silent, unsure how to react. There were only a few minutes left before their first class started, so it wasn't like there was much to do. Well, apparently Yaoyorozu knew what she wanted to do. "Yeah, I am your vice rep," Yaoyorozu said, leaning down and embracing Izumi. It was then that Izumi's entire head found itself in a heavenly place and her mind went straight to La La Land. From her seat, a particular Infinity Girl clenched her fists as Yaoyorozu squealed in delight, finally managing to fulfill one of her desires. Someone had wanted to hug the class rabbit girl for some time, apparently. "You sure are heavier than you look," Yaoyorozu commented, before she let go of the rabbit girl. Izumi, at the moment, didn't have the brain capacity to provide a coherent answer. "By the way, Izumi, I had yet to congratulate you on achieving the position of class representative." Izumi, for her part, sighed despondently, her face resting over the table. All around, the dining hall was filled with the usual hubbub of teenagers. With lunchtime upon them, students from all courses mingled and chatted, forgetting all about that morning's lessons. Izumi, on her part, had actually forgotten about the impromptu election she had somehow won. On a table of their own, Iida, Ochako and the newly chosen class representative tried to enjoy their meal. One of them, however, couldn't stomach her food. "No need to remind me," grumbled Izumi. "You really wanted the position, didn't you, Iida?" Ochako asked with a sheepish smile. "Yes," admitted Iida, before sighing. "However, the vote has been cast and, sadly, my peers have spoken, it is not to be." "Why do you want to be class rep, though?" wondered Izumi. "I don't think any hero agency will care and it sounds like it will take time away from training." "True, but I wish to obtain the experience of leadership," Iida said. "Leadership?" inquired both girls in unison. "Yes, you see, my brother, Ingenium, is a commendable leader with dozens of sidekicks under his command. Many agencies prefer to have mostly a few pro-heroes with a handful support sidekicks, but my brother is different. I admire that of him, and I sincerely hope to achieve such social prowess," said Iida. "Well, you might have to consider going down a few gears if that's the case, Iida," Izumi said, looking at her friend. "Don't take it as an insult, but you can be pretty, intense at times." Damn, when had she ever been so blunt and outspoken before? Izumi could only ponder in amazement. Maybe the whole act was starting to get to her. "Yes, I understand," an ashamed Iida responded. "In any case, I am thankful that at least I might learn from you, Izumi." "Learn what from me?" Izumi wondered. "Why, how to improve, of course," Iida stated. "Thus far you've proven to be an exceptional individual. You faced the zero-pointer during the exam without hesitation and then went against Bakugo, a fearful opponent to be had. You know, you speak really funny," Iida, Ochako commented. Izumi, on her part, was confused. "But I did hesitate, didn't I? And it wasn't like I wasn't afraid against Bakugo," Izumi said. "However, I do know that sometimes my body moves before I can think about it." She remembered when she had recklessly endangered herself the day she met All Might. In fact, it had been that foolish stupidity that had, somehow, convinced All Might that she was a good successor. Izumi really didn't follow the man's logic, but who was she to complain? "That's so cool," Ochako said, only to grimace. "I wish I was that brave." "Hey, it is a matter of practice, I think," Izumi tried to say. "I am not really that great, really, guys. You both make it sound like I am sort of amazing." She trailed off. Both Iida and Ochako, while not disagreeing with her, weren't looking her way, as if they couldn't bring themselves to agree with Izumi's assessment of herself. "Seriously guys, I am socially awkward and nerdy and—" "You are?" Ochako asked, blinking at Izumi. "I see. Is this some sort of joke I am failing to grasp?" hummed a thoughtful Iida. "I am afraid you'll have to explain it to me." In hindsight, Izumi had forgotten that both Iida and Ochako barely knew her, or at least they had never met Izuku Midoriya. They weren't like Bakugo, or any of Izuku's former classmates, all of which shared the same low opinion of the green-haired boy. All they knew was that she was a lively rabbit girl with an amazing quirk and who had already done a few allegedly brave things. Izumi found that debatable, though. "Come on guys, you don't know me that well," said Izumi. "It's been, what, 2 or 3 days since we meet each other." "First impressions do matter," said Iida. He had a point there. "Hey, I might not know you for long, but I actually think you are pretty amazing," Ochako confessed. "Really?" Izumi asked, blinking at the brunette. "Her, amazing, impossible. And you are fun," Ochako added. "We have hanged out together and you never looked nerdy to me." Alright, maybe Ochako ate something or maybe she had lost her mind somewhere along the way. There was no way you could put the name, Izuku Midoriya, and fun, in the same sentence without coming out with a negative statement. "I think I will wait until I deliver my assessment," Iida said. That being said, I do think that. Whatever Iida was going to say was cut off by the sound of an alarm blaring. Izumi winced, clasping her hands over her sensitive ears, all while Ochako and Iida looked around, baffled. "Is there a fire?" Ochako asked. All around, the cafeteria became a flurry of activity. Students were staring at the ceiling, confused, or standing up and leaving. No sooner had a few started to walk out, the more confused peers appeared to follow their example. "Hey, excuse me," Iida called one of the senior students. "What is going on?" "That's the defense breach alarm," the student said. "That means there are villains in the campus." And with that, the ever-so-helpful student rushed away. He wasn't the only one. In fact, by that point, most students were already spreading the word and panic was becoming visible in more than one face. "We need to evacuate the building then," Iida said. Should we?" Izumi asked. "This is an emergency. There could be villains inside and," Iida started saying. "Now is not the time to panic," said Izumi. "This is it." Izumi thought, this is a test of leadership, but what to do? And could someone destroy the damn alarm? She struggled to her feet, feeling a headache. Why did the alarm have to be so loud? And why weren't Iida nor Ochako affected? It was loud for them too, wasn't it? "I need to help." Izuku might be the sort to panic, but Izumi isn't, she reminded herself. "If we all try to leave the building, we will all end up stuck at the corridors," Izumi said. "But we can't just sit idle, can we?" Iida wondered. "Where's Lunch Rush?" Izumi asked. "He left," said Ochako. "Then the other teachers probably are already handling the situation, we can't blindly run away. For all we know we could be headed straight to danger," Izumi said, groaning as she tried to withstand the piercing alarm. "Should we call an emergency number?" Iida asked. "Who are we going to call?" "Heroes. This is a pro-hero school," Ochako rebutted. "Well, maybe the police or firefighters should be informed as well," Iida grumbled. "Perhaps I should record a last message in case we—" "No need to be so morbid, Iida," exclaimed a horrified Ochako. Izumi blinked before reaching for her cell phone. Ochako and Iida watched, confused, as the agonizing rabbit girl went through her contact list before calling someone. Luckily, All Might responded right away. "Young Midoriya, is everyone all right over there?" All Might wondered, preoccupied. "Yes, just really confused here. What's going on out there? Are there villains? Should we leave?" Izumi asked. No, it is a false alarm. Pesky journalists managed to breach the defense perimeter. That's all. Sadly, until we can get rid of them, the alarm and detection system will still alert us of their presence as intruders," All Might responded. "Stay put and avoid rushing to the exits in a panic, young Midoriya." "Yes, I thought as much," Izumi said. "Have no fear, for I am here, with a very angry principal who is going to sue the living lights out of those so-called journalists." All Might said with a hearty laugh. Even in the situation they were in, Izumi found herself chuckling. "Thanks," Izumi said before she hanged. "It's all right, guys, it is just journalists who sneaked into the school." "Journalists?" Ochako asked, frowning. "Who did you call exactly?" wondered Iida. "A teacher," Izumi said. "Not a lie, but not the full truth either. Secret identity program, remember?" she added. Luckily, her two friends seemed to make just assumptions Izumi wanted. "Ah," nodded Ochako and Iida in understanding. "So, we stay put," Izumi said. Luckily, the alarm had subsided considerably, perhaps because the teachers had managed to correct the threat level of the trespasser. Regardless, it annoyed Izumi to no end. She glanced at the dining hall before trading looks with her friends. There was one thing they had just noticed. "Where's everyone?" Izumi asked. "I think they all panicked and tried to get out of the school," said Ochako. Izumi, on her part, groaned. "Where were the responsible seniors when you needed them?" "What should I do?" she wondered. "Should I help?" "Of course I have to help. Everyone could be hurting themselves out there." "Come on guys," Izumi said, standing up. "Aren't we supposed to stay put?" Iida wondered. "Yeah, but we have to help everyone else before they do something crazy," Izumi replied. As it so happened, it wasn't just a mere handful of students who had panicked. By the looks of it, almost the entirety of the school body had apparently lost their cool. That or a good lot of them had been caught in all the ensuing anarchy. Perhaps panic had spread like wildfire before anyone could put out the flames of chaos. In any case, things weren't looking good. "They are going to trample over each other," exclaimed a horrified Ochako. "We must act quickly, but how?" wondered Iida. There must be some way. Izumi wished she wasn't so damn short. If she dared venture anywhere near the flocking students in the corridor head, she would be stamped to death. If only she could walk on the ceiling. Izumi blinked, an idea popping in her mind. Ochako, use your quirk on me, Izumi said with a face of determination. What are you planning, Izumi? Iida asked, concerned. To draw their attention, said Izumi. Infinity Girl. Ochako looked hesitant. Are you sure? She asked. Do you trust me? Izumi asked. Chocolate eyes bore into Izumi's amethyst violet ones and, for a moment, their gazes remained locked in each other. Then, Ochako smiled and nodded. Yes, she said, I trust you. One touch from the brunette later and Izumi started floating. Iida, throw me to the ceiling, over their heads. Izumi instructed. Iida looked like he needed more details than that. However, he swallowed his curiosity and concerns and did as told. When Izumi reached the ceiling, she went to one of the entrances, right over one of the door frames. All right, let's get started, Izumi said. She summoned one for all and, glowing with power and with bolts of lightning cracking across her skin, she kicked off. The students all stopped pushing and shoving, caught by the strange light displays overhead. Bouncing from wall to wall, across door frame to door frame, Izumi waited for the commotion to die down before slamming against a door frame and addressing the public. All across the corridors, students broke into whispers. What is she doing? Is that a rabbit girl? She's so adorable. Izumi tried to ignore the comments, even if her rather keen ears picked them loud and clear. Hey, everyone, there are no villains. Izumi shouted. There are only journalists. How do you know that? Asked someone. Hey, guys, look, someone by the windows said, pointing at something below. The rabbit girl is right. Those closest to the windows pressed their heads or were forcibly stamped against the glass. Before long, everyone was swearing and cursing the greedy media hounds and calmly dispersing. Kicking from wall to wall, this time at a more manageable speed, Izumi made her way back to her friends, who looked amazed. Wow, that was awesome. See, you are pretty amazing, said Ochako. Indeed, you truly are deserving of the class representative position, Iida said. The two teenagers, however, quickly discovered that their friend wasn't responding nor moving. She stayed hunched over, her hands over her stomach. Izumi, Ochako called. You look rather sick, commented Iida. Izumi, who indeed looked rather green, slowly turned her head towards them. I think I am going to vomit, mumbled Izumi. Ochako and Iida could only panic at that. All Might had expected things when he had joined UA. For starters, he had expected a lot more attention from the media in general. All Might had rarely stuck to one place for long. His mere presence, after all, could bring down crime, so as long as he kept on the move or the villains guessing, he would manage to keep the peace. All Might had not imagined just what lengths the media hounds would go. What exactly did they expect to achieve? Harumphed All Might, next to Principal Nezu. The two stared at the main gate to UA, or rather what remained of it. Beneath the metal arch that had once held a thick seamless steel door, Power Loader studied what appeared to be metallic dust. I have a few guesses, the principal hummed. None rational or wise. All Might sighed, shaking his head. I apologize, Principal, I should have foreseen this, the number one hero said, bowing in apology to the chimera creature. Nonsense, All Might, how were you supposed to predict just how unpredictable and stupid could they be? Nezu said. Behind them, Aizawa and the homeroom teacher of 1B, Sekijiro-kan aka Vlad King, approached them. That was the last of them, grunted a frustrated Aizawa. They sure can be like cockroaches, added Khan. Now, let us not mouthpiece the fourth power of our republic, said the principal. We have other concerns at present. How are the students? Better, by the looks of it, Aizawa said. I am disappointed to say they were irrational, unable to remain calm. You couldn't have expected anyone to stay put, rebutted Khan. There were many of the kids that didn't know what the alarm was even for. So that is why they should allow herd mentality to define their actions. Grunted Aizawa. Hadn't it been for one of my students, we would still see the students flocking the corridors. Let us take this as a learning experience, said the principal. Perhaps we should include a few drills in the future, lest we repeat today's chaos. Speaking of today, what exactly destroyed the gate? Khan inquired. We do not know, the principal replied. The cameras were unable to catch anyone suspicious, but I suspect the perpetrator made use of the crowd of journalists outside. You don't think it was a journalist then? Aizawa wondered. I do not, said Nezu. In fact, I have the impression it was a villain. The teachers remained silent. Do you think it was a message? Wondered Khan. Some kind of declaration of war. I have my theories, said Nezu. If I had to state the likeliest, there is either a new villain organization that is confident on their strength, confident enough to make their presence known before an actual attack on the school, or the villain is impulsive, with childish tendencies, who saw the opportunity and took it if only to feel as if he or she was causing harm to us. Perhaps it is both options. Mention of villains being behind the day's commotion made the number one hero worry. All Might could only think about young Midoriya. He had to make sure the young man, rabbit girl grew stronger. All Might, Nezu said, turning to the number one hero. Regarding your candidate as second teacher for fundamentals in heroics, perhaps it is time to make the final call. All Might's eyes widened. Aizawa stepped between them, rather irritated. I have to protest, Aizawa stated. I do not think. Considering what transpired today, Nezu gestured at the fallen gate. I rather we have more pro-heroes in the staff. Wouldn't you agree? Aizawa stiffly nodded in agreement, albeit with reluctance. All Might, on the other hand, wasn't exactly confident about his choice. That person could possibly make young Midoriya's life hell. However, if it helped Midoriya grow stronger, then I'll make the call right away, said All Might, pushing down his trepidation. This is going to be one hell of a phone call, he thought, only to mentally add with confidence, all for young Midoriya. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.